In 2066, on Mars in the Solar System, a Chinese-style base stood proudly. The slightly swaying red flag on the top of the base declared that it belonged to the Xia Kingdom. This is an important step for mankind to move towards Mars. The base is in the form of a quadrangle, and the three-story building covers an area of 7,500 square meters. The scale and configuration are top-notch on Mars. The development of Earth science and technology has promoted the construction of the Mars base. Now, we will start the journey of comprehensive exploration of Mars from here to find exploitable resources. This is a key step for mankind to conquer the Sea of Stars. The completion of the Mars base also means that Earth science and technology has entered a bottleneck period, and Martian resources may be the key to breakthrough. On July 5th, it was a hot summer day, but the Mars base was cold. Xiagua and other countries jointly formulated a plan to explore Mount Olympus. This mysterious mountain, the highest in the solar system, welcomed human exploration for the first time. Wu Deshio, as the old dean, led 5 young team members and set off in the exploration mine car. The team members were excited, but they sat upright and said nothing. Teacher Yu Tianming told us to have a good trip. His voice came through the spacesuit communicator, which made me feel warm. We shouldered an important mission, not only to explore Mount Olympus, but also to find hope for the future of the Earth. The minecart was speeding on Mars, with a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The young female driver Su Xiaomin was concentrating on controlling the vehicle, her eyes were firm and focused. We met up with the minecarts from other countries, but found that the minecart from the United States was late. When Panis from the United States drove the minecart to arrive, his reckless behavior caused dissatisfaction among everyone, but I warned the team members not to care. Our goal is the stars and the sea, and we should not be disturbed by these trivial matters. Olympus Mons appeared before us. It towered into the clouds, more than 10,000 meters higher than the highest peak on Earth, Mount Everest, and was 600 kilometers wide. It covered an area of 300,000 square kilometers, like a giant mountain across the land of Mars. The starting point we chose was located in the square position of the mountain. From here, 30 kilometers away was an impact crater, which was our first destination. As we approached the crater, a halo of light passed by. It was the mysterious Olympus ring. I felt a sense of sacredness. The origin of this ring is still a mystery. Team members from other countries have already started climbing up the mountain, and we are heading towards the crater. Suddenly, Panis's scream broke the silence. We rushed forward, and the scene in front of us shocked me so much that I couldn't speak. The impact crater was full of things that didn't belong to the Earth. A steel battleship was crawling like a big bird, surrounded by wreckage and strange black objects. I instantly realized that this might be an ancient battlefield, and this discovery would shock the world. We tried to get closer to the warship, but a sandstorm suddenly hit, forcing us to take shelter temporarily. After the sandstorm, we found that the warship had no entrance, and the surrounding debris was made of materials that had never been seen on Earth. Su Xiaomin found a piece of debris with a carbon crystal structure, which made me worry whether the establishment of the Mars base has exposed the existence of Earth civilization. The emergence of alien civilization makes us both excited and afraid, excited about this great discovery, and afraid of unknown dangers. At this moment, we noticed a huge mecha on the back of the battleship. The mecha was tattered, but it stood tall, as if telling of its past glory. When I looked at the mecha, I felt an inexplicable throbbing in my heart, and the team members also expressed the same feeling, as if something was calling us. Suda discovered that there was a signal source in the mecha, and the mecha's eyes briefly lit up. Panis and others wanted to collect the signal source immediately, but I was worried that contacting the signal source would expose Earth civilization, so I suggested studying how to obtain information safely first. Just as we were hesitating, the mecha suddenly started up, its arm pointed at the battleship, and then a laser shot out, opening the battleship's hatch. After the hatch was opened, dust and sand rolled in. We first released a small flying robot to explore. After confirming that it was safe, I led the team members into the warship. Every step seemed to cross light years and enter another civilization. The warship passage was wide and dimly lit. We relied on the backup power of the space suit to move forward. Suddenly, the platform in front of us rose up, and then the main cabin lit up. The scene in front of us made us shudder. The main cabin was full of black and red blood, which had condensed into columns. Obviously, a fierce battle had taken place here. I speculated that the battleship might have made an emergency landing on Mars, and at this time, a bright red flag on the platform caught my attention. That was the flag of Xia. My teammates and I were stunned and our hearts were pounding. The flag fluttered without wind, as if telling an endless story. Panis suddenly started to shout, questioning our intentions of Xia, but I had no time to care about him. I just wanted to get the flag back immediately. At this moment, a tired and hoarse voice sounded in the main cabin, saying in Xia language, "We should wait for our compatriots, right? If you are not our compatriots in Xia, you cannot enter here." This voice made Panis shut up, but it set off a storm in my heart. Then, the voice told a shocking story. "Compatriots, remember to bring the national flag back. This is our last wish. In addition to the national flag, there are 13 bodies, but you may not find them. The 13 suns were stationed at the border of the Earth and blocked the enemy's 25 attacks. In addition to the battlefield on Mars, there were also Venus, Jupiter, and the farthest Saturn. Unfortunately, we have no chance to return to the motherland with victory. Compatriots, please take the message back. Please rest assured that our 13 sons, even if there is only one person left, will defend to the death." The voice stopped abruptly, but it echoed in my heart. I staggered towards the platform, wanting to hold the man who was talking and take him back. Su Xiaoman's eyes were filled with tears, Suda clenched his fists, and we were all deeply moved by the spirit of the heroes. Teacher Yu Tianming also burst into tears at the base. He immediately ordered me to bring back the national flag at all costs, investigate everything, find clues about the 13 sons, and bring them home. I firmly instructed Suda to take the national flag, but Panis tried to stop him. Suda kicked him away and rushed to the platform. The moment he held the national flag, he burst into tears. All of our Xiagua team members stood upright and saluted the national flag, with their hearts full of respect for the heroes. Teacher Yu Tianming clapped his hands excitedly, and everyone in the base applauded enthusiastically. This national flag carries the heroes' beliefs and the dignity of the motherland. Then, we began to investigate the battleship carefully. The walls were covered with bloodstains, and the blood scabs had turned black and red. There were only bloodstains in the life support cabin, and no weapons or bodies were found. Everything was a mystery. We speculated that the reason for the battleship's fall was that the heroes brought the battleship to Mars to continue defending the Earth, or that they broke into the battleship and started a battle with the enemy, causing the battleship to lose control. Su Xiaoman asked whether the rings of Olympus were formed by the fall of these things, and I said that all speculations needed evidence. In the warship warehouse, we found a lot of blood and strange traces, including traces of bombing with hot weapons and slashing with cold weapons. Panis and Gridaf thought that the heroes might have fought here to get weapons, and after their weapons were destroyed, they could only fight with cold weapons. At this moment, a loud noise came from the screen. I rushed out of the warship and saw the mecha falling down and shattered. A sandstorm swept in and the warship began to crack. We hurried to avoid it. The warship and the mecha eventually fell apart and turned into a pile of wreckage, which made personnel from various countries sigh with regret. Such precious research resources were destroyed in an instant. After the sandstorm, we found something exposed under the wreckage of the warship. I sent Su Xiaoman and Chen Su to check it out, and the others followed. After reaching the bottom of the pit, they looked for clues everywhere, hoping to find a chip that recorded the heroic deeds. At this time, Yang Su found a recessed cave, which exuded cold air and had an extremely low temperature. Su Xiaoman used the nano-flying device to detect, and suddenly a bright spot appeared, the cave split open, and a huge black object rushed out. Chen Su hurriedly pulled Su Xiaoman over and took out a high-energy weapon to prepare for the attack. Just as it was about to hit, the object suddenly fell to the ground and broke into two halves. It turned out to be a head. The head was hideous and huge, with eyes full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. I guessed that this might be the form of an alien race. They were huge, at least 7 meters tall or even 10 meters tall, covered with scales, with sharp fangs in their mouths, reddish-purple eyes, and many tentacles. I took a photo of the head and sent it back to the base, and Teacher Yu Tianming ordered it to be brought back for research. Just as we were about to leave, the ground began to shake and was about to collapse. We quickly flew away, looking at the buried battlefield, with mixed feelings in our hearts. We returned to the base first and decided to study the alien race's skull first, and then come back to dig. The mine car drove on the Martian land, and there was silence. We were in a heavy mood, thinking about the deeds of the heroes and the threat of alien civilization. When we got back to the base, Mr. Yu Tianming and representatives from other countries and regions were waiting at the door. We put the skull in the hall where supplies were temporarily stored, and everyone gathered around. Kaput from the United States and Bagocha from the Bear Country were surprised and worried. Mr. Yu Tianming decided to dissect the skull at 8 o'clock in the evening to study its structure and life characteristics. In the conference hall, we repeatedly listened to the words of the heroes in the battleship and thought about the truth behind it. Kaput questioned whether our Xia country knew about this matter. Teacher Yu Tianming firmly denied it and said that they were investigating, but there was no record in the archives. Bagoshev believed that the heroes might be dead, and Teacher Yu Tianming firmly believed that finding their bodies would give him information. When the time for the autopsy came, we went to the temporary autopsy room. The autopsy personnel reported that the skull had stopped showing signs of life and that it had evolved in the same way as humans, belonging to viviparous mammals, but it was impossible to extract cells and cultivate them. At this time, the skull gradually shrank and eventually became a deflated little ball of hair, which we could only store away. The next day, I led a team of 100 people from Xiagua to the Dragon 1 crater again to look for traces of the heroes. At the same time, in a large canyon on Mars, a faint light occasionally sent out signals, but no one noticed. Are there more secrets hidden behind this? Our exploration on Mars is still going on, and the stories of the heroes are waiting for us to uncover the mystery. Signal receiver. Panis asked. Wu Deshio frowned and said worriedly, let's observe it for a while. This thing has unknown origins. As soon as he finished speaking, the machine seemed to have discovered the aircraft. A blue light suddenly shot out and hit the aircraft. The aircraft staggered, as if it had lost power, and fell to the ground. Oops, cried Gridadal. Wu Deshio said, everyone retreat first. Number 007, Xia country is fighting against unknown invasion, the seventh sun, reporting. A deep voice sounded, the correct Xia country dialect, full of fortitude and unyielding spirit. Teacher. Su Xiaoman pointed ahead, it's this spider, the receiver spider made the sound. Wu Deshio staggered a step and uttered a hoarse voice, go get it, bring it back. Suda had already jumped down and, with the help of the power of his space suit, quickly came to the receiver. He said happily, teacher, there are Xia characters on it. Be careful. Wu Deshio was afraid that Suda would get too excited, so he quickly reminded him. Let's go down and look to see if there is anything else. Panis jumped down, and the guys came into the cave one after another. Walking on this blood-stained land, everyone's mood is filled with a sense of tragedy. Gridaf said, if I could open my helmet, I would definitely be able to smell the blood of those damn alien races here. I want to remember this smell. If I meet them next time, I will give them an unforgettable memory. Come on, stop bragging and just pray that we don't meet them. Panis stood in front of a fortress, which was dozens of meters high. Panis tooted. Look at this thing, do you really want to encounter it? Gridad snorted, stood in front of another fortress, and collected some blood samples. Although the black blood has become hard, the genetic data contained in it is still there. Wu Deshio and his men walked quickly to Suda and took the receiver. There was a switch inside. After turning it on, they saw a thumb-sized chip lying inside. The chip is still working, making a tiny sound that cannot be heard unless you put it close to your ear. The sound came from inside. This technology obviously doesn't belong to Earth. They were plundered from another civilization. Wu Deshio closed the cover with trembling hands, keep looking, see if there is any proof of their identity. He looked at the receiver in his hand. The appearance of the octopus spider was just to protect the chip inside. It was obvious that these things were not made on Earth. Wu Deshio felt that what he was holding was not a technological product, but a profound epic. It is the magnificent heroic past. This thing has to be brought back to the base and opened a second time. Teacher, no other items were found. Teacher, no. Nothing else has been found, Professor. The Xia country's team of 100 people checked the cave and found nothing useful except the blood fortress and some scattered debris. Panis, Grey Duff, Fanny, and Hogan didn't notice anything either. This is the only remaining keepsake. Wu Deshio said, it seems that this battlefield is not the last one. This sentence was said lightly, but Wu Deshio felt extremely heavy. After confirming again and again that there was nothing valuable, Wu Deshio led the team back to the base. The mining cart was driving on the Martian land, raising dust, and the pale blue sun looked so beautiful. However, beneath such beauty, there is such a cruel battlefield. Wu Deshio held the octopus spider in his hand, sat upright, and looked straight ahead. What he brought back was a hero's token, which must contain the answers to all of this. Mars, Xia Kingdom Base. Commanders from various countries sat together. Wu Deshio sat in his seat, looking at the screen with red eyes. The cracking program had reached 91%. In 10 minutes, they will be able to access the information inside. Teacher, I can't control my heartbeat anymore. Su Xiaomin whispered behind Wu Deshio. Wu Deshio looked at his students. Adjust yourself. You are the top students who have passed numerous rounds of selection to come to the Mars base. If alien civilization still exists, you will be the backbone to deal with it all. You must learn to grow up and take responsibility. Yeah. Chen Su and Suda nodded vigorously. Across the screen. It is the Xia Kingdom Space Hall. This time, delegations from several major countries and some regions have arrived at the scene. Yu Tianming, is the cracking completed? The old man said to the screen. Sir, 3 minutes left. The old man straightened his clothes, stood up straight, and stared at the screen without blinking with a burning look in his eyes. The same went for others, even representatives from some small regions, who stood straight, because they knew that they were about to witness what should be the greatest feat in human history. As time passed, everyone's heart was in their throat. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, the engineer's voice seemed to hit their hearts. 1. Cracked successfully. The picture suddenly darkened and soon became clear. Ahem, is it over? I haven't finished writing my suicide note yet. A steel-like voice suddenly sounded. Salute. When the old man heard the Xia language, he immediately shouted. Everyone in the hall performed the most honorable military etiquette in front of the screen. Salute. Yu Tianming also shouted at the Mars base. Everyone, salute solemnly. The picture is still so dark, as if there is no light. Why write a suicide note? How old are you? You're already writing one. Another voice sounded. This voice was very clear, very young, and very vigorous. Wu Deshio burst into tears and choked up as he looked at the screen. Although the screen was pitch black. I want to eat the date cake from my hometown. The steel-like voice suddenly softened. When we return triumphantly to Earth, you can eat as much as you want. Haha, really? How long do we have to wait until the triumph? The captain said it will be soon. Do you take the captain's words seriously? There was silence. In the base, many people were looking at the screen with puzzled expressions. Why is there no picture? Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded. Hurry, go over, the captain is on Venus, the voice interrupted. The next moment, a cold voice sounded. Tian Dao Plan, Year 8, November 13th, 9 of the 13 suns remain. On November 13th, the 8th year of the Tiandao Plan, there were 9 of the 13 suns left. This passage was obviously spoken by a robot, recording the time and battle damage. But there are only 13 people, what kind of casualties are needed? Wu Deshio clenched his fist lightly. There was also deep doubt in Yu Tianming's eyes. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for this kind of data chip to produce information points in the middle. If the procedure is followed, the information saved on the first day will be cracked first. But the conversation here took place 8 years ago. The Heavenly Dao Project, the 8th year. November, apparently, is about to enter its 9th year. 13 people, and it took so long to carry out this plan. Project Heaven. Yu Tianming thought about it and realized that there was indeed no information in this regard. He had never heard of this plan. Soon, information came from Earth. There was no execution order for this plan among the various secrets. The robot did not say the specific year, nor did it reveal the 13th sun's name and age. It seemed that the secrecy of the confidentiality plan was far beyond their imagination. Although the sound was disconnected, the chip cracking process was still continuing. This seventh son was not the captain, and there should not be much information stored in the chip. Yu Tianming looked at the crowd with puzzled expressions, then looked at Wu Dexiu. Wu Dexiu said, maybe the chip program was disrupted, and the records were messed up as well, but it's not a big problem. Even if the sequence is disrupted and the time doesn't match, it doesn't matter. The core information we want must be in there. Yu Tianming nodded and said, that's true, but I really want to know who the seventh son is. Teacher, we will know. Wu Dexiu said. This paragraph does not contain much information. We only know the name of the plan, how long the plan was implemented, and the date cake. Date cake is a specialty of Shan Province, and the seventh son should have come from Shan Province. Earth. Xiaogua Space Program Hall. The old man immediately said, look through all the files and look for the Tiandao plan. At the same time, arrange for people to go to Shan Province and notify all departments in Shan Province to investigate the clues of the hero's seventh son. Immediately. Right now. Quick. The secretary went to arrange it immediately. Wait a moment. The old man stopped the secretary, this matter needs to be kept secret. Except for a few core people in Shan Province, no one else needs to know. Yes, sir. The old man let out a breath of air from his chest and murmured, seventh son, who are you, who are you? Mars, Xia Kingdom Base. Yu Tianming stood in front of the table, looking at the spread-out data board. Venus is also a battlefield. I don't know how many times the chip mentioned this. On November 13th, the 8th year, the captain of the Tiandao project went to war with an alien race on Venus. Yu Tianming wrote down what he said. The 8th year, the Heavenly Dao Plan. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact time. Is there no one in our Xia country who knows about this? Wu Dexiu said, we know too little information, but the jujube cake is already a very clear piece of information. It's just that there are so many county-level cities in Shan Province, and this plan is so secretive that it's really hard to find. In the hall, everyone sighed and lamented, is this all the information contained in this chip? The screen suddenly lights up. I don't know where the background is, but it looks so majestic and desolate. Brown and yellow mountains rise one after another, but there is not a single blade of grass or tree growing on them. Sand blows up from time to time, rolling up the debris on the ground. The outline of a figure is sitting in the camera. Although he is facing the camera, his face is not clear and only the outline of his body can be barely seen. Here it comes. Yu Tianming shouted in surprise. Everyone immediately followed the instructions and stared at the big screen. Although I can't see anything clearly, it's better than no information. It's been a year and a half. The voice in the picture sounded a little haggard and hoarse, but the steel-like deep feeling had not changed at all. Su Xiaoman said, the seventh son. Wu Dexiu hissed. Yu Tianming glanced at the assistant next to him, and the assistant immediately started recording. In the picture, the man with a tall and slender figure and a strong body leaned against a rock, looking at the sky outside. After a while, he picked up something that looked like a wine jug and took a big sip. This is the last sip. Once I finish this, I will never be able to drink the wine I brought from my hometown again. Suda clenched his fists anxiously, tell me where your hometown is. Cough, cough, cough. The seventh son started coughing violently. Captain, you told me not to drink, but I won't drink because I'm afraid I can't hold on. The seventh son said with a self-deprecating smile, I really feel too tired, but when I think of the earth and the motherland behind us, I feel that my tiredness will turn into a huge wave, carrying me forward without hesitation. He took the last sip of wine, his outline swaying as he looked at the jug in his hand. After a pause, he threw the wine jug out. Goodbye, old friend. The wine jug flew into the air, and was suppressed by gravity and fell down. Next to Wu Dexiu, Su Xiaoman stared at the screen with wide eyes, writing something on the paper very quickly with the pen in her hand. Tiandao Project, Year 2, March 17th. The seventh son leaned against a rock and said to the camera word by word, I separated from the captain. I think the captain is prejudiced against me. He said that I am too young, so he would not let me go and told me to stay here. Today is the 5th day. I have lost everything I want. I have even lost my last sip of wine. I can only do as the captain said and snatch it from others. He twisted his neck and moved his shoulders. But isn't the ninth son 3 years younger than me? Why did the captain let him go? He must be prejudiced against me. After the seventh son finished speaking, he suddenly looked outside. A powerful fleet appeared in the camera. Hiss. In the hall, there were sounds of many people taking deep breaths. With a fleet of this size, it would be easy to destroy several bases on Mars. A battleship, 3 mechas, and an alien team of at least 50 people. Wu Dexiu said, an alien race. The appearance of an alien race has appeared. Some people in the hall gasped, and some gnashed their teeth. Just as I expected, wings are the body branches that they rely on for survival, and they need wings to speed up their journey. Wu Dexiu said to himself. These alien races were exactly the same as the debris they found in the Dragon 1 impact crater. The heads are exactly the same. On March 17 of the second year, the seventh son discovered a small group of Dark Star people at the Mars Camp No. 3. With the hope of the motherland and for the safety of the Earth, the seventh son decided to raid this small group. The group consisted of 1 H-type satellite battleship, 3 Dogbuli, and 53 Dark Star beasts. When Wu Dexiu heard the word Gubuli, he knew that it was the seventh son who called the Dark Stars Mecha Gubuli. The seventh son stood up slowly. The captain said if we handle it well, we might be able to go home within 5 years. Now, I don't even want to go home. I just want to break into the Dark Stars' lair and let them know that I am Hua Tianwei. As soon as he finished speaking, the seventh son's figure seemed to become extremely tall, and only his back was seen. The moment the mecha covered his entire body, he rushed out of the camp. That's a light. A dazzling light. The light of China. At this moment, at Mars Camp 3, an earth-shaking momentum is blooming. The picture suddenly cuts off. Wu Dexiu trembled. He knew that it was the seventh son who went to ambush the Dark Star team. How could he dare to face an entire team of warships, mechas, and 50 Dark Star people alone? In the hall, everyone was excited, but unfortunately they couldn't see anything. A few minutes later, the screen lit up again. A figure lay on the ground, coughing a few times. The ambush was successful. The captain will definitely be proud of me. Let's see if he will still say that I am too young to fight in a large group battle. In front of the seventh son, the battleship crashed, the mecha shattered, and a pile of corpses lay on the ground. Take a picture of this and send it to the captain to leave him speechless. The seventh son smiled proudly. He took pictures of these scenes and sent them to the captain of the Tiandao project. Seventh brother, what are you doing? Captain. The seventh son spoke with high spirits. I ambushed a small team alone, and this is the result of the battle. It's the captain's voice. Yu Tianming leaned over and recorded the sound accurately. Since he is the captain of such an epic interstellar project, he should be quite famous. It is impossible for a group of young boys who have not even fully learned aerospace technology to carry out such a plan. Even the top students or the most talented students don't have this kind of ability. At least, there is not enough experience. Seventh brother, evacuate Camp No. 3, evacuate immediately. The captain's voice sounded a little angry. Wu Dexiu asked in confusion, why does the captain's voice sound younger and more energetic than the seventh son's? Other people in the hall were also confused by the voice. How can a character like this have such a young voice? Even if there is an age limit for a boss of this level, his voice cannot possibly be that of a teenager. It sounds very immature. But the strange thing is that this kind of immaturity is not the result of youthful ignorance, but rather an unstoppable arrogance that is enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Teacher, could it be that the captain of our Xia country's Tiandao project is a recent graduate who is as young as us? Impossible. Wu Dexiu subconsciously denied it decisively. Su Xiaoman didn't listen to other people's discussion. She was writing something quickly on a piece of paper, staring at the screen without blinking. Yu Tianming singled out the Dark Star as a key point. While staring at the screen, he sent messages to other bases to study the mysterious signal fluctuations collected on Mars and the Moon over the years. How far is this Dark Star from the Earth? How far is it from the solar system? On the screen, the seventh child turned his back to the camera and asked in confusion, Captain, why are we retreating? Yes, why should we withdraw? Many people were confused. They had clearly won a great victory and successfully ambushed a small team, so they should have been rewarded and praised. However, the captain's tone was full of harsh reproach as soon as he opened his mouth. What do you think you are doing? Are you proud? You acted on your own without my permission and without joining our plan. Do you think you are great just because you successfully ambushed a Dark Star team? The captain's voice sounded ruthless. The seventh son's back was obviously stunned for a moment. Captain, evacuate. I don't want to collect your body. The seventh son was still a little unconvinced. Captain, even if my ambush team attracted a stronger Dark Star team, you should still praise me. I shot this down by myself. There was silence for a moment. The captain's voice said, You want to be praised? You want me to praise you in front of your dead body? You want the most beautiful planet behind you to become a slave planet of Dark Star because of your impulsive desire for reward? Our families, compatriots, and all mankind will become slaves. The seventh son's back was trembling a little. After a while, he looked up and saw a fleet of 5 warships swooping down in the picture. Captain, I will make sure you reward me. The seventh son immediately stepped back, not caring about the spoils, and turned off the picture, and the screen fell into darkness. The flowers watered by blood are as bright as the jujube cakes in my hometown, and also like the relatives I miss the most. The seventh son's information was temporarily interrupted, and the chip cracking progress encountered some minor difficulties. It might be that the seventh son suffered some damage in the battle where the recording chip was lost, and now the damaged data in the chip needs to be repaired. Yu Tianming straightened up and said slowly, Notify all departments in your base to study the source of the Dark Star information and simulate the code to see if it can match those mysterious cosmic signal waves. What if we meet in conflict? Capet, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. base, frowned. Bagoshev said, That's like us telling the aliens, oh no, the Dark Stars, hey, we are here. Yu Tianming looked at everyone and said firmly, I think that the Dark Star people have already discovered our Earth civilization. The 13 sons are not an army, let alone a legion. He paused, picked up the tea and took a sip. The battle line is so long, but it's not on Earth. This proves that if the Dark Stars want to invade Earth, they can only take a specific route. Yes. Wu Deshio also spoke up, otherwise, with such a long battle line, how could the 13th son, no matter how powerful he is, possibly fight on a battle line that's several light years away? Kaput's eyes lit up. What you mean is that although the Dark Stars know the existence of our Earth civilization, they can only attack the Earth through specific channels? Yes. Yu Tianming slammed the table. I even suspect that the Dark Star people spent a lot of money to pass through this channel. Otherwise, how could the seventh son ambush a small team so easily? The fleet only determined the location after receiving the information that the small team was killed, came to Camp 3. Bagochov and Kaput, as well as other regional representatives, felt there was some truth to this. It is impossible for 13 people to block a war that spans several light years. The level of Dark Star civilization is so high, Dark Star people cannot be fools. As long as they use their fleet to hold back the 13th son, they can invade the surface of the Earth. But the 13th son and the others did not delay, and the Earth was not invaded by the Dark Star, which proved that Yu Tianming's guess was basically correct. Everyone has been waiting for a while, but the repair work has not been completed yet. If you are willing to wait, please wait here. If not, you can go back first. I will notify you when the repair is completed. Capet stood up and said, I have to go back and have a good talk with Earth about this matter. Should we take the initiative to find the location of the Dark Star, or choose to remain silent? This is a complicated issue. Teacher. Su Xiaoman touched Wu Deshio with the pen cap. What's wrong? Su Xiaoman said nervously, Teacher, I think I roughly guessed the location of the hero's seventh son, Camp 3. Guessed it? Wu Deshio turned around immediately and looked at Su Xiaoman strangely. Su Xiaoman hummed, the scene where the seventh son appeared just now, that is, Camp 3, should be on Mars. Although it has not been marked, I remember that a drone flew over there once, and we also said that the terrain of the hillside there was particularly strange. Wu Deshio couldn't remember, perhaps he was not involved at the time. Is it far from the base? Wu Dexiu trusted Su Xiaomin very much. Su Xiaomin said, "It's about 800 kilometers, which is the opposite direction to Mount Olympus. Teacher, I'll apply to check it out. I believe that's where Camp 3, where the 13th sun appeared, should be." Wu Dexiu reported the matter to Yu Tianming. After discussion, Yu Tianming agreed to Su Xiaomin's application. "Be careful. I'm not here this time. You have to learn to take responsibility." Wu Dexiu patted Su Xiaomin and Chen Su on the shoulders. "Suda, you should go too. You are more stable." Suda couldn't hold back any longer. "Yes, teacher," Suda said, and winked at Chen Su proudly. Chen Su shrugged helplessly, and the three of them walked out of the base and got on the flying car. A minecart is slower than a flying car, but a flying car consumes more energy than a minecart. Wu Dexiu watched the car slowly drive away and asked Zhang Guangyu beside him, "Which county in Shan province is the specialty of jujube cake?" "I heard it was Wuxiang." "Earth, Xia country." A special investigation team went to the mountain province. Date cake first came from Wuxiang, which is most likely the hometown of the seventh sun. The leader of this investigation team was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He sat in the car with a square face, a flat head, and a firm gaze full of faith. Could the hero's hometown be Wuxiang? Li Guomin didn't know. But the hero must be found. This is the promise that Xia Kingdom made to these 13 sons. Shan province has made all preparations. As soon as Li Guomin arrived in Wuxiang, he got the list of missing persons in Wuxiang in the past 30 years. The Tiandao plan was so secretive that almost no one knew about it, so the 13th son should have left without saying goodbye. It is almost impossible for the relatives of the 13 sons to know where these 13 heroes went. It is not ruled out that some heroes told their families what they did in the past before leaving, but they would definitely not say that they participated in the Tiandao plan. Could they be soldiers? All of these are possible, but Xia country has a large population base, so even the number of missing people is not small, not to mention the accumulation of 30 years. The first point of Li Guomin's investigation was missing persons. He had the audio of the seventh son in his hand, and he planned to start with the missing persons list and check every household in Wuxiang. Mars. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaogua time. Su Xiaomin drove the Yunhe flying car to the coordinate point she had recorded. Suda was the first to get off the car. He was fully armed and even brought combat weapons. None of the people who can conduct research, exploration, and survey at the Mars base for a long time are vegetarians. Not only do they need to receive professional scientific training, but they also need to learn how to use various firearms, energy weapons, and spacecraft and handle crisis response. Suda is tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is a student under Wu Dexiu who is notoriously quick-tempered. When he gets anxious, Wu Dexiu sometimes can't stop himself. He looked around, put down a detector, walked a little further, and put down another detector. "Teacher, we have arrived at our destination." Su Xiaomin turned on the communication device and connected with Wu Dexiu. Wu Dexiu stood at the deputy command post, with his hands behind his back, watching the images sent back by Su Xiaomin. "How much deviation in direction is there?" "Not much, the difference is 3 square kilometers. Suda is already setting up detectors, so it's safe here for the time being." Wu Dexiu glanced at the Martian weather forecast and frowned. There is no storm today, but there is no sun either. The sandstorm has obscured the ozone layer, so there is still some risk. You should find the coordinates as soon as possible and come back. "Yes, teacher." Su Xiaomin and Chen Su got off the flying car, and the three of them met at a small circular mountain pass. Suda looked at the desolate land and said, "Xiaomin, is this the place?" Su Xiaomin glanced at the draft and nodded, "It's here." Suda turned on the accelerator and rushed to the top of the crater. The hill was only about 100 meters high and the slope was quite steep, but what was interesting was that the dust and sand were very hard. Chen Su squatted down, measured the sand and gravel, and said curiously, "Xiaomin, Suda, the terrain here has been modified." "That's right." Su Xiaomin was delighted. Suda stood on the top of the mountain, with everything around him in sight. "If this is camp number 3, Suda's eyes lit up, right. Xiaomin, Chen Su, the heroes set up a camp here, it should just be an ordinary watchtower. After all, the conditions here are not as good as on Earth, so they can only improve the terrain and environment here to the maximum extent. It is basically impossible to use materials to build a building like our base. Yeah. Su Xiaomin came to the top. All traces disappeared. Camp number 3 where the seventh sun appeared has huge rocks and some simple furniture. As a camp, it is of course a temporary resting place. It's destroyed. Chen Su shook his head, all traces are gone. Su Xiaomin said, no. Suda also said, only the traces are destroyed, but the things are still there. He squatted down and said, like I said just now, these things are all made from local materials. The terrain of this small crater has been modified to be used as a camp. Chen Su said, then. It's down there. Su Xiaomin took out a hand-like device and pressed it on the top of the mountain, move back a little. Chen Su and Suda stepped aside, and Suda said, Xiaomin is becoming more and more like a man now. Are you sure? Chen Su looked at Suda strangely, do you want me to tell Xiaomin this? Don't. Su Xiaomin opened the program and heard a loud bang. The top of the mountain collapsed. The collapse created dust storms, which, under the violent collision, formed dense particles that swirled around the crater. Su Xiaomin started the machine again, and the entire crater began to collapse and disintegrate, revealing a dark concave space. Camp number 3. Su Xiaomin shouted excitedly, Teacher, we found camp number 3. Wu Dexiu leaned forward. Be careful, first detect whether there is any radioactive debris inside, if not, then go down and check again. I understand, teacher. Su Xiaomin released a drone and flew down into the cave. Suda stared at the screen, the light becoming brighter and brighter. Why are there still no traces? Suda asked in confusion. He didn't see anything underneath, but it was obvious that this place had been transformed. Oops. Suda was shocked. Could this have been modified by the Dark Star people? The seventh sun had withdrawn some time ago, and camp number 3 must have been transformed by the Dark Star people. If the 13 suns don't come back, this will be the temporary residence of the Dark Star people. No. Su Xiaomin said affirmatively, the Dark Star people have such advanced technology and a fleet of warships, how could they find a place to live on Mars? Whether we live here or not is not the point. The point is that this place has definitely been ransacked by the Dark Star people. It's normal that we can't find anything. Chen Su said confidently. Wu Dexiu held his forehead. Go down and take a look first. Suda's body sank down, and the space suit brought him to the ground perfectly. There was a musty smell around, which was similar to the feeling of entering a cave on Earth. Be careful. Su Xiaomin shouted from above. Suda took out his weapon and turned on the laser beam. Although it was dark around him, he could see everything clearly. A few minutes later. Suda said, Teacher, I have searched here and found nothing. The things recorded in the Seventh Sun's video are not here, but based on the terrain, this is indeed Camp 3. Wu Dexiu sighed. Forget it. Maybe the Seventh Sun destroyed all the data and traces of Camp 3 before he left. They couldn't have left any clues for the Dark Star people. But in this case, maybe there are camps elsewhere on Mars, and maybe some are well preserved. Just as Suda was about to go up, he suddenly saw a stone slab covered with sand and dust right in front of him. Teacher, wait a moment, Xiaomin, come down, Chen Su, you stay up there and keep watch. Su Xiaomin slid down and asked curiously, Suda, what did you find? Here. Suda pointed to the stone slab. This is not common on Mars. When I looked at it just now, it should be a product of Earth. Su Xiaomin walked to the stone slab, took out a machine to sweep away the dust on it, and shouted suddenly, Teacher, there is a clue. There is a clue. Wu Dexiu had originally given up hope. News from Earth stated that Li Guomin had investigated half of the missing people in Wuxiang and had not found anyone who matched the seventh sun. Moreover, most people in Wuxiang are not familiar with the seventh sun's accent. Although Wuxiang is the place where jujube cake is produced, this delicacy is not only available in Wuxiang. He thought that finding the hero's hometown would be more difficult, but when he heard that there was a clue, he immediately perked up. What clues? Earth slate. Wu Dexiu asked, Earth slate, have you tested it? It has been tested, teacher. We can determine where the hero's hometown is based on the location of the stone tablet. Wu Deshio said, this is also a good idea. Please show me the slate first. Suda took a photo of the slate and just as he sent it over, Su Xiaomin suddenly said, there are words on the slate, teacher, there are words on the slate, they are Xiaogua characters. Read it. Wu Deshio couldn't wait any longer. Suda said, how do you know there are words? Nanofluorescence technology, we only mastered this thing 10 years ago. Su Xiaomin took out a piece of snow-white paper and pasted it on the stone slab. After a moment, lines of words appeared. Su Xiaomin said, one advantage of this technology is that it can preserve the records for a long time. No matter if the stone slab is damaged by wind and rain, as long as the stone slab is not completely broken into pieces, these records will always exist. Chen Su poked his head down from above. Suda, why don't you come up and keep watch? Go away. Suda didn't even look at Chen Su. After Su Xiaomin and others' handwriting appeared completely, they read out the first line of words. The Heavenly Tao Project, Year 1, January 11th. The mountains were covered in snow. I left my hometown with that group of arrogant people and came to a place I had never dared to think about before, Mars. I didn't like them, but I also found it very interesting to be with them. There was a guy who looked younger than me, but he was our captain. The captain said that we are the 13 sons who protect the country. I don't know the purpose of our coming here yet, and the captain didn't say what we are going to do here specifically. But I know that we are here to protect our country, but why do we come to Mars to protect our country? I am still thinking about what the captain said. I need to think more about it. Wu Deshio said, okay, stop reading. He paced back and forth excitedly, bring it back. Bring it back. Also, check other places. There are words on the stone slab. The stone slab comes from the earth. This should be the relic left here by the seventh son. Not everyone can come to Mars if they want to, but if you leave a stone slab here, you don't have to worry about your plan being leaked. Perhaps, 13th son could not have imagined that today's human beings on Earth have already established a life support base on Mars. They may not know that the technological development on Earth has reached this level today. They still thought that the people on Earth were weak and were just babies in swaddling clothes. But when you came to the battlefield on Mars, you were still children. Wu Deshio choked up and held onto the table. Wuxiang. Li Guomin sat in the car with melancholy. He had been in Wuxiang for 3 days and visited more than 100 households on the list, but he had no clues about the seventh son. He looked up at the sun. It was very hot. He didn't turn on the air conditioner and was sweating all over. Seventh son, why don't you leave your name and hometown? You are heroes who protect the country and should be respected by people all over the world. Your name, your greatness, your achievements, and your sacrifice should be known to everyone. After Li Guomin finished speaking, he sighed, and the staff members next to him also remained silent. A female investigator asked, Lao Li, why don't we make their deeds public? Wouldn't it be easier to find them this way? Li Guomin said, the country has its own considerations. Now everyone in the Mars base knows about this, but other countries have not made it public. Now is not the right time. Xiaogua is not ready, and the world is not ready either. How do we prepare? The female investigator was indeed a little confused. This confusion made her wonder why it was so. Isn't it good to be public? Li Guomin said patiently, be prepared to welcome the arrival of the new world. Since alien civilizations have been proven to exist, their civilization level is at least 1 level or even 2 levels higher than that of the Earth. He showed deep worry. Su Xiaoxiao, do you know what this means? Su Xiaoxiao said, no matter what this represents, as a major event for all mankind, everyone should have the right to know. You're right. I don't want to argue with you. I've been exhausted these past 3 days. The Tiandao plan is so well kept secret that I suspect the only one who knows about it is the 13th son. Su Xiaoxiao was about to argue with Li Guomin for a few more words, but when she heard this, she exclaimed, it's not impossible. Li Guomin looked at Su Xiaoxiao with some surprise. Old Li, this is really not impossible. If the country is involved, it is impossible that there is no record left at all. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, as if stars were twinkling. Then the story behind our hero 13 is even more intriguing. I really doubt that apart from 13, no one else in our country knows about this plan. Li Guomin looked out the window thoughtfully. Old Li, do you think what I said makes sense? Li Guomin said, don't make noise, I'm thinking about something. What's up? Don't make any noise. Mars base. Wu Deshio took the slate and quickly walked to the command hall. This is a product of the earth, granite. Wu Deshio placed the slate on the table, and Yu Tianming and the others all gathered around. Some people looked at it for a while, then tested the density of the granite, and said, yes, it is granite. Mars doesn't have one. So far, we know that there are none. Be more rigorous. Yu Tianming said, granite is produced in many places, and the main producing areas are in 7 provinces. This 1 inch, he shook his head, is not easy to find. Yes, using this to look for it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There is no specific address or name written on it. Can they really do it perfectly? Even on Mars, without leaving any trace? Wu Deshio glanced at the geologist who was speaking and sighed softly. This confidentiality has become the only problem now. Yu Tianming took a deep breath, looked at the people who were eagerly waiting, and said in a deep voice, the country and the people don't know whether they are still alive, but we must find a way to find them no matter what. If Mars doesn't have them, then the plan to find the 13 heroes who protect the country will continue until we can land on Venus, Jupiter, and even Saturn. He paused, and then continued, finding them is not only about letting them return to their roots, but also about finding the secret of landing on Mars from them. Find the secret of the alien race. Yu Tianming said, from now on, all matters on Mars will be suspended. The bases of the other 4 countries will cooperate with us to search for heroes on Mars on a large scale. Wu Deshio asked, teacher, is there any news from the motherland? No, although wuxiang is a specialty of jujube cakes, Li Guomin investigated half of the list and found no clues related to the 7th son. Also, Yu Tianming reached out and touched the stone slab. Li Guomin said that we should suggest making the Tiandao National Defense Plan public so that the public will know about it. It will be much easier to investigate. Wu Deshio looked at the slate, was silent for a while, shook his head and said, let's not make it public. The consequences of making it public are a bit difficult to predict. The Mars base has just been built. Let's consider this matter after we find the whereabouts of the 13 heroes. It's just a suggestion. Yu Tianming waved his hand and looked at the words on the stone slab. The following year, on February 2nd, the dragon raises its head. I want to go home and take a look, but I know I can't go back. The captain has asked me to stay at camp number 3 for more than half a month, and they haven't come back yet. I am not worried about their death. They are all stronger than me. If they have to die, I will die first. But after I die, can I return to my motherland and hometown? It's very cold outside, but luckily there are enough equipment in the camp. I have 2 bottles of bloodline potion, which should be enough. Lao Jiao said that if he died, he asked me to help him send his things back. That's crazy. How can I send them from Mars? Very unhappy. I'm afraid of being alone, but sometimes I think the night on Mars is as beautiful as my hometown. The blue sun doesn't appear often. I can take pictures, but I can't save them. Sometimes I just lie under the blue sun and dare not sleep. Sunbathing can accelerate our cell reproduction, and the effect of the blood potion will be more obvious. The captain sent me a message saying they had won another great victory, but Old Ten was injured. The captain said it was no big deal. I always felt that the captain was too optimistic. Or maybe he wasn't optimistic, he just wanted to comfort me. He really treated me like a child. Don't I understand? I understand. We've run out of fuel and don't have enough kinetic energy. The dark star stuff is good, but it consumes a lot of energy. It seems to be snowing outside. I'm afraid they are missing the snow so much that they are going crazy. The captain said that if anyone wants to go back, they will execute the human sun return plan after they die. I'm afraid there's no chance to return. I just ambushed a dark star team. The captain scolded me and told me to retreat. I don't have time. This slab will probably stay on Mars forever. Who cares? Goodbye, Camp 3. I will be back. The last 5 words were twisted and very sloppy. Yu Tianming gently stroked the stone slab, as if he was touching the hands that had carved the words on the stone slab back then. He squeezed it gently. Qi Zi, I don't know your name, and I don't know where you are from, but I know you are a hero, and I hold your hand. A clear tear appeared in Yu Tianming's vicissitudes of life eyes, and he squeezed it back. Earth. Xia Country. Space Hall. Everyone looked at the words on the slate in silence. The old man said, the Heavenly Tao project has been implemented for at least 15 years, or even longer. Sir, Li Guomin sent back a message saying that Wuxiang has not found any clues about the 7th son and it has nothing to do with the missing persons. The old man listened to the secretary's words and clenched his fists. Everyone, do you want to make it public? He asked everyone present. Should the Heavenly Tao National Defense Plan be made public? The scene was silent. Sir. A voice came from Yu Tianming, the 7th son's file chip has been repaired successfully, and we can continue to crack it. Hurry. The old man was shocked. Mars, Xia Kingdom Base. Half an hour later, Kaput, Bagoshev and others arrived. They sat in the conference hall and looked at the big virtual screen attentively. The picture is shaky. The 7th son lay on the ground, motionless. Ahem, another major blood transfusion. The 7th son's voice was a little gritted. The captain said that the people of our motherland will never forget us. Is what the captain said true? He muttered to himself, sounding extremely tired. The Heavenly Tao National Defense Plan, cough cough cough. The 7th son coughed violently, I have run out of ammunition and food, all my energy has been used up, and all my bloodline potions have been used up. The captain said that I have grown into a man, and I can turn the tide and take charge on my own. Fraud. The 7th son was spitting something out, making a few poo sounds. He said that when most of the people were dead, he would implement the human son return plan. But our roots are no longer on Earth, not in my hometown. We are a tree without roots. The captain lied to me for 15 years. 15 years. The Tiandao project has been going on for 15 years. If I die, no matter who it is, please go and see my hometown, my parents, on my behalf. As long as the motherland is prosperous and the people live and work in peace and contentment, then it is a worthy death. Today is the 7th day of the Chinese New Year, and it is also my birthday. I wish me a happy birthday. I wish me a happy birthday. I wish me a happy birthday. A loud thunderclap interrupted the 7th son's words. 7th brother. A sharp voice came from a distance. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Could it be that this is the day when the 7th son dies? Everyone who watched this scene felt as if their hearts were being torn apart. The 7th son is so young and energetic. From what he said before, he felt that he was a young man full of optimism. He is alone on Mars guarding the Earth and his motherland. Even after 20 years, he is still that young man. But he went to the abyss for his motherland and his people. Enduring loneliness, solitude, and suffering, my only wish is to go home to see my parents and have a bite of date cake. What a simple wish. But for the 7th son, it is so far away. His youth on Mars was lonelier than some of the cutest people guarding the frontier alone. 7th brother. The figure hugged the 7th son, and at this moment, the figure rushing over seemed to be captured by the camera. Don't move, I'm recording it. The 7th son pressed the man's face, if we are seen, we will be sinners for all eternity. Yu Tianming clenched his fists tightly. What a sinner for all eternity. You are the cutest people in Xia country and the most immortal people. What a fool. 7th son, you are a fool. 7th son. He sat on the ground, holding the 7th son. Old 9, do you know how much I envy you? The person who came was the 9th son. What do you envy me for? The 7th son chuckled. The captain said that you are calm and sensible, and that you can keep your composure and control the overall situation better than I can. He also said that you have a careful mind and are much better at adapting to changing circumstances than I am. In the captain's eyes, I am just a reckless man, right? No. The 9th son's voice sounded much more gentle, but there was also a sense of determination in it. Only this time, determination turned into sadness. Don't lie to me. The seventh son laughed heartily. The captain is prejudiced against me. The ninth son bowed his head and said, nonsense, the captain treats all of us the same. Although you are the seventh, you are the youngest. Do you know how worried the captain is about you? He was fighting against 3 phalanxes of dark stars on Venus, and he also asked me to keep an eye on you and not let anything happen to you. He is most worried about you and cares about you the most. Really? The seventh son's voice trembled a little. The ninth son held the seventh son and lowered his head. Yeah, of course. The captain has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The seventh son smiled foolishly. Old 9, I cough, cough, cough. Don't talk any more. The ninth son's voice was a little low, with a strong sense of sadness. I'll suffocate if I don't speak. Then you tell me. The seventh son lay in the ninth son's arms, pointing to the distant sky. Laojio, our home is on that blue planet, but I can't go back now. If I die, you must bring my body back. I don't want to die here. Silence. The ninth son did not answer. In the hall, everyone's face looked heavy and solemn. Su Xiaomin kept wiping her tears. Her eyes were like fountains, unable to stop the crystal tears. The seventh son is about to die. This is what everyone who watched this scene thought. Although they were reluctant to witness this scene with their own eyes, judging from the reaction of the ninth son, the seventh son might not survive this time. Wu Dexiu sat on the chair, not knowing what to feel. The 13 sons went to fight outside the sky to carry out the Tiandao plan to protect the country. If one of the 13 died, there would be one less son. In the end, just as the captain said, 13 bodies were left in the cold and cruel space. They couldn't even find the remains of the heroes and couldn't bring them back in the first place. Go home. Never thought it was so far away. You won't die. The ninth son comforted the seventh son in a particularly tender tone. The seventh son murmured, really? You lied to me again. No, I'm not lying to you. I'll take you to Venus. The captain has a solution there. Captain. Forget it, the captain can't even take care of himself. Do you think I don't know, Captain? What the captain has to bear is much heavier than what we have. I don't want anything else to happen just because he wants to save me. I'm already a sinner for all eternity. If I die so quickly, I'll be holding you back. No, you didn't, old 7, have you forgotten your battle record? The ninth son finally choked up. When he choked up, the people in the hall finally started to explode, with intermittent sobs coming one after another. Tears flashed in Yu Tianming's eyes as he stared at the big screen with bloodshot eyes. On Earth, Li Guomin, Su Xiaoxiao and others were also watching this scene through an encrypted remote connection. The hero's hometown must be found. Li Guomin said, gritting his teeth. Although the heroes have passed away, their spirits are still here, and we must not let them lose heart. Although, probably, the heroes don't even think about this. But the younger generation must not let the heroes down. We can't let down the heroes who protect our country. The voice of the ninth son echoed on the screen. On September 18th of the first year, you, the 8th and the 10th brothers were responsible for destroying the first portal set up by Dark Star on Mars. You destroyed it perfectly and also killed 3 squadrons of Dark Star. On March 17th of the following year, you successfully ambushed a Dark Star squad, destroyed a battleship, destroyed 3 mechas, and killed 53 Dark Star dogs. On July 7th of the following year, you went deep into the Tiger's Den alone, broke into the Dark Star warship, blew up their transmission bridge, and disrupted the saturation strike they were preparing to carry out on Jupiter. Year 3. As the ninth son spoke, the seventh son laughed from time to time. The 15th year, the 7th day of the 5th month. The voice of the ninth son began to wail loudly. The seventh son was at Mars Camp 1, which had been rebuilt 15 times, and encountered 5 Dark Star phalanxes. 5 square formations. Wu Dexiu stood up unconsciously. A square formation consists of 3 warships and 9 to 15 mechas, so the Dark Star people have a strength of at least 500 people. The seventh son detonated the deep space universe and was surrounded by the Dark Stars. He was out of ammunition and food, and his energy was exhausted. Damn it. We didn't have time to support him. We are useless, we are waste. The ninth son cried heartbreakingly. This is the 19th time I've seen you cry, Lao Jiao. You're such a crybaby. The seventh son stretched out his hand to wipe the stuff off the ninth son's face, but his hand dropped halfway. Seventh brother. The ninth son's voice was sharp and torn, as if his heart was torn into pieces by this voice. Lao Jiao, remember, take me home. I don't want to sleep in this cold place for a long time. Seventh son. The ninth son hugged the seventh son tightly, put his face against the seventh son's face, and rubbed it continuously. Wake up. Don't sleep, ah. Don't sleep. In the empty Martian wilderness, the only sound was the wailing of the ninth son. In the distance, the war continued, and piles of warships, mechas, and Dark Star wreckage piled up into mountains. Su Xiaomin couldn't stop crying. Suda handed her tissues many times, but Suda, a man, cried also. Yu Tianming's tears fell one by one. He didn't make any sound. If there was no one here, he would definitely not be able to hold it in. Child. Yu Tianming's heart was bleeding. Kaput, Bagoshev and others also lowered their heads. They didn't want others to see them shedding tears for the Xia people. In the picture, the ninth son was holding the body of the seventh son, and from his back he was staring into the distance. On this lonely earth, there are only these two solitary figures. Ahem, I'm not completely asleep yet. You really are a woman, crying so miserably. The ninth son was delighted, and his voice suddenly became very gentle. Yes, I am a woman, but what's wrong with being a woman? No wonder you like to stick to the captain so much. The seventh son laughed heartily. Su Xiaomin couldn't help but chuckled. He lied to us about our tears. Hero, don't fall asleep. Captain. The ninth son's voice changed. Old 9, where is old 7? The captain's voice was still the same, absolutely calm and decisive. The ninth son of old 7 bowed his head, and the silhouette of the seventh son shook his head. Old 7 is with me. Are you okay? It's okay, just a little hurt. Evacuate immediately. We have given Camp 1 to them. We don't want it anymore. The captain's voice left no room for doubt. Leave immediately. Put Mars on hold for now. Plan 121 is already halfway through. Let them think they have occupied Mars first. After the captain's voice fell, he added another sentence. Keep an eye on old 7. This kid is a real worry. Just as the seventh son was about to speak, ripples suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Old 9, the Dark Star's teleportation array is here. The seventh son pushed the ninth son aside and sat up. The captain said that we should give up Mars. We have given up temporarily. Even if they are on Mars, they cannot invade the Earth. Now Project 121 has already held back Dark Star. The ninth son stood up. He had a slim figure and wore a pleasing silver armor. Let's go. She reached out to pull the seventh child. Boom. A laser cannonball is fired. We've been discovered. The ninth son's tone suddenly became extremely cold. Seventh brother, use your mecha to transform and follow me. Quickly, we have to leave immediately, otherwise we won't be able to leave. Seventh son. The ninth son turned around and saw the seventh son rushing forward. Old 9, go tell the captain that I have never brought shame to the Tiandao National Defense Team. The seventh son let out a steel-like roar and rushed towards the teleportation array. I am the seventh son of the Xia Kingdom. I am the pride of the people. Even if I die, I will protect my motherland, my hometown, and my comrades. The mecha on the seventh son spread its wings and burst into a scorching light. Seventh brother. The ninth son staggered and almost fell to the ground. Old 9, I won't live long anyway. Do you really think the captain can save me? Why save a dying person like me? There are only so many in the medical kit. They are too precious. Go away. Don't look at me anymore. Do you want to see how heroically I die? The seventh son rushed into the teleportation array, and the next second, a deafening roar tore through the teleportation array. The ninth son choked up and said, "Seventh brother, how can I explain to the captain if you do this? What else can I explain? From the moment we arrived on Mars, weren't we destined to be sacrificed at any time? When Laoshi died, the captain deliberately kept it from me." The seventh son's voice turned into a rolling torrent, merging into this earth-shaking explosion. Whoosh! A figure was thrown out from the torn teleportation array. He fell beside the camp, hugged the recorder, and yelled, "You're not leaving, right? If you don't leave, I'll curse you to never get married." The picture could no longer be seen, and only the determined voice of the ninth son could be heard. "Goodbye, seventh son of Xia country. Ha 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 ha, come on, you dark star thieves, come on, come on." The seventh son's voice sounded a little crazy. As some flying vehicles and footsteps approached, the picture suddenly darkened. There were a few more rumbling sounds, and the seventh son seemed to have fallen somewhere. "Oops, where's my recorder?" The sound suddenly stopped. Sizzle. The Heavenly Down National Defense Plan, the 7th day of the 5th month of the 15th year, is the Master's 32nd birthday. I am separated from the Master and fall into an eternal sleep. If anyone finds the Master, please start the Son of Man return plan and bring the Master home. In the hall, everyone took a deep breath. Dare not breathe. Dare not speak. What the seventh son wanted most was to go home. This may not just be what the seventh son thinks, but all the 13 sons should think so. The cold electronic voice sounds ruthless, but the audience is paying attention. Those words of going home sting everyone's heart. This is what the seventh son recorded. It may not seem like much, but he was stationed on Mars alone, and it was very precious for him to be able to record so much. Judging from his records, he was stationed on Mars alone most of the time. Finally, died on Mars. Yu Tianming took a deep breath and raised his head again. Is there any more information inside? Professor, no, there is very little information. The expert who decoded the chip shook his head, but it is still a lot. Their recording method is very troublesome and can be easily detected by alien races. There are many layers of encryption codes. It is commendable that the seventh son could record so many things. Wu Deshio said, "Xiao Min." Teacher. Su Xiaomin still had a tearful tone. Can you find the approximate location based on the last scene? Wu Deshio looked at Su Xiaomin with great confidence. Su Xiaomin wiped her eyes and said, "Teacher, I will try my best. No, I will try every possible way to find it." "No, teacher, the chip was found by us in the Dragon 1 impact crater, so the seventh child should not be far away, definitely not more than 100 kilometers away." Wu Deshio said, "Yes. Look at me, I am a little confused. The seventh son died in the Dragon 1 impact crater." Everyone at the scene made eye contact with each other. First, arrange for people to search for clues. Since the recorder was found in the Dragon 1 impact crater, we should continue to explore within a radius of 100 kilometers. Yu Tianming said, also, search for available signal sources on Mars in a large area to see if there are other heroes left on Mars. Wu Deshio said, "Teacher, the flag of our Xia country was left in the battleship," and the recorded voice came from the captain. Yu Tianming looked at the information on the screen under his eyes. Could it be that the battlefield of the Dragon 1 impact crater was fought by the seventh son alone? The captain's voice. Wu Deshio looked at Yu Tianming in confusion. Yu Tianming pondered for a while and said, "We still have to continue digging. Let's make a plan now. We don't know whether the dark star is destroyed or still exists. This is very dangerous. Xiao Min, get ready and go to the Dragon 1 impact crater." Su Xiaomin, Suda and others immediately saluted and said, "Yes, teacher." Yu Tianming glanced back and said with a smile, "The students you teach are really not bad." Xia State, Wu Township. Li Guomin opened the car door and rushed down under the scorching sun. "Everyone, get out of the car. Check. Today we have to check all the residents on Wuxiang's list. The next step is other places. Don't tell me it's hot. If you keep saying it's hot, don't even think about it unless you write a 5,000-word self-criticism." Su Xiaoxiao got out of the car. She covered her forehead with her hand and glanced at the sky. The sky is blue with white clouds. If you hadn't been carrying the burden for us on Mars, Venus, and the outer edge of the Earth, how could we be so comfortable here and enjoy life? Afraid of heat? I'm afraid of your mother. Su Xiaoxiao strode forward. Xiaogua authorities and global connections. There is a discussion about whether the 13 sons of the nation should be made public. Some were in favor, some were against, and for the moment it was impossible to decide whether it should be made public to the world directly or done step by step. The United States and the Bear Country believed that if they wanted to make the secret public, they should at least find one of the 13 sons first. Otherwise, what is to be made public? They knew nothing about the Dark Star and only had a superficial understanding of the 13 sons. Isn't this just a joke to billions of people around the world? Mars Base. Yu Tianming kept the 7th son's recording chip. When the time comes, bring it back to Earth. Make sure nothing goes wrong with it. We have already collected everything inside, and it will remain in our Xia country's history museum. The assistant took the box and felt it was heavy. He bowed and retreated. Yu Tianming was looking at the screen. Su Xiaoman, Suda and others had already arrived at the Dragon 1 impact crater in a flying car. According to the last scene in the recorder, the battlefield of the Dragon 1 impact crater should have been completed by the 7th son alone. However, the captain's voice appeared in the battleship, and there might be something else happening. Now they have to advance 100 kilometers around the impact crater to search for the whereabouts of the 7th son. If Dark Star hadn't taken his body away. Su Xiaoman even thought. If Dark Star took him away, in order to obtain information about the Earth, would it not kill him? Then he would survive. As soon as this thought came out, Su Xiaoman laughed at herself again. How could the 7th son, such a steely man, be captured alive? Su Xiaoman drew a 100-kilometer circular map based on the terrain. They would use various means to investigate within this 100-kilometer range to see whether the 7th son was buried in this area. A total of 100-person team was dispatched this time, consisting of 5 bases. Su Xiaoman, Suda, Chen Su and others came to the previous cave. This is where the recorder was found. Although it was lost by the 7th son, judging from the last scene, it should not be too far away. Where the box was found. The surrounding was circled. Su Xiaoman squatted here. Since she was inside the cave, she couldn't compare the surrounding environment. She frowned and thought, observing from 4 directions along the location where the chip was found, but the cave was sealed. There was no exit except for the huge rock on the top. Suda said, Xiaomin, I'll go check the surrounding walls, maybe I'll find something. He came to the wall right in front of him, touched the wall first to test the value of the wall, and found that it was not ordinary rock, but piled up gravel. Su Xiaoman thought of the location of Camp Number 3, which was completely different from here and not on the same level. Camp 1 should be nearby. In the last scene, the 7th son rushed from Camp 1 to the Dark Star's teleportation array. Later, when he got the recorder and said goodbye to the 9th son, he was still in Camp 1. So, Camp 1 is here. She immediately told Wu Dexiu this idea. Wu Dexiu also thought that what she said made sense, which explained why the captain's voice was recorded in the battleship in advance and a flag of the Xia country was hidden in it. Camp 1 is located in the Dragon 1 impact crater. There really is God's will in all things. Wu Dexiu looked at the Martian sky for a while and reported the matter to Yu Tianming. The second survey team traveled to various places on Mars to search for possible sources of the signal. Mars is so big, there should be other heroes buried here, but the captain's message in the battleship said that they might not be found, and perhaps some of them are on other planets. But it is not ruled out that Mars may be the place where the 13 Sons' final battle takes place. If we follow this inference, even if the Dark Star was not destroyed, it was at least severely damaged and could not recover in a short period of time. In fact, this argument was basically confirmed as early as when the existence of the Dark Star was discovered and the 13 Sons set out to implement the Tiandao National Defense Plan. Now, they are looking for the whereabouts of the 13th Son. At the same time, it is also a race against time. They must not be so arrogant as to think that the Dark Star has been completely destroyed. Even if the Dark Star is destroyed, there is no guarantee that there won't be the next Dark Star 1 or Dark Star 2. Alien races exist in the vast universe, and one day they will meet Earth civilization. The 13 Sons' plan to protect the country simply brought all this forward. After Wu Dexiu and Yu Tianming finished their discussion, Yu Tianming changed the topic. Dexiu, there is a discussion on Earth recently about whether to make the 13 Sons public. Let the 13 Sons be made public to the entire nation, so that the hero's path to protecting the country can spread throughout the world. Wu Dexiu asked, what is the result of the discussion? It's half and half, some people agree and some people disagree. It's like this stalemate. Yeah, actually I don't recommend making it public at this time. This is not news worth making public. However, I am conflicted. I think the heroic deeds should be known to everyone. They have the right to know. Yu Tianming turned and looked at Wu Dexiu. At least, on this point, the Xia people have it, and they should have it, and they must have it. Wu Dexiu was about to speak. Teacher. Found something. Su Xiaoman's voice was very excited. Teacher, we found a gap that was not blocked. This gap connects to a large canyon, Mariner Valley. Mariner Valley. Wu Dexiu and Yu Tianming both knew about this canyon, which was formed by the cracking of the Earth's crust, not by water and glacial erosion. Could it be? Will the seventh sun be in Mariner Valley? Yu Tianming immediately said, go and investigate right away. There may be crustal movement in Mariner Valley. The magnitude is not large. Just be careful. Su Xiaoman released the drone through the gap, and a long and narrow sandy corridor stretched forward with no end in sight. Su Xiaoman muttered, could it be that before the seventh sun died, he walked straight ahead from here to avoid being chased by the Dark Star people? Thinking of this, her eyes turned red again, and she and Suda went into the gap together. That shouldn't be the case. There is absolutely no way that the seventh sun could escape. Su Xiaoman walked in the sandy corridor, thinking to herself. Wu Dexiu stood in the deputy command post and looked at the satellite positioning. The direction Su Xiaoman and the others were heading was indeed towards Sailor's Canyon. Could it be that the seventh sun is really in Mariner Valley? Wu Dexiu was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands. Suda looked at the navigation satellite and turned back to say, Xiaomin, we are only 50 kilometers away from Mariner Valley. The teacher has already scanned it with satellites. It is very safe there. I suggest you speed up. Okay. Su Xiaoman nodded. The two men started accelerating, and dozens of people behind them immediately followed. 10 kilometers to go. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Suda said, stop. He stopped with his fist clenched, and stared ahead through the thick space suit. Mariner Valley is not an underground canyon, but is on the ground, where sunlight can directly reach it, but they have passed through the underground cave corridor and are now also under the floor of the canyon. Let me go in and take a look first. Suda looked at Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman said, wait a minute, we still. There is a signal. Chen Su shouted while holding the receiver. Suda looked at Chen Su in confusion. Signal? How can there be a signal? This place has been scanned by satellites, so if there is a signal, it will definitely be received. Chen Su said excitedly, Xiaomin. Suda. This signal source is the same as the recorder code we found before, from the same code series. When Suda heard this, he turned around abruptly and rushed in without hesitation. Su Xiaoman hurriedly followed, and just as she entered, she vaguely heard some sounds. It seems like someone is singing. Su Xiaoman widened her eyes. Could it be that the seventh sun was still alive? She walked forward excitedly and found Suda standing motionless in front of her. Suda murmured, Xiaomin, Chen Su, listen, listen. A big river with wide waves, the wind blowing the fragrance of rice flowers on both sides, my home is on the bank, I am used to hearing the boatman's call and seeing the white sails on the boat. The old horse old-fashioned retro tape voice gently sings a song. This song, like those great songs of the Xia kingdom, is engraved in the bones of every Xia citizen. In the blood. Even in the DNA mentioned on the internet. Su Xiaoman's heart was pounding. She stood beside Suda, looking at the thing on the ground that looked like an old tape recorder, and hummed the song. Chen Su also came over, and the three of them stood side by side. The girl is like a flower, and the boy has a broad mind. In order to open up a new world, they awakened the sleeping mountains and changed the appearance of the rivers. The high-pitched female voice flowed out from the old tape recorder, bringing time and years. Quietly. Slowly. Leaving no trace. Cleanse everyone's heart. Su Xiaomin couldn't help but sing loudly, "This is the beautiful motherland." Suda also began to sing, "This is where I grew up. In this vast land, there are beautiful scenery everywhere." Dozens of people following behind him spoke at the same time. Wu Dexiu, Yu Tianming, and others at the Mars base also sang along. Their voices were so loud that they seemed to break through the clouds and reach the top of the universe. "This is the heroic motherland, where I grew up. In this ancient land, there is the power of youth everywhere." The singing infected people from other countries. People like Kaput and Bagoshev stood up, looked at the screen and paid the highest respect to the hero. There is only so much they can do. The song continues and reaches the earth. When the song came out, the old man knew that the identity of the seventh son was about to come to light. In the space program hall, the singing was like waves, and it even spread outside, and people in the security booth couldn't help but sing along. They didn't know why everyone was singing this song, but they knew that this song, like several other songs, represented the motherland. Amid the singing, Suda shouted, "Salute! Salute to our heroes!" Su Xiaomin, Chen Su, and others waved their hands vigorously and saluted towards the front. There was excitement on each of their faces and tears in each of their eyes. The seventh son used this song to accompany him to eternal sleep. He loves his motherland more than anyone else. Here, at the last moment of his life, there was no one with him, only this song. How much power does this song bring to him? Are they the people of the era that this song was written in? After Su Deli finished speaking, he walked forward step by step. With each step, his breathing quickened. Behind the singing, there was a suit of armor that looked like a wreckage. It was pitch black and blended perfectly with the surroundings. The seventh son. Suda's eyes were red. He walked over solemnly, his body straight, past the sound, and finally saw the armor. "Lie here quietly. Open it." Yu Tianming's voice trembled violently, "Open it, and see if our heroic seventh son isn't here." Suda said, "Yes." He squatted down, stretched out his hand, and pulled it back when it was about to touch the armor. He clenched his fists repeatedly, and his breathing became different from before, especially rapid. He felt difficulty breathing, as if he was suffocating. "I'll do it." Su Xiaomin walked over, picked up the old tape recorder, handed it to Chen Su, and then came to Suda. She whispered, "Hero, if you can feel us coming, you will definitely be very happy." As she said that, she pressed the mecha and found the button to turn it on through data retrieval. With a hissing sound, the mask on the armor opened. Wu Dexiu leaned on the table and stared at the screen without blinking. At this moment, nearly 100,000 people in major bases on Earth and Mars were watching this scene. Will the hero be in there? The ultimate silence. The masks were finally all opened. But it was empty inside. Su Xiaomin had been looking forward to it for so long, but she didn't expect that there was no seventh son in the mecha. Suda also opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect that the mecha was found, but the seventh son was not in it. Could it be that he was really captured by the Dark Star people? Right at this moment. Sizzle, sizzle dot. The same data gene was tested to activate the armor. The test data proved that the gene that activated the armor came from the Earth, from the owner's hometown. "Master, my mission is over. I will now start the human return plan, connect to the main database, execute the plan, and take you home." Su Xiaomin quickly glanced at Suda. Suda said, "Teacher, motherland, maybe the seventh son of the hero is here." As soon as he finished speaking, the mecha automatically separated, revealing a dark and cold box that was isolated from any signal detection. The box is 2 meters long and 70 centimeters wide. Su Xiaomin said, "Teacher. Motherland. Discover, discover. Sleeping cabin." Suda took over. With a click, the box is opened. The cold air inside came out instantly. The temperature reached -399 degrees Celsius. Amidst the icy mist, a cold body was sleeping here. The seventh son of the Xia kingdom is buried here. The moment Su Xiaomin saw this body, she covered her mouth, not daring to look, and tears fell down her face. Suda gritted his teeth, controlled his emotions, and said word by word, "Teacher, Master Yu, Motherland, we found the seventh son of the 13 heroes 30 meters underground in Sailor Canyon. He is buried here. Test results show, vital signs, none." Wu Deshio fell into the chair and turned his head with some difficulty to look at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Motherland, we have found the seventh son, and he is sleeping forever." Earth. Xiagua Space Program Hall. The old man clenched his fists. They have a plan to return the Son of Man to his homeland, which is to allow the heroes to return home and return to their roots. Yu Tianming, bring the hero home. Yes. Yu Tianming stood up straight. Bring the hero home. Wu Deshio said in a sonorous voice, "Bring the hero home." Suda said, "Hero, we will take you home." He picked up the cold and stiff corpse from the sleeping cabin, his face solemn, and walked back step by step. "You guys check around to see if there are any other clues," Su Xiaomin said with a sob and followed Suda. Suda held the body of the seventh son. Due to the low temperature, the seventh son's body did not thaw. After Suda walked out of the cave, people from other bases stood on both sides and looked at Suda solemnly. "Salute," someone shouted, and they all performed the highest etiquette gesture. Suda walked towards the flying car step by step, each step was very steady. He didn't want the hero to be restless in his arms. This life's turmoil is enough. That's enough. Drive back to the base. Yu Tianming, Wu Deshio, and others were waiting at the gate of the base. When they saw Suda carrying the seventh son down, Yu Tianming raised his hand tremblingly and saluted. "Welcome home, heroes. For Mars, a base is a temporary home." At this moment, the seventh son finally returned home. His long-cherished wish of returning home finally came true. Xia Country's Mars base, Operations Hall. The seventh son lay on the ice coffin. This ice coffin was temporarily built at the base to preserve the body of the seventh son. The body of the seventh son had thawed. He was 1.9 meters tall and lay there quietly. He had a strong face and delicate features, and seemed to be only in his 20s. Yu Tianming and the others couldn't connect this appearance with the steel-like voice in the video. "He is so young," Su Xiaomin said softly. "He looks younger than me." Chen Su felt heavy-hearted. 15 years later, the seventh son died in the 15th year of the Tiandao National Protection Plan. Even after his death, the plan continued and some people were still fighting. Experts have confirmed time and again that the seventh child is completely dead and there is no chance of saving him. Yu Tianming held the nameplate in his hand. This is the seventh son's only proof of identity, and it is also something they have been searching for a long time. The seventh son's name was Song Xuebing, and he was from Shan Province. There is no indication on the nameplate as to which city or district in Shan Province it is. However, once we confirmed that it was in Mountain Province, the scope was narrowed a lot, making it easier to find. It's a really unremarkable name. Yu Tianming held the nameplate tightly, waiting for confirmation from the country. Earth. The three characters, Song Xuebing, appear in thousands of citizen records, if not hundreds of thousands. After comparing household registrations, all of these Song Zubings were found, and the deceased Song Zubings were also compared and all had their origins. There are a total of 97 Song Xuebing in Shan Province, all of which are built and can be found. Li Guomin ran back and forth with sweat all over his forehead. He was so tired that he almost got heat stroke several times. He rested for a while and then continued on. "Are you done with the comparison?" He was holding a bottle of iced mineral water, breathing heavily. Su Xiaoxiao said, "After comparing everything, the information about the seventh son, Song Xuebing, does not exist." Li Guomin smiled bitterly. "The Tiandao National Defense Plan is so secretive, it is normal for his name and date of birth to be destroyed. We can only use another method. Face recognition. This technology has been popularized and used on a large scale for decades and is very mature. The Xia state authorities took action immediately, but unfortunately, they offended the seventh son and used facial recognition, but failed to find any clues. He seemed to have been completely eliminated from the Xia kingdom and no longer existed. The seventh son, Song Shiwebing, is from Shandong province, but he can't find his hometown, which is really a headache. If Song Shiwebing was hastily sent back to a city in Shandong province, wouldn't it be disheartening for this hero? The old man turned on the remote connection and listened to the songs that the seventh son Song Shiwebing had listened to all his life. With one word, he made the final decision for the core leaders of other countries. Reveal the heavenly down national defense plan. The return of a hero should not remain unknown. They are the light of all mankind. The United States immediately retorted, to make it public now will only increase panic, and there is no need for us to make it public. Now is not the time for everyone to mobilize the army. The European side also thinks so. If it were to be made public, danger must have already arrived, but now the danger may have been completely eliminated by the 13th son. There is no need to make this plan public. The old man looked at their opinions and said coldly, whether you make it public or not is your business. They are the heroes of our Xia country. The 1.8 billion people in our Xia country have the right and the qualification to know this. They are qualified to wait for the heroes to return, and wait for them to go home. The US side was puzzled and said, what is the point of meaningless disclosure? This matter is not yet to the point where everyone needs to participate. Why do we need to make it public and cause panic around the world? Panic. The old man smiled. They are heroes, heroes who protect their country, heroes who fight alone in the universe to protect the earth. 13 people have been carrying out the heavenly down national defense plan for more than 15 years, perhaps 20 years or even longer. They died for their country. They died for peace. They fought alone in the cold universe so that we could build a base on Mars and mine resources on the moon without any scruples. Heroes should be remembered, not hidden. We, the 1.8 billion people of Xia country, should know where heroes belong and why they are heroes. They should know that everyone can become a hero. As the universe expands, there will always be civilizations. Is the Dark Star civilization the only one in the universe? The old man slammed the table with a loud bang. The 1.8 billion people of Xia country, you know, the hero has returned home. The United States was speechless. Xiongguo also fell silent. If Xiaoguo wanted to make it public, they couldn't stop it, nor did they have the right to stop it. If you want to make it public, then go ahead and make it public. If you make it public, it won't make any difference whether we make it public or not. After the US side finished speaking, it cut off the connection. There was silence in the Xia Kingdom Space Program Hall. The old man looked at everyone present and said slowly, in a few days, the hero Song Shiwebing will return home. From now on, we can publicize the hero's return in the official media and on the internet. The people should never forget the heroes. But remember the heroes. In the end, they will be heroes. The bloodline of the Xia Kingdom has continued for thousands of years. One hero after another came into the world in this way, and after going through layers of hardships, they became the greatest heroes in the hearts of the people. Mountain Province. Li Guomin was typing on the keyboard. Xiao, I have thought of a way. What solution? Su Xiao was also very tired these days, but she was full of energy. When she heard about the solution, she immediately put down the coffee in her hand. Li Guomin said, the country is ready to make the hero's return public, so we can let go and notify the civil affairs and public security departments. We want to push the name of the hero Song Shiwebing to every family in Shandong province. Remember, every family. After Li Guomin confirmed this method, he reported it to his superiors and finally got the result. It can be implemented. The Shandong provincial authorities, in cooperation with the Civil Affairs Bureau and the Public Security Bureau, began pushing news about Song Shiwebing to every household's mobile phone. The content is simple. If you have a child named Song Shiwebing in your family, but he or she is missing or has left, including death, please report it to the local authorities immediately. This is a solution that is not a solution. This will take a lot of public energy, but it has to be done. The day the hero returns, he must return to his hometown first, he must. After the message was pushed out, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Official media began to report the incident extensively and pushed the news to mobile phones across the country through the 3 major operators. On July 15, the heroes who protected the country returned from the universe. The day of their return was broadcast live across the country. they are the greatest heroes of our time, no one else. The 13 of them guarded the deep space alone, for the motherland and for the Earth, and will sleep forever in the cold universe. 7.15 Let the whole country witness the heroes returning home. These push messages instantly fermented on major media and online platforms. Many people were stunned by the overwhelming news. Even the day the Mars base was completed was not so grand. The Xia kingdom was in an uproar because of this incident. Mars, on the other hand, is very quiet. Apart from going out to survey and search for heroic relics, the base has been very quiet these past few days. Song Shiwebing's body was placed in an ice coffin, and the controlled temperature blew on his seemingly rosy and bright cheeks. It seemed like I just fell asleep comfortably at home. In the base's technology research factory, experts studied the wreckage of the Dark Star battleship and mecha day and night, and all that was left for them to study were the wreckage. It's a pity that we can't research core technologies, otherwise it would be an unimaginable boost to the technological leap forward on Earth. In addition to the Xia people, the experts present came from other countries and regions. This is what the agreement states: all countries have the right to share everything on Mars. Wu Dexiu stood in the research workshop, looking at the fragments of the warships, which even though they had turned into wreckage, were still as huge as a behemoth. This is the weapon the Dark Stars used to attack us. As soon as experts took over these wreckages, they discovered their rarity. In terms of materials, Earth and Mars naturally do not have it, but it is extremely durable and applicable. After smelting, it can be rebuilt, which is 3 levels higher than the current overall warship level on Earth. This is good news for the planet. The materials of mechas are more precious, but the raw materials that can be obtained after smelting are very few. This material is different from battleships. Once smelted, 80% of the material will be lost. Very wasteful. Wu Dexiu sighed. Now that I think about it, it's still a pity. It was clearly a complete warship. Zhao Wei, the chief engineer in charge of building the base, said, "Old Wu, these warships have a very high level of technology, probably between level 2 and level 3 civilization. But this is just our speculation. The Dark Star civilization is likely to have reached level 3. These high-tech warships and mechas have their own consciousness. They are only destroying themselves now. It should be that the 13th Sun used the same technology as the Dark Star civilization to modify the parameters. However, even though the parameters have been modified, the terminals of these warships and mechas are still on the Dark Star side. The 13th Sun's modification authority should be limited. He can only ensure that the warships will always exist to the greatest extent possible. But this was not something they could have anticipated. Zhao Wei took off his glasses, rubbed his sore eyes, and continued, "These materials are actually not harder than the hardest material on Earth. Relatively speaking, they are very soft. This is the change brought about by technology. This is equivalent to a particle material that has the properties of shrinkage and impact damage. I just calculated that once a warship crashes and collides with the Earth, the warship's material will become very elastic and reduce the damage to the greatest extent." Zhao Wei said, clicking his tongue. "This is exactly the material we've always dreamed of." Wu Dexiu said, "The Dark Star civilization is definitely at least 1 level higher than ours. It's not surprising that they built such a warship, but they didn't leave us a real skeleton. There's nothing we can do about it." Zhao Wei shrugged. But here comes the key question. The armor of the hero Song Shiwebing comes from the Dark Star. Wu Dexiu smiled slightly. "I guessed it. But not all of it comes from the Dark Star. The armor's own intelligence comes from Earth. Unfortunately, it is also high-tech intelligence that we cannot crack. I don't know how they acquired such technology decades ago. This may be the 13th Sun's trump card in the battle between the universe and the Dark Star." Wu Dexiu said, "If we are not afraid of offending the hero, we should draw blood for testing." The records mentioned something called blood potion. This is probably a strengthening drug that enhances the quality of the human body. Zhao Wei said, "That's right, but we can't draw blood from the hero at this time." Wu Dexiu nodded. "Well, this is so disrespectful to heroes, but we have to do this. Let's wait for a while." Zhao Wei opened the blueprint and continued, "In addition to the bloodline potion, there is also energy, kinetic energy, and the weapons and equipment they use. There are some traces in the armor. The energy is similar to what we use, but the effect is better. The kinetic energy is exaggerated and has a lot to do with dark matter. It cools rapidly and expands rapidly. Wu Deshio said, "It's so magical." However, their weapons and equipment were all looted. Zhao Wei smiled helplessly. Wu Deshio said, "This is to carry forward the fine traditions of our Xia country." Zhao Wei said, "This tradition cannot be lost. In addition, we have no reference for kinetic energy, and weaponry. There are too few left to conduct replication research. We can only," Zhao Wei put on his glasses, "find other heroes." "Yes." Wu Deshio patted Zhao Wei on the shoulder. "We are already searching on Mars. I have a feeling that there are more heroes here than just Song Shiwebing. Is there anyone alive?" Zhao Wei's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Wu Deshio walked to the door and sighed. "I hope so. It is difficult to find the source of the signal on Mars. These signal sources are hidden or even isolated. The box where Song Shiwebing was sleeping was isolated from all signal exploration. Many people suspected that even if the Dark Star people searched, they would not be able to find the source of the signal. Only when the Xia people get close and use Xia's parameters and codes can the hidden signal source sense them and sense each other. This is a set procedure. Only the Xia people and the Bloodline clan are qualified to discover them. What kind of plan is the Son of Men return plan?" Yu Tianming stood in the conference room, looking at the representatives from various departments of Xia State. "If we don't find them, will they carry out the Son of Men return plan?" Yu Tianming asked another question. Su Xiaoman said, "Mr. Yu, I have an idea." Yu Tianming admired Su Xiaoman, Suda and others, and said with a smile, "You say." Su Xiaoman looked at the people present and said somewhat stiffly, "The human son return plan should be similar to a return plan that will be activated when there is only one person left. They should be 100% sure that their teammates will not be captured, because they will protect their bodies before they die." When Su Xiaoman said this, she suddenly felt a little blocked in her heart. "These days, I can't bear to hear the words corpse and death." Su Xiaoman took a breath, calmed down, and continued, "The last person, perhaps the captain of the 13 Sons, or someone else, will start this return plan." She put forward a bold hypothesis. 13, not all of them died. The return of the Son of Men should be a set procedure. The last person alive will look for the remains of his teammates. Once they are found, he will start the return plan and send his teammates back. Eventually, someone must remain in the cold space, possibly dying or continuing to fight. If there is only one person left, his final outcome will also be death. However, the Xia kingdom has always emphasized a worthy death since ancient times. If the last person is to die in battle, he will surely carry out his mission in a blazing manner and perish together with the enemy. After Su Xiaoman finished speaking her mind, everyone present applauded. An expert said, "But how can we be sure if anyone is alive?" The captain of the 13 Sons said in his voice, 13 bodies. This was said in advance. There must be someone who has not died. He is in this universe, maybe very far away from Mars, maybe. Su Xiaoman glanced outside the base. He's still fighting alone. Yu Tianming listened to what Su Xiaoman said, and his fingers loosened and clenched repeatedly. Finally, he turned around and wrote a sentence on the electronic screen. "Turn on the signal radiation, radiate to every location in the universe. Call our heroes who protect our country. Tell them, we are here to pick them up. If a human being is still fighting, let all the people of Xia country join him. This is not his battle alone. Absolutely not." 2 days later. July 15th. The hero returns. The official live broadcast of Xia country has started, and all media will cooperate to broadcast the heroic return live on the entire Xia country network. This grand occasion was even more exaggerated and solemn than the day when the Mars base was completed. The internet has exploded with everyone discussing who the 13 heroes are and what earth-shattering things they have done to deserve being treated like this by the entire country. This time it was the official media that took the lead, and other media cooperated. The bigwigs in the live broadcast industry were unable to broadcast and could only watch. It's just that this incident was too big, and these live streaming celebrities didn't dare to gossip about it on the internet. On the platform, posts popped up like mushrooms after a rain, with discussions going on in rows. 13 people guarding in outer space. Are you sure this isn't a movie? To get the country to cooperate in making a movie? It must be a big production. The greatest hero of this era. I have been bombarded by the official media since the day before yesterday. What kind of hero can be called the greatest hero of this era? They are fighting alone in the universe, how can they not be great? I was actually a little excited. 13 people protected their motherland and the Earth, and are now sleeping in the universe. This is too tragic. Sorry, I didn't feel that. Are you from Xia country? I just feel that this era has been peaceful for so many years, and there is no so-called greatest hero. Maybe something happened to some people when they were building the Mars base, so they were sent back now. This is the most likely possibility. It is possible that when the Mars base was being built, someone sacrificed their lives for the base. This would make sense. The post quickly went viral, and the internet celebrity who posted it happily reaped the traffic. The post he posted was recognized by the majority of netizens, which should be the case. It's just that the country exaggerated this matter. In a grand sense, he is of course the greatest hero. We will start welcoming the returning heroes at noon, so let's wait and see what kind of heroes they are. At the Mars base, Yu Tianming stood upright in a formal suit at the base entrance. Facing the camera, he said solemnly, "The seventh son of the motherland, the hero, is preparing to return home from Mars." He said, and saluted straight. An ice coffin was slowly pushed out from the base. At the entrance of the base, Wu Dexiu and all the staff stood next to the spacecraft, saluted solemnly, and looked at the ice coffin. One person. Aren't there 13 people? Why only one? The Xia people in the live broadcast room kept posting comments. At the same time, overseas people also began to connect to Xia on a large scale to broadcast the live broadcast. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. This is too grand. Isn't that the commander-in-chief of the US base, Capet? He's here too, with a cat-crying rat expression. Hee hee. Hero, get on board. Wu Dexiu turned around and shouted. Now, our hero, the seventh son Song Xuebing, has boarded the spacecraft and will enter the Earth's orbit after 5 hours of sailing. Song Xuebing, the seventh of the 13 sons of the Tiandao National Defense Plan, guarded Mars for 15 years and was eventually killed on Mars. After his death, he slept with My Motherland and I, as his sleep song on Mars. When our staff found him, this song was played immediately. The seventh son still missed his motherland until his death. His deepest wish was to go home, to his hometown that he missed the most, and eat a bite of jujube cake. Now, our hero has returned and will go back to his hometown, where he will return to his roots. The rest of the 12 heroes, the country will not give up looking for you, no matter where you are in the universe, no matter whether you are alive or dead, the motherland will definitely find you and bring you home, back to your roots. With the host's narration, the entire internet was boiling instantly. Guarding Mars for 15 years. One person guarding. Killed in action. If you die in battle, that means you are fighting in a war. What is the Heavenly Down National Defense Plan? For a time, the seventh son, Song Xuebing, and the Tiandao National Defense Plan became hot searches. But there is no information about these hot words on the entire internet. It is empty, and all that comes out when searching are things reported today. Who is Song Xuebing? What is the National Defense Plan? Who is the 13th son? Those platform media themselves are all confused. Who are our Xia country's heroes fighting against on Mars? It definitely couldn't be any other base. After all, the construction of the base had not started in 15 years. Could it be with aliens? Alien civilization. This generation of netizens is not stupid. The Heavenly Path National Defense Plan is a mysterious and great plan that originated at least 30 years ago, or even longer. The main opponent of the plan is an alien race from a mysterious galaxy, the Dark Star Civilization. The Heavenly Path National Defense Plan has never been mentioned by anyone. It is mysterious. If anyone knows about this plan, has heard of this plan, or has participated in this plan, please do not hide it anymore. Heroes should be remembered by everyone, and the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan should also be inherited by the Chinese people. 30 years. Or even longer. At this moment, netizens were completely torn. It's really about fighting aliens. Dark Star Civilization. As the narration spoke out this information bit by bit, the people of Xia finally understood why this return voyage would be so grand, why the whole country was involved, and why the country called them the greatest heroes of this era. The heroes are carrying out the Son of Man's return plan. We found the heroes ahead of schedule. No matter where the alien civilization is, we are sending out signals to call our heroes, our 1.8 billion Chinese compatriots, and look forward to your return. Looking forward to you returning home. Whoosh. The spacecraft left the orbit of Mars and entered a sublight speed route. Hero, return. Posters were slowly going up across the country, and slogans reading "Welcome Home" were displayed on big screens in commercial buildings. Even other countries have expressed their welcome for the returning heroes. July 15, 12 noon. The spacecraft entered Earth orbit on time. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The spacecraft landed. The landing point is at the satellite launch site. The old man stands at the front, with police cars and hovering helicopters on both sides. This will be the highest standard to welcome the hero's return, no doubt about it. After the spacecraft came to a complete stop, the hatch opened. The ceremonial soldiers who had been prepared walked over and took the ice coffin that was transported down. The soldiers carried the ice coffin straight with pride and solemnity on their faces, and shouted loudly, "Heroic Seventh Son, welcome home." The sound of uniform footsteps, moving towards the transport vehicle step by step. The old man had a weathered face. He waved his hand vigorously and shouted, "Salute." Distance. Li Guomin finally got in touch with a phone number. This number comes from a man named Song Weigua. Song Weigua didn't even know that a major event was being broadcast live across the country. His ancestors had all lived in the countryside, and although it was already 2066, they had dedicated their entire lives to farmland and food. After obtaining the address, Li Guomin took Su Xiaoxiao and others to Taigu Town, Linfen City, Shan Province as soon as possible. There are not many people left in this town, and they mainly grow crops. The roads have been repaired, but every household is very simple. The whole world is heading towards Mars, so resources certainly need to be allocated more. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao walked on the bluestone street and came to a brick house. Looking at the simple house, Li Guomin felt a burning pain in his heart. "Hello, I'm Song Weigua." An old man, almost 70 years old, walked forward tremblingly and extended his hand kindly. After seeing Song Weigua, Li Guomin moved his lips but could not utter a word. He held Song Weigua's hand tightly, slowly lowered his head, and tears instantly flowed down. Song Weigua said on the phone that his son disappeared when he was 17 years old. This was originally a missing case, but for some reason it was left unresolved. Now Li Guomin understands. Song Xuebing was my only son. He passed away when he was 17. No one knew where he went. My wife missed him every day, but later she couldn't think of him anymore and passed away because she was so angry. You told me that you were looking for a family with Song Xuebing. I also saw the photo and he looks very similar to my baby. Is he my baby? Have you found him? Song Weigua had a head full of white hair. Although he was skinny, the toughness of a farmer was obvious. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red, tears flowed down, and she pointed to the sky. "Uncle, your child is going home today." Mountain Province. Police cars cleared the way on the runway and helicopters escorted the plane to land. The ice coffin was loaded onto a transport truck and headed directly to Taigu Town. A long convoy was driving on the highway. All cars slowly gave way and many people leaned out to take pictures of the convoy. The hero comes from the Mountain Province. The heroes are from Ardashan Province. Hero, welcome home. The Mountain Province was in an uproar. As soon as the car got off the highway, 2 long streets were crowded with people. They held banners that read, "Welcome home, heroes." Shan Province's hero, 7th son Song Xuebing, welcome home. The hero returns. Broadcasts also sounded along the way in Shan Province. The hero returns, Crowned with glory, Shandong Province welcomes the return of the glorious patriotic hero Song Shiwebing. Shan Province became the glory of the whole country in a short time. And at this moment, Song Wig was home. He didn't know what happened yet. He was so excited when he heard that his child was coming home soon that he didn't know what to do. He went to his room to find a new set of clothes to change into. Looking at himself in the mirror, Song Wigwa burst into tears. "I'm so old, can the doll still recognize me?" Song Wigwa was nervous and excited, and his arms were shaking as he buttoned up his Zhongshan suit, which he rarely wore but always wore on formal occasions. He rubbed his hands excitedly and paced back and forth. "Mr. Li, is it okay for me to wear this to meet the baby?" He didn't know if it was okay, so he had to ask Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao for their opinions. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were red. When they saw Song Wigwa asking, Li Guomin said, "It looks good. You can wear anything." "Really? I'm afraid if my baby stays outside for too long, he will dislike me as a farmer." "No, no." Li Guomin said quickly, "How could he dislike you? What he wants most is to come back to see you and eat the date cakes from his hometown." "Date cake?" Song Wigwa's face lit up. "My child has loved eating it since he was little. I have a lot of it in stock. I'll go get it now." "Uncle Song." Li Guomin stopped Song Wigwa and glanced at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao said, "The convoy will be here soon, so just say what you need to say. You have to face it eventually." Song Wigwa said, "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" "Uncle Song, your child Song Shiwebing, he is the pride of Xia country, he is the greatest hero of Xia country, he." Song Wigwa said happily, "Really? He has brought honor to the country." "Yes, he has protected the motherland for 15 years alone. He is not only a hero of Xia country, but also a hero of the whole world." The more Song Wigwa listened, the happier he became. "My kid is so amazing. He died for his country." Li Guomin said the next sentence unexpectedly. Song Wigwa was about to go to the house to get something. When he heard this, he turned around and said, "Mr. Li, what did you say?" "Uncle Song, Song Shiwebing, died for his country." Su Xiaoxiao turned her back, not wanting to see this scene. This was too cruel for Song Wigwa's family. In fact, after so many years, if Song Shiwebing had not been mentioned, perhaps Song Wigwa would have lived his whole life like this. But once it is brought up, there is no way around it. Li Guomin and others don't want to mention it, but heroes must return to their roots. The convoy could not go directly to Song Wei's home, so the soldiers covered Song Shiwebing's body with flowers and leaves and sent him to his doorstep. The mountains and plains are full of people. They watched silently, and some of them who remembered Song Shiwebing started talking about him to the people next to them. Song Shiwebing disappeared when he was 17 years old, and he left many footprints in Taiga Town during these 17 years. This child was very naughty when he was young. Yeah, a troublemaker, but he has a kind heart. He's smart. He's been smart since he was young. He always ranks first in the class in exams. He just likes to play and is naughty. Song Shiwebing arrived at the door of his home. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao stood up straight. Seeing the hero for the first time, they also saluted excitedly. "Hero Song Shiwebing, come home." Song Wigwa rushed over, and after seeing the sleeping face clearly, he sobbed, "Baby, you are back, but. At this moment, the world is silent. Only Song Wigwa's voice echoed. The seventh son, Song Shiwebing, has returned home, but what about the other heroes? They are still wandering in the universe, and they will also return to their roots. The Xia Kingdom launched a plan to search for heroes and made it public on the entire internet so that after finding the heroes, they could contact their families and find out their hometowns as soon as possible. This incident has become a hot topic on the entire internet and even around the world. Other countries have held press conferences to prove the authenticity of the matter. At this moment, the Tiandao National Defense Plan surfaced, and the whole world knew about this incredible yet real war of civilizations. Major foreign media outlets have reported on this. Xiaogua discovered an alien civilization and formulated a plan called Heavenly Way to protect the country. We know nothing about this plan. We don't even know when it started. Xiaogua has not given a clear number. What secrets are behind all this? 13 people fighting against an entire alien civilization. Xiaogua, please tell us that this is not true. 13 heroes have been guarding the Earth in deep space for 20 years. This is not bravery, this is dedication. Selfless dedication. I have never heard of the Heavenly Dawn National Defense Plan. It is said that this plan has been implemented for 20 or even 30 years. Could the previous technology have reached this level? We suspect this is a smokescreen from Xia country, with a well-thought-out script. 20 years ago, there wasn't even a base on Mars, so how could a single soldier fight in space? Both the United States and the Bear country have proven that this is true. Could it be that they have teamed up to deceive you? The news headlines in media from different countries were different. Some people thought that the 13th sun was great, while others thought that there were ulterior motives behind this, which led to the Xia state not daring to make it public. As international public opinion intensified, the Xia state remained silent. Because this day was the day Song Xuebing returned home, Xiaogua did not want to waste any words on the outside world. Mars, Xia Kingdom Base. Everyone sat together in the conference room. The hero has returned home. Yu Tianming said, the country has launched a plan to find heroes. What we need to do now is to overturn the entire Mars and not miss any clues. Let's put the dark star aside for now. They should not be able to come to the solar system in a short time. We have enough time to find the other 12 suns. The climate expert said, the climate on Mars is somewhat abnormal. It is expected that there will be a lot of sandstorms and Martian storms in the next half-month. It is not good to go out during this period. Yu Tianming hummed, I know. Of course, we can't ignore the danger in order to find the source of the signal. In addition to Mars, national satellites have already headed to the surface of Venus and Jupiter to scan for signal sources as much as possible. Wu Deshio said, the signal we released has spread throughout the solar system. If any of the 12 suns are still alive and in the solar system, they should be able to receive it. If the 12 suns can receive it, it proves that the dark star civilization still exists, and they may also be able to receive our signal. Yu Tianming stood up and said, let's not worry about that. We shouldn't let them fight alone. Although our current technology is not as good as Dark Star, as the logistics department, we should build a steel shield for our heroes. Professor. A young man rushed into the office without even knocking. Signal point found. The signal points come from other galaxies, not within the solar system. This also proves that the living people among the 12 suns are no longer in the solar system. The exact location of the signal point cannot be determined, but what is certain is that the signal point is moving rapidly towards Mars. Wu Deshio stared at the big screen and hesitated. Could this be the source of the dark star's signal? No. The signal expert responded immediately. The database of these signals is the same as that of Earth. They are not from a dark star. They are now 13 light-years away from Mars. 13 light-years. Wu Deshio widened his eyes and looked at Yu Tianming. The diameter of the solar system is only 0.003 light-years. Even if the gravitational factor is taken into account, the maximum diameter of the solar system can only reach 4 light-years. Proxima Centauri is the closest galaxy to the solar system, 4.6 light-years away. This means that the location of this signal point is completely beyond the perception of the solar system. Yu Tianming said, the signal source appeared so quickly, could it be related to our finding Song Xuebing? It should be. Wu Deshio took a deep breath. Pay close attention to the source of the signal. We will report this situation to our motherland first. In addition, the battlefield is so large over a range of 13 light-years. How can they take care of such a wide front? Somewhere, maybe a teleportation array. If the dark stars want to invade the solar system, they have to rely on teleportation to get there. Even if it's a level 3 civilization, if the distance is too far, it will take many years to fly there. It's too difficult for them to conquer a civilization. Wu Deshio listened to Yu Tianming's words, shook his head and laughed. The Dark Star people are not ordinary humans. Are they conquering civilization? I think they are slaughtering civilization and destroying civilization. It is possible to survive by conquering civilization. It is much easier to destroy civilization. According to the flying speed of the signal source, 13 light-years will take 1 year to arrive. It's so far away, where did the remaining 12 disciples go? Suda said, Teacher, will the captain take the others and go directly to the Dark Star's lair? Wudishio's eyes lit up, and he said, It's not impossible. If the Dark Stars are only 13 light-years away from us, they have many ways to invade the Earth. Suda said embarrassedly, What do you think, teacher? I have no idea. Maybe they have obtained some information. It is more suitable to fight the Dark Star people there, and it can also better protect the Earth and the solar system. Su Xiaomin suddenly rushed in with a smile on her face. Teacher, I have some surprising news for you. Wu Deshio glared at Su Xiaomin and said, What surprising news? Why do you look like you haven't grown up yet? Su Xiaomin stuck out her tongue, The teacher is right, but this news is really good news. The signal source from 13 light-years away is approaching the solar system. Wu Deshio couldn't help but stand up. So soon? It's so fast. Su Xiaomin looked at Suda proudly. And we have confirmed that the source of this signal is from Earth. It must be that the seventh sun's return was known to others, and they sent back a signal. Suda said, It is also possible that the signal we sent out was received by them. 13 light-years, you thought it was 1 light-year. Su Xiaomin disagreed with this statement. Wu Deshio asked, Can the trajectory of the signal source be determined? Not yet, but we'll know in an hour. Everyone came to the hall, and experts from all walks of life stared at the signal source on the screen, the speed of which exceeded the speed of light by who knows how many times. This speed is beyond the reach of technology. Even flying at the speed of light is not this fast. There should be a method that uses the dark universe coordinates to achieve this speed. The dark universe coordinates are just a concept. The Earth has not even scratched the surface of this technology, let alone mastering it. This proves that the captain and his team have already acquired this technology. Perhaps it was obtained from the Dark Star people, or perhaps it was a loophole discovered in the remains of other civilizations. But regardless, it's a good thing to be able to get the current situation and circumstances of other heroes. The hall was quiet. In half an hour, the signal source will enter Earth orbit. In 10 minutes, the signal source is approaching the Earth's orbit and preparing to enter the atmosphere. Motherland, please be prepared. The signal source landing point has been tested. Wu Deshio crossed his arms and said, The signal source did not land on Mars, but went directly to Earth. The program was probably set to return to Earth. After all, they didn't expect that in a few decades, we would be able to establish a base on Mars. Wu Deshio nodded, feeling somewhat sad. Over the past few decades, times have really changed. Earth. Xia country. The old man looked at the flight status of the signal source, and the expert who was calculating the landing point in front was sweating profusely. After all, the flying speed was too fast, and it was really a bit difficult to calculate. If it falls into the territory of other countries, it will be somewhat troublesome. The source of the signal entered the atmosphere. It appeared over our territory. The expert sounded relieved. The old man also took a breath and clapped his hands, saying, Very good, very good. Have you figured out where it will land? It landed in the sea. Along the coast of Zhejiang province. Let's go, the old man ordered immediately. A special forces team headed to the coastal area. As the signal source fell rapidly, people could already see with their naked eyes a white light falling rapidly from the sky. Lock the location. The sea area is too large. To prevent it from being lost, immediately arrange for people to block the surrounding sea area and intercept the signal source. The signal source turned into a white light and fell into the sea like lightning. The warships guarding around this sea area immediately reported their positions, and the submarine immediately locked onto the signal source of the sinking into the sea. After reporting the position, the special forces and divers cooperated to follow the signal source of the dive all the way to the bottom of the sea. The old man looked at the white box lying quietly on the seabed and slowly exhaled. After testing found no abnormalities, it was salvaged. This is the information brought back by the 12 Suns, and it must be extremely important. The special car carried the box to the Xia Kingdom headquarters. The people on Mars also breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the source of the signal did not land on Mars, the outcome was the same. The white box is triangular in shape, silver in color, with a shining 5-star button in the middle. Seeing this familiar 5-star button, the old man looked a little excited. The engineers and experts took some time to open the box, revealing a device that looked like a projector. The old man leaned over to take a look, and suddenly there was a sizzling sound. A cold electronic voice sounded. On July 16, 2066, the black box returned to the motherland. My mission has been completed. Black box. The old man's heart sank. When Yu Tianming and Wu Dexiu saw this scene, their hearts sank. They all knew what the black box represented. The expert took out the instrument and after testing, the information inside could be unlocked, but its complexity was not as high as the password matrix on Song Xuebing's recorder. What secrets are inside? Are there any secrets about the 13 Suns, about the Heavenly Dawn National Protection Plan, about the Dark Star Civilization, about all of this? The old man watched the black box being sent to the database and said in a deep voice, "I'll leave it to you experts. The contents inside are related to the safety of the entire Earth civilization. Don't make any mistakes. This may, possibly, be the only thing the heroes left for their motherland. No one dares to be careless or neglect any step." The signal from the black box was cracked bit by bit. When it was completely opened, a voice suddenly came from the big screen. On July 15, the 25th year of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, I am the captain. The return plan of the Son of Man has been confirmed. I have received the return signal of the seventh son. He has returned home. But we still have comrades wandering in the universe. According to the agreement and my promise to them, they will return one after another. Motherland, I am the captain of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, the first son. I will always guard in space and escort the motherland, my hometown, the Earth and mankind. Salute. This sound is the same as the sound in Song Xuebing's recorder and the sound in the Dragon 1 impact crater. The captain of the 13-member National Defense Team. When they heard this, everyone's first thought was, why didn't you leave your name? The greatest things are the most unknown. This is the true character of a hero. The black box of the 13th Sons has returned to Earth successfully. As heroes, they should not be forgotten but remembered forever. This time, by cracking the black box, we will witness the birth of heroes and the changes of civilization together with the people of the country. The Xia Kingdom issued a national announcement. Look up at the platform to start live broadcast. 25 years, how did they survive these 25 years? Perhaps there will be an answer in the black box. At the same time. Dark and cold universe. A clear voice echoed. The signal request has been received, the Son of Man's return plan has been initiated. I will escort the Master back to the solar system, returning to his roots. I don't know whether the motherland can receive our signal, and I don't know where we will end up, but we know that as long as we are here, the motherland is safe. Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, September 15, Year 3. The captain's clear, firm, and slightly cold voice echoed in the hall. This is the captain of the Tiandao National Defense Plan, and he has taken on this responsibility. It is hard to imagine what he was thinking when he was carrying out this plan and taking 12 people into the universe. Is he afraid? How long can 13 people fight against an alien race? When they set out, did they ever think about escaping? Wu Dexiu felt like he had suddenly aged several decades. He looked at the sandstorms rolling past outside the base. On the ground of Mars, gusts of sand and wind rose up. The most terrible sandstorm is coming. You can't go out during this period. The Martian storm lasted for at least half a month. All those who went out to search for signals returned to the base. With nothing to do, they began to concentrate on watching the live broadcast. It is said that willpower is as strong as steel. What kind of willpower is needed to create such a terrifying team of 13 people? But the recorder of the seventh son, Song Xuebing, recorded his youthful recklessness, his unwillingness to admit defeat and his unwillingness to accept the position of captain, and his transformation from a young and vigorous man to a mature and steady man. The moment they set out, except for the captain, they were probably all teenagers. They also grow up in these battles. They fought bloody battles alone in outer space where their motherland could not help them. In ancient times, one person guarded a city. Now, one person guards one star. Great. Wu Dexiu couldn't even feel this kind of greatness now, this kind of momentum that could break through the clouds. This is real, flying. The grand occasion of this live broadcast was comparable to the day when Song Xuebing returned home. Many people were looking forward to the secret of the 13th sun. This kind of hero can no longer be described by a single word. Many media outlets don't know how to describe this great plan. It spans 30 years, and the planning began before humans on Earth officially set foot on Mars. A large number of netizens flocked into each official live broadcast room, and they kept discussing 13th sun. Surprisingly, this time no one objected or questioned. Everyone spoke with almost the same voice, just waiting for the hero to return. This kind of infectious power has not appeared in Xia country or in the world for a long time. Xia country, Space Program Hall. The old man's black hair turned white overnight. As long as there are people still fighting and carrying out this plan, it proves that alien races still exist and are eyeing the Earth. He was very worried because there might not be many of the 13 suns left. But they couldn't find where the remaining people among the 13 suns were. The old man called his secretary and asked in a tired tone, "Have you found anyone related to this plan?" The secretary shook his head and said, "Sir, no one has contacted us yet. Perhaps those who know about this plan are in outer space." "You mean, only the 13th sun knows this plan?" The old man didn't believe it. The secretary said, "Perhaps, those people have passed away after 30 years. The old man's eyes were full of tears. Are they so unsure of the country? Would they rather take the secrets into the ground than leave them in the archives? Even if only the 13 suns could deal with the alien race at that time, they should have trusted us and the younger generations of the Xia country. They should have kept the files. They should have kept them." The secretary bowed his head and sighed. An old man came over and said, "Sir, the live broadcast has begun. I have arranged for the military to search for retired soldiers across the country. If this plan is not in the state secret archives, it may be related to the military." The old man came to the temporary live broadcast room and looked at the cosmic fragments appearing above. 13 suns fought for the country and the universe, and 13 soldiers returned to human. This scene is so similar. Space debris surrounds the hot planet's surface. A voice said, "When we left the Earth, we cut off all contact with the motherland, because we knew that if one of us was caught by them. No, I know that our team members are brave and smart, and they will not be caught, but we can no longer maintain contact with the Earth. Goodbye, motherland. Cut off all connection with the Earth." The barrage of comments in many live broadcast rooms stopped instantly. They spontaneously stopped posting barrages because they would cover the screen. Yu Tianming watched the video and whispered, "This is Venus. The surface of Venus is hotter than Mercury, which is closest to the Sun. The average surface temperature reaches 480 degrees Celsius, which is much worse than the environment on Mars. We have to hide our identities to carry out this plan. The Earth will no longer have our names or information. We don't know when we can go back. I always lie to my teammates. They are all stupid boys. They believe everything I say. I told them that we only need to hold on for 3 years, and after 3 years we can go home and reunite with our families. What a bunch of fools, none of them believe it, and they say they will suffer in solitude for 3 years and then go back to enjoy the glory. How could they know that even if we go back 3 years later, we will still be unknown? But 3 years is just a hope. 3 years, and 3 years again. Every 3 years is the backing that enables them to hold on. Because, we need to go home. I don't want to be selfish at all, but they are their only hope. But I lied to them." The voice choked. "The only thing I can do is to send the sacrificed teammates back before I die. This is the human son return plan, and it is also my only promise to them. That's all I can promise." The surface of Venus trembled, and in the distance, beams of light emitted brilliant light. Wu Dexiu looked at this scene and frowned. Even 30 years ago, we should have been able to see this kind of energy fluctuation. Why didn't the satellite discover it? Suda said, "Teacher, maybe the dark star is hidden by technology." Wu Dexiu shook his head and said, "Does the dark star need to hide? They are a powerful civilization, the strongest of the Dark Forest Law, at least for us. Teacher, what you mean is that it was 13th Son and the others who hit it. Su Xiaomin immediately took over the conversation. Wu Deshio sighed and said, hide all this, because this plan can only succeed, so that the Earth can continue to develop steadily and improve its technological strength. Suda looked up at the screen. Only success. Project 121 has failed. Fortunately, we have stopped the Dark Star from transmitting at a great cost. We may have 3 months to rest. The captain's voice continued. Motherland, if this black box can return to Earth, please remember that the Dark Star's transmission method has become more and more mature, and they will appear from the inner solar system. I'm going to rob a ship. These bastards don't even care about their own warships. The screen went dark. A very noisy and harsh sound passed by. A beam of light shines out from the picture. If the Motherland received the black box, it would prove that we are all gone. However, the Motherland must be very confused as to why we, the 13, are fighting against an alien race. There are some things that I cannot say, even to my Motherland. I'm sorry, Motherland. This word, I'm sorry, made the whole network cry. Countless, don't be sorry, floated on the screen. Dark Star is not a super civilization that has the ability to travel across the universe. They need a certain amount of energy to teleport. And we have figured out their teleportation method over the years. They can't touch the Earth, not even the orbit. Boom. The picture began to shake violently. The shatter has been smashed again. Turn on the accelerator and go back to Venus Camp 3. We'll leave this place for them to enjoy slowly. They destroyed their own things. They have high technology but are stubborn. They are easy to deal with. A ray of rainbow light burst out from the shattered belt of stars. The armor quickly separated and merged into a small spaceship. Captain, a childish voice sounded. Well, you came just in time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get away. Don't fly forward, they will track you. Captain, where do we start from? Orbiting Mercury. Got it. The childish voice was full of excitement. The cold intelligent voice sounded again. Intelligent record, on May 5, 2044, the Master finally perfected the 3-star chains and could accurately lock onto the Dark Star's teleportation array. But the Dark Star had already begun to change its strategy. The Master only slept 4 hours a day for the past month, relying entirely on willpower to hold on. The captain made a plan to return. If the captain dies, what will happen to the return plan? If we had not established a base on Mars and discovered the remains of the 7th Son, our return plan would probably have been shelved forever. The heroes will remain forever in the cold deep space and sleep in the land of a foreign planet. This is the last thing they want. Yu Tianming sighed and waved to a young man next to him. Professor. You ask them to continue tracking the signal trajectory of the black box. The distance of 13 light-years is indeed far away from the solar system, but our current technology is sufficient to track that location. The young man said, Professor, I suddenly remembered a question. The second-generation exploration spacecraft sent by the Joint Headquarters has left the solar system, and it has been carrying our signal source. Yu Tianming was shocked. You go and get busy first. He said to the caller, Deshio, come here. Wu Deshio came to the hall. Yu Tianming said, Xiao Hao just reminded me that our second-generation unmanned exploration spacecraft has left the solar system. Do you remember the time when the second-generation spacecraft set off? Wu Deshio said, Teacher, it was 40 years ago. Yes, 40 years ago. Yu Tianming clenched his fist. Did Dark Star know about the existence of Earth civilization because of the cosmic signal sent by the unmanned exploration spacecraft? Wu Deshio showed a hint of shock. I really didn't expect this. Yu Tianming's eyes lit up. I will contact the Motherland immediately. I am old and cannot remember many things. How many of the people who built the unmanned exploration spacecraft are still alive? Wu Deshio groaned. Teacher, I don't remember this either. Well, then tell the Motherland and go find it immediately. As the two talked, the screen shook. Cracked program execution, code recovery. In the picture, there should be a tall, burly man sitting on the ground next to a broken warship, looking at the twinkling stars in the distance. 13. Captain. A voice came out with a magnetic hoarseness. Go and inform Lao Jiao to leave Mars first. There is not much trouble there right now. Leave everything to Lao Chi alone. Captain Lao Chi he. What do you mean by he? Although he is 1 year younger than you, don't underestimate him. He is not a vegetarian. Captain, didn't you tell him before that he is reckless and doesn't use his brain? The figure behind him laughed heartily. If you don't put it that way, would he be willing to use his brain? He doesn't even accept you. 13 was a little unconvinced. I'll always be convinced. The captain stood up, and his back looked even taller. This is the captain of the Tiandao National Defense Plan. Logically speaking, he should be the strongest one among the 13. He is the heart and brain of this plan, and the only signal transmitter. Everyone looked at this figure from behind with awe. Although the face cannot be seen, which was intentional by the captain, this back view has been deeply rooted in the minds of countless Xia people. He could have turned around. But it's not necessary. Because by not turning around, he can also protect his motherland and the earth. He doesn't need people to remember his face, remember his appearance, perhaps. I'm probably also worried that my relatives might see it. They are nameless and have erased all information about themselves, just to protect their motherland in this deserted, lonely outer space. For a moment, a heavy sense of tragedy lingered in the hearts of many people. The captain said, also, have Lao Jiao bring him some nutrient solution. There are so many Dark Star people with this stuff, it's very important to us. That kid is growing up, he's almost taller than me. Having said this, the figure behind him suddenly reached out and wiped his face with his hands, and the sound was a little buzzing. I think I said something bad. 13 said in the communicator, Captain, if you care about him so much, just tell him directly, otherwise he will always hate you. Tell him what to do. Although he hates me, he is willing to sacrifice for his country and his people at any time. That's enough. The captain looked up. Looked down on the stars. Without this hatred, he wouldn't have grown so fast. This kid has always wanted to prove it to me. Okay. 13 responded unhappily. There was a sudden roar in the distance. Captain. 13 shouted. 13, get ready. Don't let them come over. You and I are enough. There's no need to waste our reserved strength. Follow me when the time comes. Don't run around. You're crazier than old 7. If you take me to an unknown galaxy and can't come back, I'll see how you'll apologize. Yes, Captain, I'll be there right away. 13's voice suddenly became decisive. The figure stared at the roar in the distance and murmured, Act 3, Batch 3, the square formation outside Saturn. They actually know how to set up a formation, but what's the use? We are the ancestors who are good at playing formations. Smart Xiaoyu, record. Recording complete. The captain's back bent downward, and with a whoosh, a small spaceship came flying over. Taigu Town, Shan Province. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao have been accompanying Song Weiguo in recent days. When Su Xiaoxiao saw this scene, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She pointed at the screen and said to Song Weiguo, Uncle Song, look, the captain of the Song Shiwebing team treats him very well, very well. Song Weiguo chuckled, tears in his eyes. Stand up straight and salute. My dear, what you have done is very proud, very great, very great. Li Guomin poured a bowl of wine on Song Shiwebing's grave. The 7th son liked to drink and even brought a wine gourd with him when he went to Mars. He knew that Song Shiwebing's body had been sent to the national headquarters because there were some important things on him that the country had to extract. I believe that even if Song Shiwebing knew this, he would not care. He would even say, hurry up, as long as it can make the motherland stronger, you can tear me into pieces. Student soldier, although I have never seen you, I am still a few years older than you in terms of age. You always say this and that about the captain, but now you have heard that the captain really loves you deeply. The 7th brother is arrogant and the captain doesn't favor him, but he is secretly worried about him. This is truly a fatherly role. The captain should be about 50 years old. Various ideas emerge in the barrage. After the captain entered the spaceship, the perspective changed and became 13's. Everyone should leave some memories, even if these memories may not be known to others, but something must be left behind. On this side, Wu Dexiu told the Xia state headquarters Yu Tianming's idea. When the old man found out, he immediately made arrangements. No one thought of this guess at first, but now that we think about it, we find that it is very likely. If the Dark Star was attracted by the signal from the unmanned exploration spacecraft, then the people who made this plan might be related to the people who built the unmanned spacecraft. The 13 sons were all from the Xia kingdom. Among the chief engineers who participated in the construction of the unmanned spacecraft, 3 were from Xia. Let's not talk about other people for now. Such a grand plan should not be thought up by a small person. However, 2 of Xia State's 3 chief engineers have passed away, and 1 is now retired at home. I heard that my ears and eyes are not good, so I don't watch these things. Soon, 2 groups of people from the main hospital went to the homes of the 2 deceased chief engineers respectively. If they are related to the Tiandao National Defense Plan, perhaps some clues can be found at home. Another group of people went to the home of the engineer who was still alive. In the darkness, a bright light appeared. "Report to the captain, I'm here." 13's voice was still full of excitement. He seems to be full of passion all the time. Saturn is far away on the screen. This is probably the first time in my life that I have seen the real Saturn at such a close distance. I'm afraid you should have some shame. Will you guys shut up? The barrage suddenly became lively. Saturn has its own halo. At this moment, Saturn on the screen looks even more majestic, and the halo gives people a supreme sense of mystery. The space is still and the universe is peaceful, but at this moment Saturn seems to come alive. Teleportation array. On the screen, the teleportation array emitted a dazzling light on Saturn. The Dark Star People's teleportation array. Yu Tianming stared at the screen. There was no Dark Star teleportation array in the recorder of the 7th Sun Song Xuebing. This time, they saw it. The teleportation array is a thick line similar to lightning. From the screen perspective, it looks very far away, like a thin line. 13, this time, it's time for you to prove yourself to me. The captain's voice was calm. Captain, just watch. Whoosh. Fei Hong rushed towards the teleportation array. At that moment, everyone watching the scene held their breath. Moths to flame. I don't know who typed a sentence in the barrage, but the next moment, he was bombarded with private messages from countless netizens until the system crashed. Fei Hong rushed towards the teleportation array, indeed like a moth to a flame. Could it be that our hero is using this mutually destructive method to deal with the teleportation array? Yu Tianming's heart was lifted. He leaned his hands on the table, his old eyes filled with bloodshot. If this is true, it proves that our heroes have not yet found a way to completely crack the Dark Star. You can only fight for your life. But your lives and their lives cannot be confused. If you are missing one, you will never be able to make up for it. Yu Tianming shook his head again. No, absolutely not. The captain would not be so stupid. He could shoulder this heavy responsibility and lead the 12 disciples to fight in the outer world. He would definitely not be so reckless. Sure enough, when Fei Hong was about to approach the teleportation array, it suddenly turned a corner, quickly rotated around the teleportation array, and reached the bottom. 13. Captain, I'm busy. 13, you will go down in history. Captain, what do you mean? I don't mean anything else. Sometimes I feel conflicted. Perhaps the black box will never return to the motherland. Our mission has been entrusted to space. If we don't leave you in history, how can we justify your journey? Captain, I don't have time to nag you. As 13's voice fell, loud rumbling sounds were heard coming from the teleportation array. It feels so cool to use Dark Star's light energy weapons to blow up their own teleportation array. 13 laughed loudly, and his childish laughter infected everyone outside the screen. His smile is brighter than the sun. Well done. The captain also laughed. 13, you have truly grown up this time. The teleportation array was blown up, violent air storms swept around, and a large number of cosmic storms appeared on the outskirts of Saturn. The spacecraft immediately approached the explosion site. 13, get on board. The captain opened the cabin door and shook it. There is a particularly conspicuous logo on this spaceship, a hexagram. One side is black and the other side is white. The black side has a dark skull logo, and the white side has a scorching sun, representing light. You can tell at first glance that it does not belong to the Earth and should be a product of a dark star. Perhaps, it is the flag of the dark star civilization. The structure of light and dark actually gives people a philosophical feeling. But the Earth had already played out this kind of light and darkness many years ago. Wu Dexiu stared at the logo, thought for a while and said, I guess this is a self-proof of the dark star's efforts to evolve. They think such philosophy is very advanced, but in fact it is very backward. Maybe their technology is very advanced, but their humanities are still at a very low level. After they conquered one civilization after another, they realized that some things require humanities to build. That's what a society is. Su Xiaoman gave a thumbs up, the teacher is really great. Stop flattering me, I'm just guessing. Wu Dexiu glared at Su Xiaoman. Fei Hong rushed into the spaceship and closed the hatch. Return to camp. The captain turned around quickly. Boom. A laser beam came rapidly. Captain, here they come. 13 shouted. The spacecraft turned a corner and reached a terrifying sublight speed, escaping the attack range of the particle beam. Seeing that the spaceship was about to leave the range of Saturn and the teleportation array had been destroyed, the attack of Dark Star should be contained this time, and the barrage of comments was filled with well done. Next second. Dense cosmic rays are coming from the darkness in the distance. Like the Milky Way merging into the sea. Seeing this saturation coverage attack, the barrage disappeared completely in an instant. Is this the Dark Star's space coverage attack? Yu Tianming stared at the galactic rays eagerly. If it covers the surface of the Earth, nothing can intercept it unless it is forcibly carried by planetary chains. But doing so would be tantamount to completely destroying the lunar gateway and star belt that were built with great difficulty. The captain's calm voice sounded in the screen, they really have become smarter. Captain, the attack has no blind spots and we can't dodge it. 13's voice was not panicked. The captain said, let's go, this spaceship is not ours anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of particle laser hit the spaceship first. 2 long rainbows passed through the space, and the captain said again, we have to make an emergency landing on Saturn. We are running low on energy and cannot leave for the time being. 13, we have to rob a ship. Okay. 13 never questioned the decisions made by the captain. The spacecraft disintegrated in space. Captain. Another voice came from the screen. Old 9. 13 responded with a smile. Wu Dexiu, Yu Tianming, and others in front of the screen were stunned. The 9th son was really a woman. The 9th son said, Captain, we detected energy fluctuations in the Dark Star belt. It could be a teleportation array. The Dark Star opened 2 teleportation arrays at once. This time, it is determined to break through our star chain. The captain's firm voice echoed in the hall. They can't break through now. Old 9, you, Old 6, and Old 4, find a way to destroy that teleportation array for me. If you can't destroy it, execute Plan 121 and move the battle line to the back of the sun. I understand, Captain. But you lost your spaceship. The armor cannot fly across planets. The energy is insufficient. The armor cannot be squeezed in a vacuum for a long time. Is this none of your business? The captain scolded. The 9th son immediately did not dare to say anything more. Captain, let's go carry out the mission first. 2 long rainbows fell on the land of Saturn. Saturn is a gas giant composed mainly of hydrogen, with almost no land, and is very similar to Jupiter. There are a lot of strong winds on Saturn, which almost never stop, with an average wind speed of 1.8 kilometers per hour. Since Saturn is a gas planet like Jupiter, the environment is more severe than that of Mars and Venus. But obviously, there are still some misunderstandings in the Earth's observation of Saturn, which is why satellites cannot directly observe the interior of Saturn. There is little land on Saturn, but it does exist. When many scientists saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh, Saturn still has a land. Saturn's core is made of rock and ice, but above the core, there is a layer of land. Two figures were suspended on the surface of Saturn, falling down, and saw a piece of icy land appearing in the picture, surrounded by an ocean of large amount of hydrogen and small amount of helium. "Captain, there is wreckage." "Don't be so excited, like a child who has never seen the world." The captain's armor shone brightly, attracting countless particle beams. "Captain, what are you doing? You're getting into trouble." They used a fake teleportation array to mislead us, but secretly opened a small teleportation array. "Now that we are here, we have to leave the battlefield here," the captain said as countless particle beams covered them. The dazzling white light dissipated, and Mars' metallic hydrogen layer was dispersed a lot, causing Saturn's trajectory to deviate slightly. Wu Dexiu frowned. "When satellites observed that Saturn's orbit had changed, we thought it was inevitable. I didn't expect it to be because of this." Ahem. The captain coughed a few times. 3 dark star formations descended from the sky. Wu Dexiu's pupils shrank as he watched. This was the first time that he, and also the people on Earth, saw the dark star people's formation with their own eyes. A square formation is composed of 3 battleships, 10 mechas, densely packed self-destruct shuttles, and 500 dark star people. 3 square formations, which means 3 times the amount. The captain's voice sounded so lonely from inside. The Heavenly Dawn National Defense Plan, September 9th, Year 4. 13 has grown up. He can become a fearless and strong man because he understands one thing, which is the foundation of our implementation of this plan. Huge feeling of oppression. The 9 warships seemed to have collapsed, and the people outside the screen were so oppressive that they had difficulty breathing. The mecha landed first. These mechas are exactly the same as the ones found in the Mars Dragon 1 impact crater, except for the details and colors. They all come from the Dark Star. Immediately afterwards, Dark Star people flew out of the battleship one after another. They were huge in stature, each one was more than 10 meters tall, and there were even a few Dark Star people who were over 20 meters tall. Not only are they tall, but they also glow with phosphorescence, and their skin appears to be very hard. What's even more terrifying is that they were only wearing simple armor, not the spacesuits and armor that Earthlings imagined. Flying in the outer space with wings. Suda looked at the Dark Star men on the screen and said with gritted teeth. Su Xiaoman said, "They can survive in a vacuum without even any auxiliary armor. Is this the fundamental reason why their civilization is so powerful? I don't know. If that's the case, then their body structure is too bizarre." Wu Dexiu said, "What's so strange about this? The universe is so vast and boundless, and our civilization and technology are just beginning. There are many cosmic mysteries and mysteries that we have never seen before." As Wu Dexiu's voice fell, 13's voice was heard in the picture. "Captain, are we still using the same method as before, capturing the leader first?" The captain said, "No, this method is ineffective against these Dark Star people. I have just cracked their code. The purpose of their coming this time is to lure us out." 13 said in surprise, "So smart." Their evolution speed is very fast, and they are transitioning to a civilized society. Once they have humanistic ideas and philosophical thinking, the strength of this Dark Star civilization will become terrifying. If one relies solely on powerful scientific and technological capabilities without any humanistic and philosophical thinking, he can only be described as a reckless man. A reckless person who doesn't care about the consequences will eventually be punished by civilization and destroy himself. There are bottlenecks in the development of science and technology. If one does not know how to think and only knows how to become stronger and develop madly, he will definitely destroy himself. But at that time, the Dark Star people had already begun to transition to a civilized society. They had thoughts, strategies, and ideas about deploying troops. They even knew that conquering a civilization did not necessarily mean destroying it. Also possible to enslave. Once this powerful civilization learns to think, treat things philosophically, and study the laws of the universe, it will be extremely terrifying. The strength of civilization will be greatly improved. If the current Dark Star civilization is at level 3, then once they understand all of this, they will be able to reach level 4 civilization. This is inevitable. As long as they don't self-destruct. Or, a more powerful civilization emerged and enslaved them. Boom boom boom. 30 mechas approached, acting as the vanguard to clear the way, pouring out all kinds of firepower, covering the captain and 13 in an endless range of firepower attacks. Cover with firepower, bomb one round first. 13 jumped to the captain's side. The captain's mecha was azure blue, exuding endless technological fantasy. Facing the barrage of fire, the captain threw something that looked like a grenade. The grenade fell to the ground and expanded into a curtain of light. The line of fire hit the curtain of light, causing it to sway. 13. Prepare the blood injection potion. 1 bottle will be enough. Good. Wu Deshio and the others heard about the blood potion again. Song Shiwebing's body has arrived at the headquarters, and now it's just a matter of time. When the time came, a blood sample was taken from Song Shiwebing for research. This bloodline potion is definitely not simple. The light curtain blocked most of the firepower, but some of it passed through the gaps in the light curtain and fell on the land. 13 swayed left and right, and the armor carried him high into the sky, facing a dense network of fire. The battleships ejected various laser beams, which carried energy such as particles and quanta, all of which were ray strikes with extremely strong penetrating power. 13 stretched out his hand and a shield appeared. A tall dark star man on the opposite side had anger in his eyes and roared something, but unfortunately the people on Earth couldn't understand him. Yes, we robbed yours. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so much consumption just relying on bloodline potions. Unless we break into your lair and rob you of all your stuff, I know you can automatically translate our words, so listen carefully. I am the 13th son of the Tiandao National Defense Plan. One day, I will break into the lair of your Dark Star civilization. Press you to death there, and don't ever think of coming out again. Well said. The barrage rolled into one. Suda and others were young and energetic, and they felt their blood boiling when they heard these words. The leader on the opposite side was infuriated by these words. After listening to the translation, he quickly flapped the huge wings behind him and pointed his arm towards 13. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The self-destructing shuttle secrets are densely packed and swarming in. 13 let out a hey, and a fiery red gas spurted out from behind his armor, and he quickly flew away from the land. The mecha's strength has reached XN9 level, and it has to use the corrosive Dark Star howitzer. To be honest, the day we set out, we had nothing but the spacecraft that took off. Using the enemy's things to fight the enemy is a fine tradition of our Xia country. As the captain finished speaking, 18 square iron plates shot out from behind the armor. Boom. Rays of light bombarded the mecha. The entire body of the mecha was immediately corroded by the lasers. A large piece of its body fell off every time it took a step. Eventually, it staggered into pieces and scattered in the ocean of metallic hydrogen. The captain launched himself, dodging the mecha's attacks while attacking at the same time. He was as agile as a nanomatter under high-precision control, perfectly avoiding every attack of the mecha while firing a large number of laser corrosion howitzers. The leader yelled loudly, and the 2 warships immediately pressed down and began to cover the entire area with firepower. At the same time, the 3 warships turned around and rushed towards the sun like a rainbow piercing the sun. 13. Team leader. 3 warships have left. Hurry, pull them away. We can't let them enter our star chain. Once they enter, they will discover the existence of the Earth. The Earth itself. Wu Deshio, Yu Tianming, and others were completely confused. What is the Earth body? Copy that, Captain. I will never let them leave Saturn's orbit. 13 was like a soaring eagle, dragging a dense network of self-destructive shuttles behind him, rushing towards the 3 warships that had turned around. Don't run. 13 was in high spirits. There was a hint of pride in the chief's eyes, and he said a few more words. All the remaining warships were pressed down, and at the same time, groups of Dark Star people flapped their wings and landed on the land of Saturn. If the captain wants to retreat, then they will leave to chase 13, or even search for the location of the Earth itself. 13, do you remember how we dealt with the Dark Star's warships the first time we saw them? Remember. Show me your skills, don't let me underestimate you. Captain, don't worry. I'm no worse than anyone else. But Captain, if something happens to me. Get lost. You're talking about trouble before the game even starts. I don't have a teammate like you. The captain cursed. The scale of the dark star he faced was much larger than the strongest 13. This battle will make 13 grow up, but it will also be a growth for me. Am I any different from them? No, I am also immortal. I am not a natural god of war, I just force myself to become one. It's just that I didn't expect the result of this battle to be like that. Maybe I should have thought of it a long time ago, but I just don't want to think about it. 13 people guarding for 13 years is the first step we have set. If the motherland can receive the black box and crack it, they will definitely say I am selfish, but I am selfish. Each of us can sacrifice, it doesn't matter, but our sacrifice must be valuable. It has to be valuable, otherwise it's just a waste. The final step of the Tiandao National Defense Plan is to break into the Dark Star's lair. The captain threw a punch, carrying the armor's downward force with 10,000 times the gravity, hitting the top of the mecha. Hard fight. The entire platform is boiling. Don't dodge or kite from a distance, just use the armor's mobility and supergravity to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the opponent's mecha. Fierce. This is crazy. This is not madness, this is courage, this is decisiveness. Yes, if he doesn't take the initiative to attack, will he wait for the enemy to overwhelm him? It is better to take the initiative to attack and look for opportunities than to let the enemy come all at once. He could have used the armor and the special environment of Saturn to pull back, but he chose not to do so. It is obvious that he did so in order to buy time for 13. There was a heated discussion on the barrage, and people in the military also expressed their opinions, all of whom believed that it would be better to take the initiative. This punch hit the top of the mecha's head. To the mecha, the captain, whose entire body was covered in armor, was only half the size of his head. But this punch was so powerful that it blew the mecha into pieces. This operation stunned everyone in front of the screen. It's hard to imagine that a punch from this armor could have such great power. It's on fire. I don't know who shouted. The captain destroyed a mecha, turned around immediately, and nimbly jumped onto the top of another mecha. The mecha immediately fired an overhead weapon attack, but the captain seemed to have anticipated this. He turned over and grabbed the mecha's head, then pushed it down with force, and all the mecha's weapon attacks hit another mecha. With a loud bang, the two mechas attacked each other and died together. The captain rolled over after landing and looked up at 13's position. A set of codes appeared in the pupil of the Azure armor helmet. He seemed to be calculating something. The next moment, the captain bent forward and rushed forward. The efficient speed brought by the armor ignored the terrain of Saturn and rushed directly towards the group of mechas. Bang bang bang. The fire coverage directly covered the captain. The captain threw a shield forward, which expanded upon landing and opened into a curtain of light, blocking the attack. He turned his head to look to the side, stretched out his hand and pushed, and a beam chain wrapped around the mecha's leg and was pulled over in an instant. The fire coverage bombarded the position where the captain had just sprinted, causing hydrogen to churn. The captain wrapped his arms around the mecha's thigh and pulled out a chip that was flashing green light. He stuffed the chip into the leg of the mecha, and the chain flashed again, wrapped around another mecha, and flew over. The leader watched his captain moving freely among the group of mechas and screamed in anger. If all the firepower was covered, these mechas would be blown to pieces. The leader was very reckless, but he also knew that he would be punished if he did so, so he did not dare to unleash his firepower in a bombing campaign with no blind spots. This gives the captain time and opportunities. He shuttled among the group of mechas, dodging left and right, placing a bomb here and stuffing some small things there. After one lap, the captain seemed a little tired. A red line appeared behind his armor, and a cold voice said, "Insufficient energy supply." The captain did not stop, spread his arms, and rushed towards the battleship at a high speed. When the leader saw Fei Hong, he knew what it was and immediately stepped back a few steps, mumbling a lot of words. The other Dark Star people gathered around, flapped their wings and rushed towards the captain. The captain suddenly stepped back, and the front thrusters instantly switched to rear thrusters. He quickly retreated in midair, and countless threads appeared from his outstretched arms, connecting all the legs of the mecha together. The captain looked up, and the armor followed suit. Boom. Saturn's metallic hydrogen is burning and gathering wildly. Various beams of light were reflected on the captain's armor helmet. He rolled to the ground, and the flexibly carried him into the depths of the land. A dark starman watched the captain disappear and shot a laser beam at the place where he disappeared. The others followed with a round of bombing. The leader waved his hand and shouted, and all the mechas stopped moving forward. Surrounded by churning, cold metallic hydrogen, they seemed to have lost the captain's message. The leader's green eyes darted left and right, as if tracking the captain. The Dark Star people flapped their wings and surrounded them. "Kuru," the leader suddenly shouted. 1,000 Dark Star people were mobilized to block the land and suppress it. No gaps, no holes, just press down a little bit at a time. They also know that their opponents are very strong, so they dare not be careless. In the dark, the captain's armor emitted a faint light. He was lurking in the ocean of metallic hydrogen, pulling a rope in his hand that could not be seen by light. Looking at the densely packed Dark Star people pressing down, a hint of contempt appeared in War Armor's eyes. This feeling of oppression is too strong. Oh my God, the captain was so handsome just now, I was dazzled. If the Dark Stars came to Earth like this, I would lose the courage to fight. They are too strong. This is how we know how powerful and brave the 13th Sun is. The barrage of comments was so exciting that many live broadcast rooms added color to the barrage, all of which were burning flames. What is he waiting for? Wu Dashio looked at the screen and his palms were sweaty unknowingly. It would be a pity if such a person died in battle. The captain is so strong that he would not die easily. Wu Dashio thinks further than others. If every battle with the Dark Stars is like this, then the chances of winning are indeed very high. But just as the captain and 13 had said before, the Dark Star people are becoming smarter and are gradually transitioning towards a civilized society. The reason why the 7th Sun died was that he was hit by the torn teleportation array with no blind spots, and the Phalanx cooperated with the warships and the Dark Star people, and was directly killed by the combination of quantity and quality. If I were the captain, I would also lock the teleportation array and use a narrow road battle method to block the road in the teleportation channel. Suda next to him talked to himself. In the picture, the Dark Star people pressed down cautiously, while the leader kept searching the surroundings to prevent the captain from suddenly appearing. Huaxia! An unknown Dark Star person shouted, and then countless laser beams and quantum energy attacks were launched. The land beneath was blasted to pieces. "Captain!" 13 shouted. "They can't die. These brainless things." The captain's voice was still as steady as ever. 13, do you want to watch the fireworks? Captain, what time is it? Forget it. I'm too lazy to ask you. The captain's voice stopped abruptly. The next second, the silk threads in the sky turned into beams of light and quickly passed through the group of mechas. The armor carried the captain up into the sky from the depths of darkness. All stored energy is consumed. Vacuum flight is temporarily unavailable. Use backup kinetic fuel. The armor sent a warning. But for the captain, this time, enough is enough. He grasped the beam and pulled hard. The mecha group exploded with a loud bang, and the huge impact force swept in all directions. Many Dark Star people were attacked by the impact force, and a large number of them were killed or injured. The leader roared, and the wings behind him fluttered. His whole body was covered with armor. His huge and burly armored body was like a building. He raised his leg and caught up with the captain. The other Dark Star people uttered all kinds of strange languages, the battleship turned, and the Dark Star people who swarmed in all put on their armor and chased after them. The captain's armor is out of energy, how can he fly? It was too difficult, he couldn't fly, he could only stay on the land of Saturn. The barrage of comments became worried and netizens were all sweating. Even though I knew that nothing would happen to the captain at this moment, the feeling of tension and oppression became stronger and stronger. The captain fell directly. He flipped on the ground, put up a quantum shield to block most of the attacks, turned around and grabbed a Dark Star covered in armor. With a click, the Dark Star's armor made an icy cracking sound, and the captain's armor's eyes turned red. Captain, hold on for a while, I'll come to help you. I've already opened the blood potion. 13's voice became hoarse, and a surging force rushed in his voice. No need, I haven't opened the potion yet. The captain grabbed the dead Dark Star, took off his armor, and entered the depths of metallic hydrogen. Next second, dense and illusory rays sealed the metallic hydrogen tightly. The Dark Star people finally understood. They stopped playing hide-and-seek with the captain. They lined up their battleships side by side and used dark matter to clear the hydrogen sea on the surface of Saturn. The captain raised his head and countless beams of light came towards him. He carried the corpse of the Dark Star man, dragged his armor and hid behind another rock. Bang! Rock crushing. The Dark Star man's body was pierced with countless holes by the light beam, turning into a sieve. We can't hide anymore. The captain's voice was surprisingly calm. He threw away the Dark Star's corpse, dissolved the armor, and took out a bottle of potion. This is bloodline potion. Yu Tianming stared at the screen and kept taking notes. The captain swallowed the blood potion through his protective suit. 13. This is probably our last solo battle. From now on, we have to fight in a team. Why? They have evolved. The captain drank the blood potion, and the eyes on his protective suit instantly turned sky blue. Intelligent record, the evolution of the Dark Star people, the 4th year of the Heavenly Dawn National Defense Plan, is a turning point. The Master discovered the quality of the Dark Star people's evolution. In the future, we will no longer have to rely on individual soldiers to make surprise moves, but can only rely on warships to fight conventional space battles. On September 10, the Master realized that if a conventional war was fought, the battle line would have to be pushed back, but to take this step, a trade-off must be made. Unfortunately, the Master is not qualified to choose. Boom boom boom. The picture is shaking violently. A devastating explosion occurred around Saturn, and considering the timing, it was exactly when the Earth satellite discovered that Saturn's orbit had deviated. Yu Tianming and Wu Deshio looked at each other with complicated expressions. If we had known that all this was because of the Tiandaon National Defense Plan, perhaps the Mars base would not have been built. They will first study the warships, break through the constraints of space and universe rules, and help the 13 suns. But now, nearly 30 years have passed, and everything is too late. Outside the explosion of Saturn, two figures passed through the roaring fleet of warships. Captain 13's voice was extremely excited. There was a power growing and fermenting inside. The fireworks were buried by Saturn's metallic hydrogen. Wu Deshio and his team even saw a barely perceptible dark curtain covering the Saturn battlefield. He said to himself, no wonder we didn't notice any anomalies with Saturn. We thought it was just a normal change in Saturn's orbit. I don't know what kind of black technology 13th Sun used to hide all this. Yu Tianming also spoke. The purpose of doing this is the same as what you said before, which is to make this plan a success. So, we don't need to know all this. The two of them sighed. According to the development of Earth's technology, Mars will be completely transformed in just another 100 years. Then the resource problem will be solved, and we can advance to other planets in the solar system. At that time, the Earth will be strong enough to grow into a level 2 civilization. In fact, the Earth's technology has undergone a metamorphosis. Otherwise, we would not be able to establish a base on Mars at this time. Of course, the captain and his men could never have imagined this at that time. The Tiandaon National Defense Plan has surfaced. The country will not give up Mars, and neither will the United Headquarters. But the emphasis may change. The Earth will develop technology even more crazily. The Earth will not reach a bottleneck and will not self-destruct. It has not even reached the second-level civilization. The screen went dark. As the picture shook, only clusters of sparks could be seen flashing everywhere. Amidst the flashing sparks, 13's figure fell from the shuttle that was constantly exploding. His armor had been shattered and he was only wearing the simplest protective clothing, but his skin was blood red, as if it was about to bleed. The three warships in the air were disintegrating, and in an orderly manner. Captain, I will defeat them one by one. Isn't that awesome? 13 laughed. The captain flew up and caught 13. He was wearing a patchwork suit of armor, which was probably taken from the Dark Star people. Great. The captain hugged 13, it's just a bit wasteful. What a waste, Captain. Do I have any wounds on my body? 13 grinned. 13's face appeared. At this moment, the Xia kingdom was instantly boiling. It was definitely not the captain's negligence that caused 13's face to appear in the black box. It was a very young and tender face, somewhat handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and the eyes seemed to be able to speak. When he smiles, he has 2 dimples, and he looks sweet, just like the boy next door. This is less than 20 years old. So cute. The barrage began to be occupied by girls. 13, you completed the task brilliantly. Now, I will take you back to the camp. The captain held 13 and flew away. Saturn buried the battlefield. In the last scene, no one knew what happened, but it certainly wasn't easy. 13 is exhausted, and the captain should be feeling bad too. But as long as you win, it's all worth it. Captain, how is Lao Jiu doing? 13's voice was surprisingly quiet in the picture. They held on, but they're about the same as you. We can rest for a month this time. When 13 heard 1 month, he said excitedly, really? 1 month? Well, 1 month. The captain's voice did not sound very happy. 13 said hesitantly, Captain, can I go home? No. The captain rejected it immediately. 13 smiled awkwardly, Captain, you are so serious. Flying rainbow towards Venus. Intelligent record, once the Dark Star people are teleported here, they can only be teleported back if they have time to rest. Currently, the Master has not found the home planet of the Dark Star people. As long as a group of Dark Star people come here, they will basically be destroyed. They come and never return, but it is also this continuous high-intensity combat that makes the Dark Star people evolve. The bloodline potion comes from the Dark Star people. They have already noticed the effect of the bloodline potion on us. This time they did not bring many bloodline potions. Each Dark Star person only brought 1 bottle. But what the Dark Star people don't know is that the Master has hidden many bottles. The hall was silent. The bloodline potion actually came from the Dark Star. This was unexpected. How did the captain hide so many bottles of bloodline potion? For a time, there were many different opinions. Wu Deshio looked at the extinguished screen and knew that he had to wait for the next screen. The process of cracking the black box was done step by step. But there was an unexpected surprise just now, that is, 13's appearance was seen by everyone. Based on his appearance, we can figure out where he is from, and if we follow the clues we should be able to find his family. He is so young, his family should be there. At this moment, the screen suddenly lit up and a round planet appeared in the screen. This is the moon dot. Many people recognized it at a glance. The captain's voice sounded a little lonely, and he sounded very lazy and depressed. Lao Jiu has become an adult this year. I originally thought that I would not hold a coming-of-age ceremony for her, but now we have time. With a month's rest, we can improve a lot of things and push the battle line out, but we have to prevent the Dark Stars from airborne. We haven't figured out the rules of the Dark Stars teleportation array yet, but they should appear in the Jupiter area next time. If we want to push the battle line out, we have to start the war. The captain's voice gradually faded. If we want to burn it out, we have to find the temporary teleportation branch of the Dark Star people. This is not difficult, the difficult part is who to send it to. The sound stopped abruptly. The captain seemed to be thinking about something, and then said, 13 is called Zhou Kai. I hope that he, and them, can remain in history. When the black box returns to the motherland one day and reveals this scar, I hope they can all be remembered by history in an upright manner. As for me, it doesn't matter. I'm an experienced person anyway. The sound faded. The picture is frozen on the moon. Yu Tianming said, Zhou Kai, 13 is called Zhou Kai, it shouldn't be difficult to find him. With his appearance and name, if his family is still alive, the results should be out today. Yu Tianming sighed and turned to look outside the base. The wind and sand were rolling and the storm was raging on the earth. The images recorded in the black box may seem simple, but they are actually very complicated. We were able to open it so smoothly because of this mysterious data code, which is related to our country's original space program. The Dark Star civilization has more advanced technology than Earth. It is not difficult to decipher this code matrix, but the captain and his men must have tampered with it. The old man said in the video, so, we can only take it slowly, step by step. Yes. Yu Tianming's tone was somewhat helpless. They fought in outer space step by step. Nothing can be accomplished overnight. When Wu Dexiu heard this, he shook his head with some disapproval. He didn't know what to say, but he always felt that the captain and his men had reached the pinnacle of success in one step. The old man said, "That's good. The headquarters will have time to deal with other things. There is no analysis of the Dark Star people in the black box yet, but there may be some later. This is the key point." Wu Dexiu smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, I always have a hunch that the Dark Star civilization still exists. The captain and the others are still alive." Su Xiaoman looked at Wu Dexiu with shining eyes. Wu Dexiu wanted to say that all this was just speculation, but then he felt that there was no point in saying this, so he turned and left. Su Xiaoman groaned and glanced outside the base. "I wonder if there are other heroes left on this cold planet. Xia country. There is already some information about Zhou Kai. After all, this is a national event. The whole world is watching the live broadcast of the black box, and information spreads quickly." In less than an hour, someone contacted headquarters. According to the clues, Zhou Kai should be from Zhejiang province. In the cold space, on a planet who knows how many light years away from the Earth, a dilapidated spaceship was flashing. The location of the home planet has been obtained. The backup kinetic fuel is activated, the hibernation chamber is activated, life support preparations are complete, and the return plan will be initiated in 1 hour. I will escort you all the way home. It is 157 light-years away from the mother planet Earth. It is estimated to take 15 days. The spaceship began to vibrate with a crackling sound, and an intact light-speed spaceship inside rushed out of the broken shell, turning into a rainbow of light and entering the dark universe coordinates. In Xia Kingdom, everything is calm and peaceful. Global public opinion did not affect Xia country. Compared with the international excitement, the Xia people were much calmer at this moment. Only discuss in your own private group. As the saying goes, emotions can be communicated, but culture and blood cannot. The Xia people can better understand what sedimentation and growth mean. 13 is growing, but isn't the captain the same? During the fierce battle just now, the captain couldn't help showing off his skills and trying out some tricks and tactics. This is not a trick that a man in his 30s or 40s can perform. He must be a middle school boy. If the captain's age is actually about the same as 13 and the others, this will actually arouse the Xia people's desire to win in this matter. Young people's hearts are higher than the sky. I will never give up until I achieve my goal. In this battle, we will not stop until we capture the Dark Star's lair. People were idle, chatting about the 13 suns, working as they should, and doing business as they should. It was not so easy for the national side. They not only had to study Song Xuebing's blood sample and find the source of the signal, but also had to let the unmanned spacecraft emit a large number of signals. And it only transmits signals belonging to Xia State. At the same time, Zhou Kai's hometown has also been contacted. The results of the General Academy of Sciences search for the 3 engineers have come out, and as expected, they did not find what they were looking for. The 2 deceased left nothing behind, and their children and descendants did not find any special behavior before their elders died. As for the engineer who is still alive, he is now sitting in a wheelchair. He can't hear anything and can't think much. The attempt to obtain details of the Tiandao National Defense Plan from the unmanned spacecraft has failed. Now we can only hope that those who participated in this plan are still alive and know that the motherland is looking for them. It's just that several days have passed. If the people who originally participated in this plan are still here, it is impossible for them not to contact the national headquarters. Perhaps, the person who knew about this plan is really no longer in this world. It was drizzling that day. Zhejiang Province, the hometown of Zhou Kai, who ranks 13th, welcomed a group of important figures. After Song Xuebing, the second of the 13 sons surfaced. This time, it was the captain who took the initiative to disclose it. Raindrops hit the bluestone street, making this small courtyard seem unusually restrained. The strong cultural atmosphere, the antique walls and the weeping willows by the river prove that Zhou Kai was born into a scholarly family. However, although they come from a family of scholars, their living conditions are not that good at first glance. The old man stood at the door of the house and heard the noise of children and the scolding of adults inside. Are we looking in the right place? The old man asked the official next to him. Sir, that's right. The old man knocked on the door. After the door opened, a middle-aged man wearing glasses looked at the old man curiously, and suddenly he was delighted and shouted, Sir, why are you here? The old man smiled and said, Don't you know why I came here? Hurry. Come in, please. The old man walked into the yard, and behind him there was a sea of people, making it very lively. The old man asked curiously, Is this Zhou Kai's home? The men said with some embarrassment, Actually, strictly speaking, this can't be considered his home. Zhou Kai is actually an orphan. He was adopted by my father since he was a child. Alas. The men sighed. In fact, we have no blood relationship with Zhou Kai. When he was still in school, he was very rebellious and always caused trouble for us. Who are you? The old man was a little confused. The men said, My name is Yang Jiankang, and I am Zhou Kai's brother. Yang Jiankang, Zhou Kai. The adopted child should also have the surname Yang. Or when the child was adopted, his name was already Zhou Kai. Is it impossible to change it? But these things were not what the old man wanted to pay attention to. He walked into the house and asked, Is your father here? He is here. I have never told him about this because he likes his younger brother Zhou Kai very much. Yang Jiankang asked his wife to pour water for the old man and said, Please sit down for a moment. I'll call my father over. He's old now and has been retired for almost 10 years. If it weren't for that illness, he would still be teaching in school. The old man smiled and said, Good, very good, this is how a teacher should be. As he spoke, he looked around and it was indeed not good. In this era, a lot of resources have to be allocated, and the quality of life is not always smooth. There are always people who live in poverty. This is an unavoidable phenomenon in every era, unless Xia country is given another 50 years to completely break the shackles of resources and the solar system. On that day, perhaps everything will be different. The true communist era will come. But with the arrival of the communist era, the situation we face is very complicated, and this is not a road that can be achieved by saying so. We still have to proceed step by step. The old man's thoughts drifted far away. Sir, my father is here. His name is Yang Daxing. Yang Jiankang led a slightly trembling old man over. The old man quickly stood up and asked, How old is your father this year? My father is 65. 65. The old man looked at Yang Daxing strangely. This doesn't look like 65 at all. Instead, it looks more like 75 or 85. Yang Jiankang took Yang Daxing to sit down. Sir, it's because my father had that disease that he became like this. Can't the disease be cured? The old man shook hands with Yang Daxing. He could see that the trembling old man was very excited and happy. It's just that his eyes were a little cloudy, and he couldn't speak very well, and his words were unclear. Yang Jiankang said, It cannot be cured for now. The cost is very high. The point is that even if you spend money, it may not be 100% cured. The old man sighed. He looked a bit like a terminally ill old man, and didn't know whether he should tell about Zhou Kai. Have you asked him about Zhou Kai? The old man asked quietly. Yang Jiankang nodded. I talked to my father about it after watching the live broadcast. He wasn't very excited about Zhou Kai's reaction. He just said it's been so many years, it's long past. Didn't your father watch the live broadcast? He doesn't like to see, and his hearing is not very good. He likes to sleep. Yang Jiankang spread his hands. The old man nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He sat down and started chatting with Yang Daxing. Yang Daxing was very excited. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he tried hard to listen and answer. The old man asked some trivial questions about life and family, and also asked about the patient's condition. Talking about his illness, Yang Daxing suddenly became depressed. He also wants to continue teaching people to read. The old man understood, and while patting Yang Daxing's shoulder to comfort him, he called his secretary in. For Yang Daxing's illness, please notify the unit and he will provide free treatment throughout the whole process. Yes, sir. The secretary went out to make a phone call. Sir, the live broadcast has started. Another assistant came in and said quietly. The old man was silent for a moment, then asked, where did Zhou Kai study before? In number 4 middle school, Yang Jiankong replied. We were both in junior high school at number 4 middle school. Did he only go to junior high school? He doesn't like studying, but his grades have always been good. He prefers to study some strange things. Yang Jiankong said, his eyes slightly red. I grew up with him, and he likes to call me by my name, never calling me brother. The old man thought about it and walked to Yang Daxing. Come, I'll take you to a place. Yang Daxing stood up and said forcefully, go, where are you going? Go to the school where you used to teach and see your former students. The old man said this in a heavy tone. He didn't know whether he should tell Yang Daxing about this. But now he has figured it out, there are some things Yang Daxing still needs to know. He is Shirsan's adoptive father and his only relative. He has the right and the qualification to know. Clear sky after rain. But after this rain, it was still gloomy. The entrance of number 4 middle school was already crowded with people, many of whom were young people, students of the middle school. Someone held up a banner that read, Zhou Kai, your junior classmates are waiting here for you to come home. You must come back and take a look at the school. The school hasn't been so lively for a long time. It was packed with people. Many teachers came, and residents from the surrounding areas also spontaneously came to the vicinity of the school. The old man supported Yang Daxing and walked step by step on the way to school. Yang Jiankong and the others followed behind in silence, and the onlookers were also silent. The road was not long, but they walked for a long, long time. Yang Daxing vaguely told the old man stories about his previous teaching days and how difficult it was to teach students. The old man listened with a smile on his face. If he couldn't hear clearly, he would ask again patiently. The road is long. They didn't drive, but walked, passing through the alleys and walking past the river. Yang Daxing pointed to the largest willow tree and said that he had seen the tree grow 30 years ago when he was taking several children to take exams. The old man kept nodding. You just won't admit defeat. The old man spoke like a close friend. Yang Jiankong said that Yang Daxing loved Zhou Kai very much and told him some stories about Zhou Kai's childhood. It is no wonder that Yang Jiankong had some complaints about Zhou Kai at the time, and even completely broke up with Zhou Kai for a while. Yang Daxing loves Zhou Kai more than he loves Yang Jiankong. During the month that Zhou Kai was missing, Yang Daxing went out to teach every day and came back at 8 or 9 in the evening. After returning home, Yang Daxing stood quietly under the willow tree at the intersection again. If Yang Jiankong and the others didn't call him, Yang Daxing would stand there until midnight. He loves Zhou Kai deeply. But he always treats Zhou Kai badly. Because Zhou Kai doesn't like reading. His grades have always been among the best, but he often skips classes. Yang Daxing scolded him many times for this matter. Zhou Kai could never change. Sometimes he would skip classes just to enjoy the feeling of lying on the railroad tracks. Even to change the path of a light bulb flickering. These things sounded so absurd and unbelievable at the time. Now, Yang Daxing refuses to talk about Zhou Kai. After walking along a long street, the number 4 middle school by the river is in front of us. As for me, I haven't been here for many years. Yang Daxing looked at the familiar teaching building and the 2 tall birch trees on both sides of the school. The old man smiled and said, your students must be missing you. Students. Yang Daxing was unhappy. I haven't taught for 10 years. My students have all grown up and are no longer in school. They are here, they are back. The old man pointed to the front and said, look, those students, aren't they all your students? You are a teacher here, educating generations of students. Every student in this school is actually your student. Yang Daxing's face was flushed and he wanted to walk a few steps faster with joy. Seeing so many students holding banners on both sides, he was so happy that he couldn't help shaking, hesitating. I can still continue to teach, continue. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped where he was. The old man asked, what's wrong? Yang Daxing's eyes were trembling slightly, and his lips were also trembling. Yang Jiankong said that since Zhou Kai left, they had formed a tacit understanding and would never mention Zhou Kai in front of Yang Daxing. The old man followed Yang Daxing's gaze and understood. The banners all had words like Zhou Kai, go home, etc. written on them. Zhou Kai, this is your child, right? The old man knew that this was the most appropriate time to ask this question. Yang Daxing suddenly shook his head. No. He took a few quick steps forward, saying no but staring at the words Zhou Kai on the banner without blinking. The old man quickly supported Yang Daxing. Yang Daxing ran to the banner and looked at the young man he didn't know. Do you know Zhou Kai? These young people didn't know who Yang Daxing was, but seeing the old man supporting Yang Daxing, they probably guessed it, and shouted one by one, Grandpa, we all know Zhou Kai. I know them all. I know them all. Yang Daxing turned around tremblingly and looked at the old man in confusion. The old man whispered in Yang Daxing's ear, Zhou Kai went to a very far place. He left without saying goodbye, not because he hated you or disliked you, but because he didn't have time to say goodbye to you. Yang Daxing was a teacher after all, and when he heard these words, he shuddered all over. He left. Gone. Perhaps he will be back soon. The old man raised his head. He went to the universe. Yang Daxing's eyes were cloudy and his speech was unclear, but his mind was not confused. He also knew who the old man was, and he would not misinterpret what he said to mean that he had gone to heaven. Grandpa. The students' voices were as loud as a bell. Zhou Kai is the pride of our Xia country and the whole world. He is a hero. The voices of these students are the voices that Yang Daxing wants to hear the most, and Zhou Kai is his favorite child in his heart, even though he doesn't say it. Combining these two factors, Yang Daxing's eyes instantly turned red. He walked step by step to the school gate and saw a projector inside. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing saw countless Zhou Kai's name hanging inside and outside the school. A name he hadn't heard in years. Every time, he would sit alone in the quiet study, reading the diary written by Zhou Kai. He missed Zhou Kai, but he knew that the child had been gone for so many years and would never come back. But what he didn't expect was that Zhou Kai's name would appear in his sight and ring in his ears under such circumstances. The old man walked up to Yang Daxing. Your child Zhou Kai is the pride and hero of the motherland. Although he left you to do the greatest thing that even we don't know about, he has always been by our side, accompanying us. Because he can see this blue planet there. After the old man finished speaking, the projector turned on. The surroundings quickly darkened. The picture gradually emerged. Yang Daxing hunched over, staring at the screen without blinking. Where did he go? As Yang Daxing said this, he slowly straightened his chest. The old man whispered in Yang Daxing's ear, he, with the courage of life and death, went to outer space with 12 other people. Because the people they were going to deal with were from other alien civilizations. Yang Daxing trembled. A blue planet appeared on the screen. Earth. This planet is so dazzling and so beautiful. Yang Daxing looked at this scene and murmured, our Earth. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, which happens to be Lao Jio's coming-of-age ceremony, so we celebrated it together. I'm glad that we have time to rest during this Mid-Autumn Festival, and we can relax and have a reunion. In the picture, 13 figures stand in a row, facing the Earth. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it happens to be our 1-month rest time. We don't have mooncakes, but we have nutrient solution. Old 7, don't hide your wine. Hey! Captain, you can't do this. Song Shuebing quickly ran back. 7th brother, come on, give me the wine. I've never drunk alcohol in my life. My father always told me not to smoke or drink when I'm young, but he can't see me drinking here. Zhou Kai laughed and chased after him to grab the wine. Yang Daxing's eyes were moist. Zhou Kai's voice was like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Yang Daxing's heart. Yang Jiankong stood behind Yang Daxing, looking at Zhou Kai, who was still playful and noisy in the picture, and his eyes became red. He was afraid that his father would know all this and his already poor health would get worse. But after seeing his father's expression, Yang Jiankong knew that his father had to see this. Zhou Kai may never come back. Zhou Kai. After seeing Zhou Kai, Yang Daxing's cloudy eyes suddenly became bright. His voice trembled and he reached out to touch the curtain, as if in this way he could touch the child who had left home for many years. Zhou Kai grabbed the wine and laughed out loud. This laughter infected everyone around. Someone was already sobbing, and the intermittent crying made Yang Daxing feel heartbroken. He knew what this was. He reached out to touch the curtain, but after taking a few steps, he couldn't see Zhou Kai anymore, so he had to step back. Child. Yang Daxing looked at the screen eagerly. Seventh brother, don't be reluctant. When we break into the Dark Star's lair, I'll find some wine for you. They must be drinking. The Dark Stars I beat up last time smelled of alcohol. Song Xuebing glared and said, I don't believe you. How would the Dark Star people know what wine is? The captain's deep voice calmed the situation. Okay, Lao Chi, just be generous. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. As soon as the captain spoke, Song Xuebing stopped making trouble. Taigu Town, Shan Province. Song Weigua sat in the crowd, looking at Song Xuebing in the picture, tears falling silently. The ninth son's voice was soft. When we were on Earth before, we looked at the moon and imagined Chang'e flying to the moon. Now that we are looking at the moon from Venus, it really has a different flavor. Zhou Kai has a tall and straight figure, standing on a piece of stone, looking handsome and elegant. Yes, it is much clearer now. My dad always gave me one mooncake and gave my brother two during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I asked him why, and he said, you are the younger one, you should understand the principle of Kong Rong giving up his pears. Yang Jiankong's pupils widened when he heard this. He was actually here and heard Zhou Kai call him brother. Captain Zhou Kai turned around and looked at the captain, but from the picture, he was looking at everyone outside the screen. I really want to go home. My dad is very stubborn. He's probably still looking for me everywhere. Yang Daxing could no longer stop crying. He choked and grabbed the curtain, as if he wanted to catch the child he had been thinking about day and night. Zhou Kai. Why did you leave without telling me? Just tell me. Let me know where you went. Yang Daxing's cry set off everyone's tear glands. In the picture, the captain's back walked to Zhou Kai and pointed in the direction of the earth. Then you stay here and say Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to your father. Zhou Kai chuckled, no, I won't. How embarrassing, stupid. There is silence in the picture. No one spoke. Zhou Kai somersaulted over, with his armor covering his head. Dad. He saluted. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. After I finish beating up those bastards, I'll come back to see you and bring you some local specialties from Dark Star. They seemed to see dazzling fireworks flashing in the east of the earth. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Motherland. The 13 sons spoke in unison. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The sound is like waves. Across the country, many people shouted this at the screen. In this way, it seems as if you can be in the same time and space as the 13 sons, see their progress, and empathize with them. However, this was a conversation that took place more than 20 years apart. Let's celebrate this Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. Yang Daxing stared at the people in the picture without blinking. He felt much calmer now and asked the old man next to him. There are some children inside. Who are they? The old man said, except for the seventh son, Song Xuebing, we don't know the others yet. This is a great plan, but the secrecy of this plan has been kept from us. The old man paused, and then said, at present, except for the body of the seventh son Song Xuebing, who was found on Mars and sent home, the whereabouts of the others have not yet been found. When Yang Daxing heard the word body, he pursed his lips with difficulty. Have they all, already, sacrificed their lives for their country? I don't know, but based on the information we know so far, there should still be people alive. Yang Daxing slowly smiled. This child is great. I knew he would be extraordinary in the future, and he didn't disappoint me. He did such a thing and didn't bring shame to the country. He is really great. In the picture, the Mid-Autumn Festival fireworks did not appear on Venus. There were several people lying in groups of 3 or 4 on the brown and yellow land. The captain was wearing armor that looked like it had been patched together for many years. It was obviously put together hastily, probably the result of a previous battle. 13. Team Leader. Zhou Kai turned over and sounded a little dazed, probably because he had drunk quite a bit of alcohol. The festival is over, and we have to get back to work. What else is there to do? Zhou Kai touched his head wrapped in protective clothing. Burn the battle line. The captain's voice was calm. Zhou Kai immediately said, how to burn it? His drunkenness seemed to have dissipated at once. The captain turned on the virtual screen in his hand. I have found the location where the Dark Star people will teleport next time. It is located at 3 o'clock above Jupiter. Zhou Kai said, Captain, don't tease me. Why am I teasing you? The captain's voice was serious. Zhou Kai looked at the virtual screen and asked curiously, there are 3 points hanging above Jupiter. Isn't that where we fought the Dark Star army last time? Yes. The captain put away the screen, get ready, send someone over to extend the battle line. Alone. Zhou Kai widened his eyes. The captain patted Zhou Kai on the shoulder. Why, is that weird? Zhou Kai said, then who will go? You. Zhou Kai was stunned for a moment. You look so scared. I'm kidding, let's draw lots. The captain stood up and looked towards the earth. Whoever draws the lot will go. No matter who goes, I have paved the way for them. In order to spread the battle line, the master used an extreme method, which has a success rate of only 50%. After the screen went dark for a moment, the captain talked to himself. 13 is the only one who has the ability to pass through the teleportation array. I need the information of the branch from Dark Star. It would be best if I go, but if I go and can't come back, they will lose their backbone. I'm sorry 13, this is what I meant by selfishness before, but I have to be selfish. This time, there is actually no lottery, so 13 is destined to go. The earth is so beautiful. For the sake of this home and for our compatriots to not be enslaved by the Dark Star, sacrifice is inevitable. We can only say that we caught up. Ha ha. The captain laughed at himself and said loudly, who drew the task ticket? Captain, I didn't. Neither have I. I don't. One by one, they disappeared, and finally only Zhou Kai was left. He looked at the virtual code in his hand and extinguished it. Captain, it's me. Zhou Kai grinned, his 2 soft dimples. In the picture, only Zhou Kai's smile remained. Yang Daxing covered his chest and sat down on the stool next to him. He felt a little tired. When he heard the captain's words and saw Zhou Kai's courageous smile, Yang Daxing knew that the child had been waiting for this moment. How did you grow up? Is it in that universe that loneliness and solitude forged him into a hero who can shoulder such a heavy burden? Will you hate the captain? The old man sat down next to him and the staff member brought him hot tea. Yang Daxing took a breath and shook his head, what right do I have to hate? No one in the entire Xia kingdom has the right to hate. He chose Zhou Kai, it was Zhou Kai's honor, it is the supreme honor to fight for the country. Our nation has never lacked such people. Throughout the ages, there will always be such people standing up. Yang Daxing straightened his chest. It's just these 13 kids who caught up. Yang Jiankong said, Sir, my father is right. The captain said that only Zhou Kai has the ability to do this. Did you see his smile? That was a smile of being proven. When he knew that only he could do it, I knew he was very proud. I know my brother too well. The old man looked at the people around him. There is pride and honor on their faces. These are children who came from Zhejiang province. 13 people may come from different provinces, and their pride will continue forever. Until dawn. Zhou Kai boarded the spaceship. The captain was wearing armor and sitting in the co-pilot seat. After entering the teleportation array range, I will leave and the rest will be left to you. The captain's tone was calm, just like before. Zhou Kai also put away his smile at this moment. Captain, I know this is very important, much more important than my life. Don't worry, I remember everything you said. The main thing is to transmit the branch's information, and I also want to let them know that we can enter their transmission range and counterattack them. Let them push the battle line back. Zhou Kai gave a thumbs up. Captain, am I this? The captain looked at Zhou Kai quietly and nodded slowly. If you're not this, I won't let you go. Captain, am I the strongest person on this team besides you? Zhou Kai asked cautiously. As soon as he finished speaking, many voices rang out in the communicator. 13. Be careful with your words. Don't be arrogant, kid. I'll beat you up when you come back. 13. Sister is not a pushover. If you want to become the strongest, you have to climb over this huge mountain of sister. You are really flying high, little brat. I will compete with you when you come back. Why are you talking so much nonsense? 13. Remember to come back and don't get lost. Remember to come back. You have to come back. If you don't come back, Zhou Kai's eyes turned red, and he immediately put on his helmet, saying nonchalantly, "It's so noisy." Captain, I'm off. Zhou Kai pressed the thruster button. The captain looked straight ahead. The master didn't know if 13 would come back. At that moment, I felt the pain in the master's heart. He said that he would not let any of his teammates take risks. He would rather try one side first, but he couldn't try this time. The fearless are fearless, this is what the master has always told them. On this day, after the turning point of the battlefield, the master ushered in a new battlefield. There are many benefits to pushing the front line, because the main purpose of the master's plan is to protect the Earth, and this purpose is the ultimate belief. Boom. The spacecraft blasted out a torrent of energy and flew toward Jupiter. September 30th is the day before National Day. It's the motherland's birthday. I'm sending 13 to Jupiter. I waved goodbye to him and he told me. Zhou Kai closed the hatch and watched the captain leave the spacecraft through the porthole. Captain, if I can't come back, please ask someone to tell my dad a message. I'm an orphan. My father picked me up and raised me. He always said that I jumped out of a crack in a rock. Captain, I'm Sun Wukong. This time, I'm going to make trouble in the heavenly palace. Wait for my good news. The captain's shoulders shrugged slightly, and he shouted, "Take a message to your father." Zhou Kai's body trembled noticeably. The captain seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't react. When Yang Daxing heard this, he leaned forward and stared at Zhou Kai, who was staring at the screen. Captain, I probably won't be able to come back. Zhou Kai pressed the accelerator key. Tell my dad a message, just say it about me, just say it about me. Boom. The spaceship suddenly disappeared. The captain lowered his head, his shoulders shaking violently, and he suddenly shouted. 13. The captain activated the kinetic energy of his armor and chased after him. His voice was extremely hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been torn. 13, you must come back. The captain's voice clearly carried a crying tone that did not belong to him. Captain, tell my dad and let him be proud of me. Anyway, I have never done anything to make him proud since I was a child. Doing the greatest thing for the motherland is enough to make him proud for the rest of his life. When Yang Daxing heard this, tears welled up in his eyes and he fell to the ground as if he had lost everything. The spacecraft sank into Jupiter's orbit from the dark universe coordinates and was never seen again. The captain stayed in orbit around Jupiter. After a long time, he turned around. After 13 succeeds, we can start the Kingdom of Heaven project, but I let 13 go and die. That's how selfish I am. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing sat down, holding his chest. He felt like his heart was being torn apart by something, but he couldn't shout out or make any sound. There are a lot of people watching here. Zhou Kai is their hero and their pride. As a father, he also needs to be strong. He picked up this child, but he raised him from childhood and poured no less love into him than Yang Jiankong. He is the father of a hero, and he has to act like a heroic father. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Zhou Kai went to the Jupiter teleportation array and dedicated himself to the motherland and the people. So proud. Dad. Yang Jiankong sat next to Yang Daxing and gently patted his old father on the back. Yang Daxing said softly, I understand their captain's decision. If it were me, I would do the same. This is a national event and we cannot hesitate. I am so happy that Zhou Kai can do such a great thing for the motherland. Yang Jiankong said, I know you feel very uncomfortable. We are the family of a hero. After Zhou Kai did something like this, we have to behave ourselves. Yang Daxing took a deep breath and stood up. The old man watched from the side without saying anything. Some things they had to digest on their own. Sir, is there any follow-up? Yang Daxing's eyes were shining, and the look that had been cloudy for several years was gone forever. The old man said, yes, there are many more. This is the black box left by the captain. It returned to the motherland from 13 light years away. Yang Daxing said, 13 light years, what a long distance. The old man looked at Jupiter's appearance in the picture and asked, before Zhou Kai disappeared, did he come into contact with any special people, or did he have any abnormal behavior? Yang Daxing thought about it, shook his head, and asked Yang Jiankong, do you remember? Yang Jiankong said, sir, there was no abnormal behavior in the period before Zhou Kai disappeared. He was the same as before. The old man sighed, we have been trying to find the people behind this plan. There should be more than 13 of them, but we have not found them. This plan is called the Heavenly Down National Defense Plan, and the executors are this team of 13 people, known as the 13 Sons. Your child, Zhou Kai, ranks 13th. Yang Daxing murmured, 13, 13. The picture flashed and a voice was heard. Team leader. 13, are you here? The captain's voice returned to calm. A spaceship is moving slowly in the dark universe orbit of Jupiter. 13 controlled the spacecraft and observed the various instruments. Captain, I have entered the planned orbit, but I have not found any signs of the teleportation array. I am searching, but there is no sign of the Dark Star people either. They may still be resting. The spaceship flew in the darkness. The surroundings were cold and deserted, as if there was nothingness, no sky, no universe, no Earth. The spaceship was like a small boat in the dark and empty sea, moving slowly forward. The coordinates of the dark universe and this universe are in different dimensions, but in the same world, they influence each other but do not interfere with each other. Now it's up to you. After completing the mission, return home immediately. The spacecraft's black box will record the entire mission and leave precious treasures for the people of the motherland. After the captain said this, he cut off the connection. Zhou Kai was stunned for a while before he said, really? You want to go down in history? That's not shameful. Whoosh. The spacecraft enters light speed. Zhou Kai's face showed excitement and solemnity. My name is Shursan. Pa, my name is Zhou Kai, and I'm from Zhejiang province. The captain chose me to complete this mission, which shows his trust in me. But this is more than just trust, because only I can complete this mission. Motherland, it's September 31st, the 4th year of the Heavenly Down National Defense Plan. According to the time calculation, it is now the National Day of the Motherland. Zhou Kai grinned and laughed. Then let 13 present a great gift to our motherland on its birthday. Zhou Kai took out a bottle of blood potion. He looked relaxed and happy, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were serious. He swallowed the blood potion without hesitation. I actually hate the captain, just like Lao Chi. I hate that he always thinks he is in control of the situation and always takes on many things by himself. We are teammates, but he always thinks of himself as the captain and puts on airs. Zhou Kai's eyes glowed with a sky-blue light. But if I were the captain, I would definitely put on a bigger show than the captain. Zhou Kai pushed forward with all his strength, turning on full speed mode. The 4th year was the 2nd year after I became an adult. Dad said that he would no longer care about me when I became an adult and let me live and die as I pleased. He let out a hearty laugh. But Dad said there's a good quote in the book, death can be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. I won't die so easily. These Dark Star people are really not qualified. Why did the captain only choose 12 of us out of the billions of people in Xia country? Because we are the chosen ones of heaven. Zhou Kai could no longer hide his pride. Discovered energy fluctuations, positions, dark universe coordinates of the solar system, and the 7-point position of Jupiter. Found it. Zhou Kai's smile immediately disappeared. The captain said that once this plan succeeds, he will start the plan he had already decided on in the 1st year, the Heavenly Kingdom plan. This is an unprecedented great plan, and I cannot be left out. Lock the target, look for the transmission wave bar, mix the Dark Star data code, and prepare for the invasion. Zhou Kai's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word came through the screen so that the people of Xia could hear it clearly. Yang Daxing watched these scenes silently. His eyes were red and bloodshot, but he still couldn't bear to blink. This scene was always on Zhou Kai's mind, and he wanted to keep looking at it, just like that. The captain's weak narration was heard on the screen. The Heavenly Kingdom plan is my most perfect plan for the Dark Star people. This plan is divided into 3 steps. If each step can be successfully implemented, it will take about 3 years. This is my promise to my teammates, for the first 3 years. The Dark Stars have no gods, and their technological strength has reached the 3rd-level civilization that is far beyond the reach of the Earth. The Dark Stars evolve very quickly, and reproduce as fast as rain. They can even give birth to children while fighting. They are mammals and need natural childbirth to produce offspring, but they have many ways to combine. Dark Star people, regardless of gender. The teleportation array consumes a lot of energy, and even the Dark Star civilization cannot open it anytime and anywhere. Every invasion they make consumes a lot of energy, and the way they generate energy comes from cosmic resources. The motherland and the Dark Star cannot be completely destroyed, because their home planet is outside the universe. But this road is not only far, but also requires the control of the rules of the universe. The signal source comes from the unmanned spacecraft. They have been lurking in the Milky Way until the signal of the unmanned spacecraft attracted them. The captain's voice gradually became excited. The destruction of the universe is caused by the expansion of technology. In the face of extreme technology, the universe becomes a child. But our Xia country has always believed that men can conquer nature. The universe has its own rules, and technology will ultimately not be able to expand beyond the universe itself. 13. Waiting for your good news. The captain finished speaking and fell silent. The secretary strode over to the old man and whispered, "The Mars base sent back news that an unidentified flight path is rapidly approaching the solar system." "What is it?" Professor Yu Tianming observed and believed it was a spaceship that did not belong to Earth. The old man's eyes widened. The secretary's eyes were slightly red as he said, "Perhaps, one of them has returned home." In the dark universe coordinates, the Lightspeed spacecraft is rapidly approaching the solar system. It is still 53 light-years away from the solar system. We will soon return to Earth. The Master is about to go home. I have sensed the signal source of the mother planet. It is an exploration spacecraft that has left the mother planet. The spacecraft ejected a turbulent stream of light, like a flash of light, and in an instant it was light-years away. I have tried to send a signal to the mother planet. If the mother planet can receive my signal, it will know the trajectory of the spacecraft. The return plan is the only plan that is still being implemented after the Heavenly Kingdom plan and the Heavenly Down National Defense plan. After the plan is completed, I will automatically be annihilated. The solar system is not very large. Taking into account the gravitational factor, it is only a few light-years large. Anything beyond light-years has nothing to do with the solar system. The farthest range at which Earth's technology can receive a complete signal is only 4 light-years. At this moment, the unmanned exploration spacecraft on a long journey received a signal from a distant spacecraft. The signal was immediately fed back to the headquarters. The old man was accompanying Yang Daxing in Zhejiang province. When he heard the report from the Space Administration, he immediately asked the people on Mars to pay close attention to the signal and to go to escort the mission as soon as they received the signal. This time, there must be someone returning. Seeing Yang Daxing still staring at the projector screen in a daze, the old man consoled him, "Your child is brave." "They are all brave." Yang Daxing looked at the screen anxiously. Just after Zhou Kai said the words about preparing to invade, the picture turned into the moon. He really wanted to see what Zhou Kai did, but he couldn't see it at once. He was so anxious that his feet were shaking, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. The old man saw Yang Daxing's anxiety. "Daxing, Zhou Kai's counterattack this time was beyond our expectations." Even the experts at the Mars base were surprised. The military also said that the success rate of taking the initiative in that situation is not 100%. It is a gamble. But as the captain of this plan, he can't gamble. He can't gamble on such a thing. If he loses the gamble, it will be devastating for the 13th son. But they did this because the captain must have made comprehensive preparations, and also to prepare for the Heavenly Kingdom plan they told them about. Yang Daxing nodded. The words, Kingdom of Heaven Project, have set off a wave of enthusiasm around the world. Headline media around the world have reported on the Kingdom of Heaven Project. How powerful is this 3-year super plan? Military experts around the world and experts in space planning and long-range space warfare are also analyzing the situation. The first step of this plan is to push the battle line forward and prove that when the 13th sun first left the Earth, the war had already spread to Mars, the closest planet to the Earth. Pushing the battle line forward can not only ensure the safety of the Earth, but also free up our hands to implement the plan formulated by the 13 suns. This is a thrilling game, not a gamble. It's definitely not a gamble. But this game must have a price. If the game can be won without any cost, then the Dark Star civilization would not be so terrible. 13 Zhou Kai became the price of this game. But he must also pay the price. This is inevitable, and it is also what Zhou Kai and the other 12 sons must do. The moment they went out to fight, they were destined to pay any price for their motherland and the Earth. If death can destroy the Dark Star attack, I believe any Xia country soldier would be willing to do it. The courage to face death with equanimity is an essential quality for a soldier, but a soldier must take victory as a prerequisite. As long as they can win, sacrifice is nothing. The military's propaganda slogans were promoted in major cities across Xia country. The 13th sun is not only a soldier, but also the military god of our Xia country. If you join the army, you will regret it for 3 years, but if you don't join the army, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The Dark Stars and other alien races will one day discover the existence of Earth civilization. Our Xia country is the responsibility of the Earth. For the sake of the motherland, for the sake of family, for the sake of glory, join the army. Share this glory that belongs to the country with the 13 suns. The military's propaganda slogans are placed everywhere, and the purpose is simple, which is to get more people to join the army. This era has entered the age of the Sea of Stars. High-tech galaxy warfare and human wave tactics have long been abandoned. But numbers are a nation's trump card. No nation with a very small population has ever become extremely powerful. After the military's propaganda was released, the whole world followed suit, promoting the military and encouraging people to join it. Yu Tianming stared at the information transmission of the unmanned number, and the large screen was full of dense signal spots. He is the oldest person in the base, but at this moment, he must take control of the entire base. Teacher. Wu Deshio walked over quickly. The signal has been collected and is rapidly approaching the solar system. Wu Deshio looked at the screen and said, "It will take another 3 hours to determine the exact location." It is true that the signal came from Xia country. It has a special code that has not been changed in our Xia country for hundreds of years. Is he one of the 12? Other young students discussed. Yu Tianming said, "It should be the return of the Son of Man." After Song Xuebing returns home, all subsequent arrangements will be activated, and the plans for the return of the Son of Man will be implemented one by one. Having said that, Yu Tianming sighed. If it really happened one after another, it would prove that the 13 sons died one after another. This was what he least wanted to see, even though this possibility was already a foregone conclusion. Once the heroes return home and enter the solar system, we must do our best to escort them. Wu Deshio said, and called Suda over, "Get ready." The returning spacecraft must have been silent for a long time. We must escort them back as soon as possible. Suda nodded and left. Yu Tianming said, "Then we..." Boom. The picture suddenly moved. Wu Deshio said, "Here it comes." The screen lights up. Pooh. Zhou Kai's voice came through the screen, giving people a sense of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. We were almost discovered. Luckily I used the genetic code of the Dark Star people. These barbarians are really stupid. Zhou Kai was wearing a strange suit of armor that looked abnormally large. Is this the Dark Star costume? Yu Tianming looked at the screen, a little surprised. Wu Deshio said, "Can this kind of armor perfectly avoid the Dark Star people? If so, then the Dark Star people's IQ is indeed not high. This method should be as transparent as this kind of high technology. I don't know how 13 got in." Zhou Kai was lying in an abandoned pit, surrounded by a thick purple fog. What is this place? The middle area behind the teleportation array. Is it also the so-called buffer zone? Wu Dexiu looked up. The terrain here is very strange and peculiar, very much like the twisted terrain in a dream. The purple mist obscured the surroundings, and vaguely one could see the spires of the towers emitting green light. Transmission division. This is the middle buffer zone. The energy of the Dark Star people is not enough to set up a teleportation array directly from the Dark Star mother planet to the solar system in one go. Zhou Kai said to himself. The responsibility of advancing the front lies on my shoulders. I cannot be impatient. I cannot be impatient. Zhou Kai took a deep breath. Mission objective: invade the teleportation branch, obtain the data of the teleportation array, and destroy the branch to let them know that we can break in. Once the Dark Star civilization suffers a loss, they will be very cautious. They will think we are going to counterattack, and it will be a big loss for them to fail to attack for 4 years. Once they retreat, we can follow the transmission data and use the method of building a bridge in the universe to push the front line back step by step. Final. Zhou Kai showed 2 shallow dimples. We have achieved our goal, the Heavenly Kingdom plan has taken shape, and we have entered the Dark Star people's home planet. After he finished speaking, several beams of light suddenly shot out from the front. I've been discovered. Zhou Kai remained calm in the face of danger, turned on stealth mode, and blended into the surrounding walls. The laser was almost hundreds of meters thick, and after it swept past, it shook the surrounding space into pieces of dust. Yu Tianming looked at the screen nervously. This is not an ordinary energy attack weapon. It should be a turret or a fortress. This is the temporary teleportation branch of the Dark Star people. They do this probably to prevent the location of their home planet from being leaked. Although they are stupid, they are not extremely stupid. In the picture, Zhou Kai waited for a while, and after an indiscriminate sweep, the laser dissipated. Zhou Kai turned over and boarded a spaceship that appeared from nowhere, with a conspicuous Dark Star civilization logo on it. Today is National Day, and the invasion begins. Zhou Kai's eyes were sky blue in color. He piloted the spaceship and rushed towards the densely packed spires in front. As the spaceship approached the top of the tower, some huge Dark Star people flapped their wings and flew out, pointing strange weapons at the spaceship. A Dark Starman mumbled a few words. Another Dark Starman with slightly yellower skin walked forward and waved to the spaceship. Zhou Kai sat in the huge armor, his eyes firm and courageous. The captain has made all the arrangements. These barbarians thought I was one of their own. Hee, I will give you a big surprise later. He nodded to the Dark Starman who was waving at him from outside, but he couldn't speak the Dark Star language, so he couldn't open his mouth, as he would be exposed. Yu Tianming said, the people in the first institute recorded all of this, the second institute will be responsible for comparing samples, and the third institute is preparing to set off to collect data near Jupiter. There must be traces left here, so find a way to obtain data. In order to save energy, we will only explore for 3 hours a day. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Dexiu. Wu Dexiu said, I'm just curious, how did the captain do all this? He can pave the way for 13, why doesn't he just carry out the mission directly? Yu Tianming shook his head. Let's first observe the characteristics of the Dark Star people. They represent a type of other civilizations in the universe. Perhaps we will encounter them in the future. Kuru. The Dark Star suddenly made a strange sound. This voice seemed to be filled with fear and anger. Something is wrong. There's something wrong with the tone and accent of the Dark Star people. Yu Tianming quickly looked at the screen. In the picture, a vicissitudes of life voice said. 13 made a stupid decision, but it did not prevent him from carrying out his mission. I kept thinking, if 13 hadn't waved and said hello to them, would the things that happened later have never happened? Zhou Kai was discovered and immediately drove the spaceship directly into Tallinn. He didn't know why he was discovered. The Dark Star people would not attack him until they found out his identity. He must enter Tallinn directly before the Dark Star people can react. The Dark Star people roared and rushed over to intercept, while warships and mechas appeared behind Tallinn. The people in front of the screen held their breath. This was a buffer zone and also where the Dark Stars stationed their troops. The number of space battleships and mechas docked here must be beyond their imagination. The moment the spacecraft accelerated, it entered Tallinn like a streak of purple light at lightning speed. At this moment, the artillery batteries around Tallinn fired huge beams of light several hundred meters thick, hitting the spacecraft. Yang Daxing stood up suddenly, staring at the screen, his clenched fists shaking constantly. Amidst the flying sparks, a figure broke away from his armor, wrapped in a dense arc of flashes, and entered Tallinn. He still went in. Zhou Kai turned over and landed, turning on the self-service aiming and navigation system. He actually doesn't know where the camera is. This kind of intelligent automatic recording and shooting is entirely done by super artificial intelligence. Boom, boom, boom. Countless beams of light shot out from behind him. All of these beams were antimatter energy and belonged to the category of quantum weapons. The weapons used by the Dark Star civilization to invade the solar system are still conventional space combat weapons. There is nothing special about them, and they have not reached the superdimensional attack of the third-level civilization. Zhou Kai pressed down the armor and shook it hard. With a hum, his entire body was covered with an anti-quantum shield. The anti-quantum shield covered Zhou Kai, and he rushed into Tallinn in one step. The next moment, clusters of virtual towers appeared on the screen. Yu Tianming looked at this scene and took a breath. This is not a real building. Is it the baseband of the teleportation array? Wu Deshio's face also looked a little pale. These buildings appear real, but are actually filled with distorted shadows. Thinking that this was the buffer zone for the Dark Star people and also a place where they stationed their troops, Wu Deshio immediately thought of the teleportation array base. The captain said that the home planet of the Dark Star people is outside the universe, perhaps in the Dark Universe coordinates, or possibly in a special galaxy. Similar to the wormholes mentioned before and some Zerg that have not appeared so far. Strictly speaking, the Zerg have not evolved as fully as the Dark Stars. Except for a few Zerg that have evolved better, such as the Zerg King, the rest of the Zerg are just low IQ cannon fodder. But the Dark Star civilization is not. The Dark Stars are no match for the Zerg. If the Dark Star civilization wants to invade other civilizations, it must rely on this kind of connection transmission to transport troops and space warships to the buffer zone. In this way, a teleportation array can be built to invade. This is a bit frustrating for a third-level civilization. Zhou Kai invaded Tallinn and successfully withstood a wave of attacks by relying on huge armor and anti-quantum shield. He took this opportunity to rush into Tallinn's defense circle. All firepower suddenly fell silent. No matter how stupid the Dark Star people were, they knew that if they continued to attack, all their Tallinns would be destroyed. A red-skinned Dark Starman wearing armor and with wings that seemed to be coated with gold was floating in the air. Red skin. Yu Tianming took notes quickly. This may be a commander of the Dark Star army. More and more Dark Star people appeared behind the red Dark Star person. They were so densely packed that there was no end in sight. The commander said something unknown, and the Dark Star people shook their bodies, flapped their wings, and rushed into Tallinn in groups. Dozens of warships surrounded Tallinn, artillery batteries were set up, and mechas were ready to go. All attacks were directed at their own teleportation array base. Outside the screen, countless people had red eyes. What does it mean that one man can hold the pass against 10,000? Judging from the situation, even if Zhou Kai completes the mission, he probably won't be able to escape. Yang Daxing bit his lip. He knew this was the last time he would see Zhou Kai, and he was reluctant to blink. The child has left him, and now, after many years, he looks at Zhou Kai, who was young, proud, and frivolous in the past. As a pride, it will always remain in the hearts of the Xia people. You are the child I raised. But you are the son of the most loyal minister of your motherland. This nation is proud to have you, and you are also proud to be born in this nation. Zhou Kai's figure appeared. He had taken off his Dark Star armor and was only wearing a close-fitting dark matter protective suit as he moved around Tallinn. This is their teleportation base. The captain was right. They don't dare to stay in the base, so there is no Dark Star person here. More and more Dark Star people were chasing after him. You dare to come in, but you don't dare to destroy it. Zhou Kai had a stern expression. Although he liked to laugh, he couldn't laugh at this moment. He knew he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. Then I'll give you a little surprise first. Zhou Kai traveled through the tower forest, pressed a mark and stuffed it into a tower. He disappeared like a shadow. Next second, with a loud bang, the tower collapsed. These towers are originally illusory. Once one collapses, it is equivalent to destroying a piece of data of the teleportation array, and the code needs to be repaired. The red-skinned Dark Star commander screamed in anger. He kept saying some rude words, and behind him, groups of Dark Star people flapped their wings and rushed in. Zhou Kai rushed to the center of Talon. It's really easy for these stupid barbarians, Zhou Kai said as he took out a bottle of black potion. He looked a little sad, but didn't say anything and directly injected the medicine. The next moment, his genetic data changed. Owner. Xiaofeng. Zhou Kai said to himself. Master, you have been injected with the Dark Star gene, please stay rational. I know. Zhou Kai's eyes turned black, but his physical fitness, combined with the blood potion, was violently solidifying and expanding. Has it transformed? Some people shouted in surprise. Wu Dexiu stared at the screen, his breathing a little rapid. Dark Star genes. How did you get this thing? Gene extraction is complicated, and the genes of the Dark Star people should be even more difficult to extract. But the most difficult thing is to change the properties of one's own genes when the genes are directly injected. The Earth cannot do this so quickly right now. Not to mention that the captain and his team don't have any factories in the universe to make these things. Everything they had, except the local specialties they brought over from Xia country, was snatched from the Dark Star people. Zhou Kai said, Xiaofeng, come, prepare to invade the transmission database. When Yang Daxing heard Xiaofeng, he glanced at Yang Jiankong. It's true that Xiaofeng is artificial intelligence. Zhou Kai directly named the artificial intelligence Xiaofeng. Is it because it is difficult to come up with a name, or does it have a specific meaning? Yang Jiankong saw his father looking at him and sighed. Xiaofeng is married now, and her child is already 8 years old. I know. Yang Daxing smiled, as if recalling the time when Zhou Kai and Xiaofeng went to and from school together. He also said, Zhou Kai, don't fall in love too early. Another city far away. A middle-aged woman was looking at Zhou Kai on the screen, holding a broom and a bottle in her hands. A 1-year-old child was lying in the crib. Data access completed, Master, you can open the database. Zhou Kai quickly entered a place that looked like a small dark room. Prepare to transmit data to the captain. Zhou Kai held down the armor and slid down hard, and a chip floated in front of him. Master, you have 10 seconds. Zhou Kai walked to the front, reached out to open the virtual screen, and found the location of the database according to the map. Team Leader. 13. The captain's voice remained steady. I have entered the Talon database and am ready to start copying data. 10 seconds, Captain, be ready to receive it. Okay. There was a hint of excitement in the captain's voice. Zhou Kai inserted the chip. Kulu. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Master, there is a nanoelectronic gene lock. Zhou Kai turned around suddenly. 2 virtual dark stars pointed high-energy electromagnetic weapons at Zhou Kai. But they did not attack directly. He must be doubting Zhou Kai's genetic value. Zhou Kai walked over slowly, put his hands behind his back and slowly condensed the antimatter value. Countdown 5 seconds, data transmission is about to be completed. There was no expression on Zhou Kai's face. Right at this moment, there were shouts of Dark Star people outside. The 2 virtual guards' eyes flashed, and they said in clumsy Xia language, invasion, clear out. Too late. Zhou Kai was not surprised that they could speak Xia language, and he rushed forward. The speed reached the speed of light at this moment, instantly injecting the antimatter data into the bodies of the 2 virtual people. Before their attack even began, the antimatter data disrupted the initial program and exploded into nebulae. Data transfer completed. 13. Destroy Talon and evacuate. There was a hint of surprise in the captain's voice. Yes, Captain. Zhou Kai pressed his chest, and the second layer of armor covered his whole body. Master, should we launch the antimatter gravimeter? Zhou Kai rushed out of the small dark room and saw a dense crowd of Dark Star people surrounding him. The corners of his mouth curved up. There are still so many Dark Star idiots. Launch them. We'll make a killing this time. Emission. Zhou Kai spread his arms, and the armor on his body peeled off. Dazzling lights shot towards Talon in all directions like mushroom clouds. Wherever it passed, space distorted and the purple mist turbulent. Zhou Kai's eyes turned sky blue. He grabbed a Dark Starman who was flying towards him and tore him apart with force. Along with the splash of dark blood, Zhou Kai tore the Dark Starman into two halves alive. Talon was drowning in the antimatter gravity, being annihilated layer by layer. Kulu. The red-skinned Dark Star commander roared, his eyes turning snow-white. He waved his arms wildly and issued one strange command after another. Some Dark Star people with yellowish skin looked at their commander. The commander roared a lot of words and opened the virtual screen at the same time, apparently sending some message to the mother planet. Soon, all the Dark Stars evacuated Talon. Run away. Zhou Kai frowned. He raised his head and saw dark matter magnetic fields appearing at the top of the sky. The captain said that the Dark Stars have a weapon with great destructive power called the Light-Year Strike. No way. Zhou Kai showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it soon turned into surprise. If you use light-year weapons to attack me, it means you can no longer do anything to me. Zhou Kai grinned and quickly evacuated to Talon. With a bang. A battleship fired its destroyer cannon. This weapon is not a quantum energy beam, nor is it any other ray attack, but a huge cannonball. The next moment, other warships fired their weapons one after another, launching indiscriminate attacks on Talon. In a short period of time, the dense firepower covered the entire Talon beyond recognition. In the hail of bullets, a layer of Zhou Kai's armor was broken. After he condensed for the second time, his face had turned a waxy yellow. Mecha, Dark Star, War Armor, Turret, Electromagnetic Weapons, Antimatter Skynet. The Dark Star people hated Zhou Kai, who sneaked into their teleportation base so much that they were willing to give up the entire teleportation base in order to kill Zhou Kai. In the picture, when Zhou Kai condensed his armor for the second time, he was blocked by the fire network. All I saw were flying shells and rays, flashing lights, which stung my eyes so much that they hurt. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing stood up tremblingly, covering his chest. Run out. Even if you die, you have to take a few people with you. To die in the right place is more important than Mount Tai. Yang Daxing's mouth was drooling, and his breathing was becoming more and more rapid. The old man quickly supported him and said along his back, "Don't get excited." The students looked at the light of weapons in the picture, their bright eyes flashing. They can go to school peacefully, contribute their strength in this leap-forward era, and live happily with their families, all because of this group of people who have dedicated themselves in the universe. It sounds so insignificant. But their figures are getting taller and taller. If it were someone else, or even 13 people, they would definitely do the same. But the heroes are destined to be, there are only 13 of them. In this smallest era, do the greatest things. Use your life to open up a road to the stars and the sea for the earth and the Xia kingdom. Everyone is great. It is also insignificant. These tiny people gathered together to become the microcosm of this era and also became synonymous with greatness. 13 people and 13 monuments will become the faith of this earth in the post-era. It is the sunset at the peak of Xia Kingdom. Senior Zhou Kai. Get out. The students started shouting spontaneously. They knew that this invasion had occurred more than 20 years ago. But they couldn't help it. If you don't shout, you will suffocate to death. Amid the hail of bullets, Zhou Kai's figure flew into the sky. But where he was, there were mecha warships and artillery batteries on all sides, and the blockade line formed a large network covering tens of thousands of kilometers around. Not even a fly can fly out. Zhou Kai turned around and looked coldly at the red-skinned commander. The captain said, "To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. If I take you down, I'll make a fortune. You barbarians are so stupid, it must be difficult to train a commander." Zhou Kai took a deep breath. Xiao Fang, activate the sprint energy to accelerate. I'm going to use dark matter to propel myself. Give me 1 second. I want to take him down. The energy shield above Zhou Kai's head was getting weaker and weaker. He pointed at the commander opposite him with a hint of contemptuous ridicule. This smile still shows that young, frivolous and unrestrained 13. Energy acceleration is on, kinetic energy is filled, dark matter is ready, master, are you sure? Yes. Zhou Kai hadn't finished speaking when the magnetic field in the sky suddenly fell down, and a white light carried the power to destroy everything. Smash it down. Lightyear strike. Zhou Kai's eyes showed shock and some envy. The Earth cannot even imagine this kind of weapon now. He envied, but more of it was the courage to face death head-on. Xiaofang, it's too late. I haven't killed enough people yet. I can't let them get away with it. Zhou Kai shouted loudly, and a second later, he disappeared. A battleship collapsed. Zhou Karen was already 30,000 miles away. Talon was directly wiped out by the light-year attack. The commander glared at Zhou Kai, who was 30,000 miles away. He locked his eyes on Zhou Kai and even sneered at him angrily. They destroyed their own teleportation base and also wanted to kill Zhou Kai. Yu Tianming had a complicated expression. Wu Dexiu said, so, they think the teleportation base is not as important as the 13 suns. Did they find out that there are only 13 of us? Kill one, and there will be one less. The teleportation base can be rebuilt, it just takes some time. Yu Tianming smiled bitterly. It's really not worth it to exchange your life for this. But at that time, this was the only solution for the 13 suns. But why would this approach push the battle line forward? Just because the teleportation base was destroyed, we couldn't teleport for a short period of time. The scene changed. Master, the kinetic energy is exhausted, and the quantum antimatter energy has been fully replenished. You now have no combat energy. Intelligent suggestion, return home immediately. As the voice of artificial intelligence Xiaofang fell, Zhou Kai's figure appeared on the screen. He leaned against a turret, with a pile of dark star corpses at his feet. Return home. Zhou Kai wiped the dark blood from his face. This is not the solar system. This is the dark universe above Jupiter, connecting to the teleportation mother bridge of the dark aliens. I am entering a tiger's den. It is a foolish dream to be able to go back. Owner. Xiaofang, discard the fuel, use antimatter to convert it into kinetic energy, and collect the dark matter here. Zhou Kai's face was solemn, and he grabbed the pole of the turret. The commander, with densely packed dark star people, dozens of warships and hundreds of mechas, surrounded Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai straightened his chest. Xiaofang. Master, I got it, but if you do this, you can never go back. Don't worry, the captain won't let us drift in the universe. He said we have a plan to return. Zhou Kai grinned. This smile is like the sunshine. This is the only light here. Zhou Kai's smile just appeared for a second, then he made a pooh sound, pointed at the commander, and gently hooked his finger. Captain, I can't come back. I have sent the transmission data back safely, and their transmission base is also destroyed. You may not believe it, but they destroyed it themselves. Stupid barbarians are stupid barbarians, brainless things. Zhou Kai opened the life support capsule while reporting the situation. The captain said that if we were going to die in battle, we should hide our bodies before we die. This is the final plan besides the Heavenly Kingdom plan and the National Defense Plan. This plan is called the Son of Man Return Plan. Why ask the Son of Man to return? Because we are all children of the motherland is our mother, and as sons, of course we must protect our mother. Protect our brothers and sisters. If this plan goes well, we may return to our motherland one day in the future. Tears flowed from Zhou Kai's eyes, but his expression was full of pride and pride. As unyielding as steel, the pride is rooted here. The commander tilted his head and looked at Zhou Kai, then suddenly waved his hand, asking the Dark Star people who were about to attack to stop. The message in his eyes was very complicated. He muttered a bunch of incomprehensible words to himself, then nodded slightly and said something to the yellow-skinned dark alien next to him. The yellow-skinned Dark Star took a step forward. "You, come here," Zhou Kai exclaimed. He can also speak our Xia dialect. It seems that you have evolved quite well. Zhou Kai said in a teasing tone, but there was deep worry in his eyes. Xiao Fang. Master, the last kinetic fuel is converted into attack reserve. Dark matter cannot be converted quickly, so it only has one T equivalent. I thought you died first. Zhou Kai ignored the Dark Star men. He looked straight ahead, and his armor slowly disintegrated. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his azure eyes were filled with deep longing. Ahem. He coughed. The captain said that being a hero requires a price, and I like to pay the price because I want to be a hero. Who doesn't want to be a hero? Even if it's just this moment of glory, it's worth it. My death will surely end on Mount Tai. 13. The captain's voice appeared in the armor. Captain. Zhou Kai's cheeks puffed up as he tried hard to hold back his tears. I made a fortune, I really did. Well. The captain's voice was very low. You have completed the task brilliantly and paved a smooth road for the first step of the Kingdom of Heaven plan. Zhou Kai looked at the Dark Star people who were surrounding him step by step, as well as the warships and mechas that were eyeing him covetously. Captain, I need to make another fortune. Today is National Day, right? The captain was silent for a moment. Yes, today is the birthday of our motherland. Captain, I don't have much to say, except to wish our motherland a happy birthday, and prosperity. Kuru, the commander suddenly shouted. Zhou Kai raised his head and staggered back a few steps. Boom boom boom. Countless artillery shells were fired directly at it. It seems that the commander has obtained accurate information. Zhou Kai looked at the sky. He was in tears, and doing this seemed to stop the tears from flowing and not be seen by others. Dad. My son will be filial to you again in the next life. Zhou Kai's voice was like thunder. Xiao Fang. Master, everything is ready. Goodbye, Master. Xiao Fang will sleep in the life support cabin, waiting for the human son's return plan to start. Boom. A terrifying impact force like a black hole exploding, sucking in everything around it. A big river with wide waves. Zhou Kai's voice also gradually faded away in this terrible roar and explosion. The scene at that moment was a low murmur of sorrow shared by heaven and earth. That lost color is the deep love of the Chinese people. His death was glorious, allowing people to see the hero's final stubbornness. Cry. Children. Say goodbye with tears. Sing a song for the heroes that they like. This song is a heroic song of China, and a tragic song of the generous people of China who have fought one after another. Sing it. Children. Sing to them with your clean and clear voice. Let them hear your voice and inspire their souls. Watch us move on. Shout. Children. Let them hear your shouts, and there will be successors to your heroes. So are kids. At this moment, don't be stingy with your praise, your tears, and your emotions. Light their way home. A big river, wide waves, wind blowing rice flowers, fragrance on both banks. The students sang the song spontaneously with tears in their eyes. The old man saluted the last scene on the screen and sang, "My home is right here, on the shore." I'm used to hearing the boatman's call and seeing the white sails on the boat. Yang Daxing's tears flowed down one by one. He was proud of Zhou Kai, but also saddened by the loss of this child. He raised his hand with slight trembling and saluted. This is the homeland of heroes. This is where I grew up. In this ancient land. The power of youth is everywhere. The passionate and inspiring singing could be heard from far away. At this moment, the whole country sang this song together. This night. This song is played on loop in major squares and shopping malls across the country. This is the song that the seventh son, Song Xuebing, sang as he fell asleep after his death. This is the song sung by 13th Zhou Kai when he was the only man standing against 10,000 enemies. This is the song of the motherland. It is a heroic song. It is the song of the Chinese people. I admit that I cried the moment 13 left. When I cried, I didn't let Lao Jiao and the others see me. I won't praise Shirsan because he should do so. Anyone else would have to do the same. The first step to greatness often requires blood to pave the way. Carrying on the past and opening up the future is our second step. Captain 13's voice was filled with tears. At this moment, he lost his composure and cried like a 20-year-old boy. They all knew that 13 had sacrificed himself. They know what they should do. We don't have time to reminisce. It's time to execute the Heavenly Kingdom plan. 13, the captain couldn't help but shout the man's code name. Will you hate me? I know you won't hate me. When we 13 came out, you were the first to leave. The captain's voice turned into waves, impacting the hearts of every Xia citizen who was watching this scene. In the first year, you were like a naughty child, always telling me that you were the strongest and that you were going to do something earth-shattering. You were going to be the first one among our 13 sons to capture the Dark Star Commander. You did it. On this National Day, I believe everyone will think of you. You are just like the great ancestors of our Xia country. Your life is eternal. The captain's narration sounds hoarse and vicissitudes of life, and it can easily touch the hearts of those who hear it. Barrages of comments were scrolling across each live broadcast room. 13, waiting for you to come home. Hero, waiting for your return. On campus, everyone lit a lamp for 13. The candles were spread all over the campus, at the school gate, and then lit along the road all the way to Zhou Kai's home. With the support of Yang Jiankang, Yang Daxing walked back step by step. Grandpa, take care of yourself, the students said as they walked. Yang Daxing forced a smile, looked at the students, and murmured, "You are the future and pillars of the motherland. You can also become heroes of the motherland." He felt relieved. When he saw that Zhou Kai had made such a great contribution to the Kingdom of Heaven project by himself, he was completely relieved. The child died a worthy death, there is nothing to be sad about. Just those words, "Dad, I will be filial to you in my next life," made Yang Daxing's heart ache. "Dad, they said that the human son return plan is to send the fallen heroes home. This plan will be implemented step by step after the heroes sacrifice their lives for the country. The seventh son, Song Shiwebing, was found on Mars and has already returned home." Yang Jiankang's tone was also heavy. Yang Daxing smiled and said, okay. Since ancient times, we have emphasized returning to one's roots and resting in peace. After death, they should return to their hometowns and rest in peace on this land that they protected with their lives." Yang Jiankang's nose felt sore, and the pedestrians and students on both sides spontaneously sang, "My motherland." Well, I'm home. Now I know where this guy went, and I feel relieved. Yang Daxing took a few quick steps and actually broke free from Yang Jiankang's hand. Yang Jiankang looked at his old father who was walking briskly in surprise and gave a wry smile. "Xiaoxi. Mother. If the hero on TV comes back, Mommy will take you to see him, okay?" "Yeah. Mom, when will he come back?" "Mom doesn't know." Middle-aged woman looking out the window. "Wife, I'm back." A man returned home exhausted. "I'll keep the meal warm for you." "Wife, did you watch the live broadcast?" The men came over and kissed the woman, then went to the kitchen. "I have." "The last one among the 13 is so brave," the men said loudly in the kitchen. The woman shed a tear, walked to the kitchen, and said, "I know him. He was my classmate. We studied together since childhood. When we were in high school, we agreed to take the college entrance examination together. But he suddenly disappeared in his senior year." "Honey, don't tease me." "Really? My nickname is Xiaofang. Zhou Kai and I are classmates who grew up together." Xiaofang's tears fell like beads from a broken string. The man looked at his wife who was crying, put down his bowl and chopsticks and hugged her. I didn't expect that his disappearance would actually be." Xiaofang buried herself in her husband's arms and burst into tears. "Didn't they say there was a plan to return?" The men comforted Xiaofang, "We will go to see him when we return." Xiaofang raised her head. "I just couldn't help it, but I also wanted him to know that besides being a hero, there were a lot of his old classmates and friends who remembered him." A day after 13's sacrifice fermented, the Mars base discovered a flight signal. Yu Tianming rushed to the hall as soon as possible. The signal source has entered the solar system. This signal source has been continuously sending signals into the solar system. It was not until just now, an hour ago, that we confirmed that the signal source has entered the solar system. Yu Tianming immediately asked, "Where is it?" "Uranus." Yu Tianming said, "Where's the satellite?" "I didn't see it. I guess it's in the dark universe coordinates. Once we reach the solar system, we should be able to fly directly in the orbit of this universe." "It's out," a staff member shouted, "the target has appeared. The signal source comes from a spaceship, a light-speed spaceship, very fast, and has already passed Uranus. The satellite will lock onto you soon." Yu Tianming shouted. Wu Dexiu hurried over and worked with the experts. "The signal source of the spacecraft is consistent with our Xia country's code." Wu Dexiu lifted his collar. "Suda, hurry up and get ready with the fleet. Prepare for escort." Outside the orbit of Uranus, a pitch-black spaceship leaped out from the darkness. "The Mother Star signal has been detected. We have entered the Mother Star system. Master, Xiaofang finally takes you home." An unidentified spacecraft appeared in the solar system. Maybe he is a hero who returns from the human return plan. The spacecraft has appeared near Saturn. The spacecraft is moving very fast. The satellite has captured its speed, which has reached the speed of light. It is about to leave the orbit of Saturn and enter the orbit of Jupiter. The spacecraft has been releasing signals. After signal feedback, the signal source and the signal code of Xia country are consistent. It is impossible to find out the trajectory, but it at least comes from a galaxy hundreds of light years away. One by one, information was transmitted to the Xia state headquarters. The exquisite images taken by the satellite were also transmitted to the Mars base and the Xia Kingdom Space Program Hall. The old man looked up at the screen. The spaceship was moving very fast, leaving a long tail of flames. This is a superluminal spacecraft that cannot be built at the current stage of Earth's technology. It can also autonomously enter the dark universe coordinates for super jumps. The Earth is now researching warp engines and conducting space jumps. Once this engine can be developed, Earth civilization will directly enter the second level. However, this intact spacecraft can bring about a qualitative leap in Earth's technology. It's not just the heroes returning. It also brings valuable wealth. Where is the escort fleet? The old man wiped his eyes and asked the people around him. The Mars base has already set off. I don't know which son will return this time. The old man murmured. A staff member said, the spacecraft has slowed down and entered Jupiter's orbit. Our fleet has gone over to escort it. It's so beautiful. Teacher, Commander Wang and I have already approached the spaceship. The spaceship has slowed down to accommodate us. We will be able to make a perfect handover with the spaceship. Suda's voice was extremely excited. Motherland, we have received the return ship. The source of the signal has been determined. It comes from more than 100 light years away. This is the first step in the implementation of the Son of Man's return plan. Commander Wang's voice also trembled with excitement. At this moment, none of the members of the escort fleet could contain their excitement. They looked out the porthole at the spaceship that made them envious. Who is waiting inside to go home? Mother Planet, this is the Longming, the hero is about to return home. Mother Planet, this is the Longming, the hero is about to return home. The signal was transmitted all the way to Xia country. Listening to the cold electronic voice, Wu Dexiu crossed his hands. Every time a hero returns home, it represents the glory of their life. Has the bridge of the Dark Star civilization been destroyed? They all died on the eve of the motherland's victory. Wu Dexiu couldn't help but think of this sentence. Every one of the 13 sons died on the eve of their victory. The 7th son died in the 15th year of the Tiandao National Defense Plan. He did not see the captain and his comrades break into the Dark Star's lair. 13th Zhou Kai died in battle in the 4th year. He was the first hero among the 13 sons to sacrifice his life for the country. Not only did he not see the victory, he didn't even see the plan of the kingdom of heaven. In theology, there are 4 words, die with eyes open. Because the obsession continues. No matter if it was the 7th son or the 13th Zhou Kai, they must have been unwilling to accept their death and would not be able to rest in peace at the moment of their death. Because of them, no victory was seen. Wu Dexiu lowered his head and wiped his eyes. He heard Suda yelling, "Teacher! We have escorted the spacecraft into the orbit of Mars. Although the spacecraft has slowed down, it is still very fast. We have to fully activate the acceleration engine to keep up." Wu Dexiu said, "Okay." He and Yu Tianming and others rushed out of the base. A rainbow of light streaked across the Martian sky from afar. Wu Dexiu raised his head and opened his eyes wide. The moment he saw the alien spaceship, Wu Dexiu pressed the high-definition mode in his spacesuit and saw the logo on the alien spaceship that did not belong to Dark Star or Xia country. His pupils shrank slightly, but he didn't say anything and raised his hand. "Salute. Welcome home, heroes. Salute. Send off for the hero. Salute." Su Xiaoman and Chen Su had already become strong. Ever since they personally brought Song Xuebing home, they felt that they were already very strong. But at this moment, they couldn't help but shed tears. It turns out that being strong is just a disguise to comfort yourself. But at this moment, there was light in their eyes. They have become more determined in their ideals and firmer in their beliefs. The spacecraft slowly left Mars, and under the attention of major satellites around the world, Longming approached the Earth's orbit. With 5 frigates escorting, the lunar portal opened and the star chain opened its arms. A firm, deep voice shouted into space. "After 30 years of fighting in the universe, welcome the heroes home." Longmingho was named after the Xia kingdom. But this spaceship does not belong to Xia country, does not belong to Earth, and does not belong to Dark Star. After the spacecraft enters Earth's orbit, its speed slows down even more. Longming has entered the orbit of the mother planet and is about to enter the atmosphere. The engine is shut down and it is preparing to land. The Longming's instructions ignored any signal obstructions and were transmitted directly to the Xia Kingdom Space Program Hall, and the signal receiver emitted a large amount of signal feedback. The old man asked, "Can you determine the landing point?" "Not yet. We cannot capture the landing trajectory of the Dragon Roar." Longming is about to land, automatically searching for the best landing point, and the landing point has been determined. The electronic sound gradually faded away, and the Longming broke through the atmosphere and fell from the sky. The escort fleet remained outside the atmosphere. Commander Wang, Suda and others watched the spacecraft enter the territory of Xia State and slowly descend. Everyone looked solemn and breathed a sigh of relief. Determined landing point, North China Plain. The old man said, "Quick! Notify all units and set off." Rows of off-road vehicles and helicopters headed straight for the North China Plain, while large transport planes also took off. This spaceship now belongs only to Xia country. The technology on the Longming will be a qualitative leap for the Xia kingdom. The North China Plain was completely silent. The Longming landed in a valley surrounded by lush greenery. The spacecraft had scanned the terrain when it landed, and the surrounding environment was very flat, so the spacecraft did not suffer any impact. Xiaofang is about to crash due to lack of energy. "Master, you have returned home." Sizzle, sizzle. The sound emits waves and slowly fades away. With a whoosh, the hatch opened. Gusts of fresh breeze from the earth blew into the cabin. "Motherland, motherland, the pioneer has arrived at the North China Plain and discovered the landing location of the Longming." Several helicopters hovered over the Longming. The hatch has been opened, and no abnormalities have occurred so far. The helicopter circled around the Longming, and the pilot and fighters looked at the black spaceship covering thousands of square meters with surprised expressions. This is a spaceship from a high-tech civilization galaxy. Returning to Earth from more than 100 light-years away, flying at the speed of light, passing through the dark universe coordinates. Even if the civilization that built this spaceship is not a dark star, it has at least reached the 3rd level of civilization. This universe is becoming more and more lively. The old man arrived exhausted. Vehicles cannot reach the location where the Longming landed, so the only option is to take a helicopter. He looked at the huge Longming, which was a transport spacecraft rather than a battleship. But even if it is a transport spacecraft, it can almost enter the Earth's orbit with impunity. The lunar portal, the 8 chain lines, and the 300,000-kilometer killing array could not stop it. This is something built by a 3rd-level civilization. A 1st-level civilization like Earth is not even qualified to touch it. Sir, the contents of the cabin have been checked and are harmless. You may enter. After hearing the report, the old man jumped out of the helicopter. The hatch of the Longming was opened, and gusts of cold air came out. The temperature test showed -99 degrees Celsius. Beautiful spaceship. The old man sighed. This is truly amazing. The outer shell of the spacecraft is very hard, but like the technology of the Dark Star civilization, this material can perfectly unload damage, and when encountering an impact, it will also adjust the angle to allow the stress point to pass smoothly. A group of experts wearing protective clothing and carrying tools walked into the spacecraft. Other staff members surrounded the Longming and began to conduct inspections. Sir, the exterior of the spacecraft is intact and has no signs of combat. It is a brand new spacecraft. The spacecraft is not equipped with weapons, but it has a protective shield. It is a purely work-related transport spacecraft. What a great material! The old experts exclaimed as they inspected the material of the spacecraft. Just then, news came from inside the spacecraft. Sir, we found the hibernation chamber, and the life support system is functioning normally. The returning hero is 13th week Kai. The old man took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and said to the people around him, Hero Zhou Kai is returning home, notify Yang Daxing. Alleys and alleys. My motherland was playing in the yard. Yang Jiankong rushed open the door of the study. Dad. Yang Daxing wore reading glasses and there were a lot of information and books on his desk. Health, what's wrong? Dad. Yang Jiankong choked with excitement, Zhou Kai is home. The cold and dark deep space. In a belt of broken stars. Endless debris and meteorites revolve around the shattered planet. In the torn belt of stars, gravity and gravitational forces act in opposition, and a small black hole is slowly forming. It looks like a battlefield. In addition to meteorites and fragments of planetary explosions, there are also some metal debris. In the center of the abandoned wreckage, surrounded by dense debris, a blood-stained and wrecked warship suddenly lit up with flashing signal lights. The human sun's return plan has been detected. I will lead the master back. Unable to contact the mother planet for the time being, the return plan has been used to connect and locate the mother planet. Warp engine activated, kinetic energy converted into propulsion energy, searching for dark universe coordinates, searching in progress. Searching. Search completed, kinetic energy filled, ready to enter the dark universe coordinates. Skybreaker is ready, life support cabin supply is turned on, hibernation ends, and sail is set. Dark matter begins to convert particle acceleration and activates the superstellar space engine. Dual engine nuclear speed movement, countdown 9. Beginning to deviate from course, preparing for molecular disintegration. 8, 7, 6, 5. Molecules disintegrate, beam transmission starts, and we are about to enter the dark universe coordinate transmission belt. The Skybreaker's engine exploded with a rumbling sound, and beams of flames shot out from the rear of the ship. The ship staggered and broke free from the wreckage. A dazzling wave of light enveloped the Skybreaker, and the entire starry sky seemed to move slightly. The light wave was suddenly stretched, turned into a stream of light, and entered the dark universe coordinates. Go home. The last two words are left in the vast space. The Longming ship was quietly docked in the valley. The ship itself is a huge treasure. The Xiong country and the United States called the Xia country to inquire about the status of the spacecraft. They really want to visit, but it is not yet the era of the Global Republic, so they need to go through the formalities in advance. Of course, the United States would like to arrange people to investigate this spaceship. However, this spaceship returned with one of the 13 suns. Based on various factors, this spaceship belonged to the Xia Kingdom. Even if they wanted to take a look, they had to get approval from the Xia Kingdom. The old man stood outside the life support capsule, surrounded by busy staff. In the life support cabin, there was a young man sleeping very quietly. Zhou Kai. The old man had a complicated look in his eyes and a solemn expression. He said that everything would be fine as long as he returned home. He reached out and touched the lid of the hibernation capsule. He said, "You are the most important treasures of the country. It is a pity that you left like this." "Sir." The secretary came over. Mr. Yang is here. The old man turned around and looked at Yang Daxing, who got off the helicopter and staggered towards him. Yang Jiankong couldn't catch up with him even after chasing him from behind. Yang Daxing rushed into the spacecraft and was about to see the hibernation capsule, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped, trying his best to restrain his excitement and trembling arms. Daxing, kid, you're back. The old man walked over and made room for him. The old man knew that Yang Daxing wanted to take a single look at the child he raised. After raising him for more than 10 years, he suddenly left without saying goodbye and disappeared in the vast sea of people. Without any news or leaving even a word, she just left him like that. More than 10 years later, the raised child returned. Yang Daxing walked step by step to the hibernation capsule. But the child who came back could never call him dad again. Nor could I stand in front of Yang Daxing and proudly say, "Look, I am taller than you." Yang Daxing came closer, his body trembling violently. Yang Jiankong saluted the old man, walked to Yang Daxing, and grabbed Yang Daxing's arm tightly. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing finally saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. He could no longer control himself. No matter how many people were here, he couldn't control himself and burst into tears. "You are back, Zhou Kai, child. Yang Jiankong's emotions were infected, and his eyes were filled with tears as he looked at the still childish face lying in the cabin. Younger brother. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing burst into tears and crawled on the hibernation capsule. The old man stood silently by the side. This day belonged to Yang Daxing and his family. The road to number 4 middle school in a county in Zhejiang province is covered with flowers. A vehicle loaded with flowers and badges was driving on this avenue that Zhou Kai had walked on countless times. Zhou Kai was covered with the national flag and sleeping among colorful flowers, and he even had a smile on his face. Death is the highest honor for a soldier, a patriot. As long as he has completed his mission. Faintly, a boy full of youthful sunshine was running on this avenue. "Dad, I got first place in the grade." He proudly rushed across the avenue, walked across the long bridge, and ran to the willow tree that he had climbed since he was a child. He stopped, supported himself on his knees and panted. The gate of the yard opened and Yang Daxing, wearing glasses, walked out. "You're so excited just because you got first place in the exam. Wait until you get first place in the whole county." "Dad, I'm number 1 in the whole grade." "Being first in the whole grade is nothing." Yang Daxing snorted, "I'll reward you tonight and kill a chicken for you to stew." Pedestrians around and students from number 4 middle school held candles and played "My Motherland" to accompany the deceased Zhou Kai as they walked along this old road. "Dad, Xiaofang is here to see Zhou Kai too." Yang Jiankong supported Yang Daxing, who suddenly looked a dozen years older, and glanced at Xiaofang, who came with her family. Yang Daxing glanced sideways and he could hardly remember Xiaofang now. He only remembered Xiaofang, who used to be with Zhou Kai every day and made a lot of noise on the way to and from school. He didn't say anything, just nodded. We walked to the end of the avenue, crossed the long bridge, and arrived at the gate of the yard. "Brother, go home." Yang Jiankong was at the forefront and, together with the soldiers, brought Zhou Kai, who was frozen by technological means, back home. "Cook a bowl of chicken soup for the child." Yang Daxing slowly walked into the kitchen. He likes to drink chicken soup. After drinking it, he can get on with his journey. "My child, it's time to go home. It's time to go back to your roots. It's time to get on with your journey." A drizzle began to fall from the sky in Zhejiang province. The willow trees swayed their branches in the breeze. The tombstone of the martyrs of the 13 sons has been built at the headquarters. The names and life stories of Song Xuebing and Zhou Kai are engraved on the steel. There are still 11 members who have not returned, including the captain, about whom no information has been leaked so far. He is the 13th son's last hope of survival. Because of him, the return plan was successfully implemented. Space Headquarters. Song Xuebing's blood sample has been drawn. By studying their blood samples, we can obtain information about the Dark Star bloodline potion. This step is as important as technology. The Longming has been sent back to the research headquarters. In order to study the characteristics of the new engine, Wu Dexiu brought his students back to Earth from Mars to participate in the disassembly and research of the Longming. Sizzle, sizzle. The skybreaker leapt out of the darkness. The cold electronic voice echoed in the cabin. 13's return information has been obtained. Confirmation completed. 13 has returned to the home planet. The Dark Universe superluminal voyage is about to consume all energy, and the voyage is expected to continue for 15 days. Search the coordinates of the mother star in the entire range, and return to the orbit of the mother star within 10 days, otherwise the fuel will be exhausted and the kinetic energy cannot be replenished, and you will stay in space forever. The electronic voice sounded a little anxious. If the master cannot return to the home planet, the human son's return plan will fail, and other return plans will be stranded one after another. Start the full coverage of thermal rays, and emit radiation signal sources to the coordinates of the possible location of the mother star in space. It rained all day. The drizzle accompanies a new grave. Yang Daxing stood in front of the grave, leaning on a cane. Zhou Kai's body has been transported to the headquarters. Like Song Xuebing's, their bodies still have value and will not be buried easily. After the tomb is chosen, you will still be buried in the earth. Buried in this land that the 13th son deeply loved. I will come to see you often in the future. Yang Daxing touched the tombstone, on which there was a photo of Zhou Kai as a child. When I get old, I will come to accompany you. You will be familiar with the place by then. When I come, you have to protect me. You are a hero, understand? Yang Daxing muttered to himself as raindrops hit the umbrella. When Yang Jiankong heard what Yang Daxing said, he wanted to say something but couldn't open his mouth. The rain gradually got heavier. Yang Jiankong helped Yang Daxing back. Along the way, pedestrians held umbrellas and gave flowers to Zhou Kai. This road is lined with a long queue. National Academy of Sciences. Wu Dexiu was sitting in the scientific research discussion room. He came here directly after meeting with some old classmates and colleagues from the main hospital. The technology on the Longming spacecraft is of vital importance to the Earth. These technologies can help Xia Kingdom and help the Earth break the shackles of civilization. Time waits for no one, they must study the dragon roar thoroughly as soon as possible. The most important thing is the application of antimatter and the extraction of dark matter, and then the manufacturing concept of the warp engine. After these return flights and the anti-invasion Dark Star teleportation array incident, the top scientists in Xia country and even the world have confirmed one thing. Dark universe coordinates are actually another way of saying space transition. The warp engine uses the function of molecular disintegration to achieve superluminal flight, that is, entering the dark universe. This is what is called space jump, and 1 light year only takes 1 second or even faster. It is one thing to conduct thorough research, but it is another to develop it. Molecular disruption is currently the best method for creating warp drive. But the disintegration of molecules and their entry into a superspace tunnel, also known as a jump, requires a long period of experimentation. What Wu Dexiu is most worried about is the issue of time. This is not a technological product that can be successfully developed in a day or two, or in a year or two. This is a qualitative leap in technology. A threshold for Earth civilization to enter level 2. Dark Star has reached level 3 civilization. Analysis of the remains of the Dark Star people revealed that they had survived for hundreds of thousands of years. This also proves one thing from the side: it takes enough time for technology to make a qualitative leap. It may take Dark Star civilization 100,000 years to reach level 1 civilization. Like human civilization on Earth, after a technological explosion, it began to enter the modern technological society. The first 100,000 years were merely the first steps in the development of civilization. The second 100,000 years will be the time for the real leap forward. Wu Dexiu and the experts discussed and came to a conclusion. Once the second 100,000 years have passed and we have successfully reached level 2 or level 3 civilization, we will reach a bottleneck period. This is also the reason why the Dark Star civilization wants to invade other civilizations. The ultimate goal of civilization is still expansion. This is an irreversible rule. Without expansion, civilization cannot continue to develop. Because it will be self-destructive. If the Earth civilization enters the third level of civilization, it will also expand outward from the solar system. Resources are limited, and the law of conservation of matter is one of the essences of the universe. Without sufficient resources, a level 3 civilization will simply crash and eventually explode, with the planet turning into a black hole or a white dwarf. The discussion in the conference room was extremely heated, with saliva flying everywhere. Old Wu, the warp engine can be developed starting from the engine on the Dragon Roar, but what about kinetic energy? This energy source is incredible. The opposite combination of dark matter and antimatter is equivalent to a black hole. Wu Deshio tapped the table. A black hole is equivalent to a huge antimatter energy body. Light energy is also photon matter, so a black hole can swallow light. There is essentially no matter in a black hole, because any particle matter that enters a black hole will be disintegrated. Wu Deshio looked at everyone. Dark matter is different. When Zhou Kai invaded the Dark Star's teleportation base, he talked about converting dark matter into kinetic energy. A black hole is a celestial body with infinite density and infinitely small volume, and is itself a form of material existence. If dark matter is fused in a black hole, the energy produced should be kinetic energy. We used to say that black holes were wormholes, space-time tunnels. At that time, it was just a theory, but now, this theory may be real. So, Wu Deshio sighed. Kinetic energy is currently a high-level energy source that we cannot grasp or even understand. Another expert said, Old Wu, Old Fang, the Longming ship has relatively few weapons on board, and does not have conventional combat systems such as star destroyers. However, we have discovered some of the energy sources, such as particles and quantum energy beams, which are the most basic space weapons, but there are also some special weapon principles, which are called light-year weapons and dimensional weapons. Wu Deshio said, all theories must be essentially possible before they can be put to work. It's just like how we are now studying mechas on the Dragon Roar. They are not in the same theoretical scope. Light-year weapons and dimensional weapons are beyond their understanding. Blind research is just a waste of time. At least build the warp engine first. This is the top priority. The ultimate truth of the universe is still the same: speed is invincible. Speed is the essence of everything. If you can't speed up, you will be beaten passively. Without space jump, whether you can defend or not is one thing, but as long as the other party wants to leave, you can only watch him go. Let's follow the process and solve the antimatter equation first. Wu Deshio exchanged views with the bigwigs. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Everyone. A white-haired old man appeared at the door. Old Dean. Wu Deshio and others stood up immediately. The old dean had snow-white hair. He looked at his students and said with a smile, Everyone, please sit down. I suddenly remembered something about the 13th sun. Report. Yu Tianming raised his head from the chaotic flow of information. What's up? Unknown signal body detected. Yu Tianming asked, what signal body? A warship. Yu Tianming walked out of the room and hurried to the hall. He hadn't slept well recently and had heavy bags under his eyes. Old Zheng, what's going on? Lao Jing pointed at a flashing spot on the screen. Professor Yu, our unmanned exploration spacecraft has discovered a strange signal body, a large-scale signal coverage. And it is not a signal cross mode, it is radiation, all-round radiation. Radiation waves can generally extend to several light-years or even more than 10 light-years away in the universe. Most of them are caused by large-scale cosmic wars, or planetary explosions and core collapses, such as cosmic rays from the explosion of red giant stars. These rays are extremely dangerous and can easily destroy some planets. Yu Tianming stared at the information body. It was huge, much larger than the Longming. He frowned tightly. Could it be that the Longming was discovered by other alien civilizations on its return journey? Or, has the Dark Star civilization not been destroyed and is catching up? Danger. Radiation signals are dangerous. Yu Tianming immediately shared the matter with other bases and reported it to the national headquarters. After hearing the news, Wu Deshio didn't bother to study the Longming or talk to the old dean, and hurried to the space program headquarters. If it was the 13 Suns return plan, it would definitely not be this kind of dangerous cosmic radiation signal. There must be an advanced civilization that discovered the Earth. Perhaps. It may also be related to the return of the Long Ming. Wu Deshio didn't dare to guess. After he arrived at the lobby of the space headquarters, he saw the radiation signal points flashing red on the screen, and his pupils trembled. Is this the war coming? The radiation signal fluctuations are like cosmic waves, rolling in. Not only did the Xia Kingdom get alarmed, but other countries were also frightened by this explosive information. This is tantamount to starting a war, using radiation to search for existing life forms and to destroy or enslave them. The terrible mood spread to the headquarters of various countries, and even the Mars base was affected. The Commander-in-Chief of the Bear Country, Bagoshev, and the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, Capt, came to the Mars base of the Xia country to discuss countermeasures. In the huge conference room, several important figures sat together, looking at each other. After they discussed it for a while, they found that there seemed to be no perfect solution to deal with this matter. The energy of the radiation is so strong that even Mars can hardly avoid its edge. Seeing that no one was talking, old Jing could only cough and said, "Then, what happened to the 13th sun may happen to us." Everyone looked at Lao Zheng. Yu Tianming kept pulling up the virtual screen, not missing any information. He had been analyzing the sudden radiation signal, which logically should not have appeared silently. When a high level invades a low level one, they won't play such petty conspiracies. In the face of absolute strength, sweep away everything. This is different from the era of cold weapons and 100 years ago. Powerful scientific and technological capabilities are enough to destroy any conspiracy, and controlling the power of planetary civilization is enough to destroy the Earth civilization. Position. Yu Tianming looked up at everyone. They may not have discovered the location of the Earth yet, or the location of the solar system. Lao Jing said, "Could it be that it is not the Dark Star civilization?" Probably not. Yu Tianming was not very sure either. If it is a Dark Star civilization, it is impossible that it does not know where the solar system is. The indiscriminate search in this way should be aimed at tracking the Dragon Roar. However, the Long Ming returned to the solar system from the Dark Universe coordinates. Although the other party's technology is very advanced, it will not be possible to track the source of the signal here in a short time. Lao Jing said, "Even if we don't know the location of the solar system for a short period of time, it will only take a little more time for advanced civilizations to find it. Unless we use the turtle-breathing method to hide the civilization in the solar system by pretending to be dead." Bagoshev laughed and said, "You are so humorous." Old Jing spread his hands. Otherwise, the 13 suns once went to the stars to fight for Xia country and Earth. 13 people were able to defend the Dark Star civilization for 30 years, what about us? How long can we hold out? Yu Tianming said, "The headquarters has sent an order to closely monitor the movement of the radiation source. If necessary, start the war mode and use Mars as an outpost." Capet also said, "The U.S. Congress just unanimously decided that in order to continue the civilization of the Earth, we will embark on the path of the 13 sons of Xia country." Bagoshev stood up. "So, is it time to set up our first line of defense?" Yu Tianming asked, "How should the defense line be arranged? We don't even know where they appear from, so what's the point of talking about a defense line?" Bagoshev was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and said awkwardly, "Now, we have to think of a countermeasure." Capet said, "Try to find out the source of the signal as much as possible and see where it is. This way we can set up defenses in advance." He smiled bitterly. "We have just been working on Mars for less than 5 years and our plan has to change. If nothing unexpected happens, Mars will be the first outpost. Okay, let's go back and prepare. As civilization advances, war is inevitable. At least we now know in advance that other civilizations exist in the universe." The alarm bell sounded early. It's much better than an advanced civilization suddenly parachuting into the sky above the Earth. Yu Tianming saw them off and immediately called other base leaders to the conference room. The 13th Sun's plan to protect the country is about to be repeated. Yu Tianming looked at everyone solemnly. The unknown signal coverage has changed from essence to entity. This is a precursor to a war. This is the first time we have gone to war with other civilizations in the universe. Although, the other party may not be here to destroy us. We have no experience. Yu Tianming looked at everyone. If the source of this radiation signal is a friendly conversation, would you believe it? Everyone shook their heads. Only a fool would believe that. How can an advanced civilization have an equal dialogue with a lower civilization? After the third level of civilization, lower-level civilizations are just cannon fodder, ants, and exploited civilization resources. To put it bluntly, it's just like ordinary people on Earth facing flies and cockroaches. Who would worry that a cockroach or a fly could pose a devastating threat to human society? This is an overhead view of the dimension. There are 3 warships in Xia country's Mars base, and their level is aerospace grade. The Longming is defined as a satellite-class transport spacecraft. Yu Tianming pulled out the war preparedness information, and the more he looked at it, the more headache he felt. These combat preparations are not enough even if we form a fleet formation with other countries and regions. As the ancients said, if an enemy comes, we must stop him, if a flood comes, we must block it with earth. Professor Yu, we should not overthink it. The sudden war of civilizations really caught us off guard. What we can do is to have a dialogue with civilizations. This is the only thing we can do. Yu Tianming bulged his eyes and shook his head. No. Dialogue with civilizations is based on the same level. We are not qualified at our current level of civilization. Let the fleet prepare. The motherland is already discussing with the United Nations headquarters. If nothing unexpected happens, the fleet group in Earth orbit should be pulled over. The 8 chain lines and the killing array are the only barriers on Earth right now. Yu Tianming said with a wry smile. The 300,000-kilometer killing array sounds powerful, but it is like paper when used to deal with races like the Dark Star civilization. It breaks at the slightest touch. Earth. Then let's decide it this way. The old man stood up and bowed slightly. On the screen, representatives of powerful countries and members of the United Nations headquarters also bowed. The old man turned off the screen and said in a deep voice, "The research and development of the Longming will continue. The Xia Kingdom's Deep Space Fleet No. 1 and Fleet No. 2 will form a square formation and head to Mars. Be ready at any time." The old man clenched his fists, moved his lips several times, and finally said, "I accept the challenge." In the sky, 8 blockade lines were opened, and fleets of warships from major powers and the United headquarters left the Earth's orbit. This matter has not been announced to the public yet, at least there is no need to announce it now, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Now, the other party has not appeared yet. There is no final conclusion until the last moment. The Dark Fleet connected into groups and flew towards Mars. The people on Earth all looked up. They had no idea what was going on and had no sense of war at all. The coming and going of warships was normal, except that there were more of them this time. Many people proudly took photos of these warships to promote the style of a great power. Waves of surging air fell from the sky. The warship flew across the sky and headed straight for the sky. Yu Tianming stood at the gate of the base, with his hands behind his back, looking up at the cold universe. If you are the enemy, we have the 13 suns in front of us and the millions of Chinese people behind us. We will not surrender, nor will we bow our heads. If you are friends, our Xia country has been a country of etiquette since ancient times. We have good wine for friends. If you are returning as a hero. Yu Tianming suddenly stopped talking when he reached this point. If this was a hero returning home, it wouldn't be so grim and he wouldn't use radiation to search for the location. The 13 sons who left home all knew the way home. "Professor," a young man rushed out. "The radiation signal is approaching the solar system, coming from Neptune. They have found our location and the entrance to the solar system." Yu Tianming couldn't help but exclaimed, "So fast." They must have determined the position of the solar system, so they are approaching at full speed. Although we are not responding to any signal source, the existence of the Earth itself is a signal. A huge signal body. Yu. Bagachev's voice suddenly came out. Yu Tianming opened the virtual screen. "Bagashev, they are coming." "Here I come." Kaput's face looked a little haggard. "We have to face it. The entire US base is preparing for war. Since they are coming from Neptune, we should set off. Let's go." Yu Tianming changed into a spacesuit specially used for combat. "Professor, you don't need to go. Others stopped Yu Tianming. "You need to stay in the base and command." Yu Tianming said, "There are many people in charge. The motherland can also command. I am not going alone. Our fleet has arrived. Commander Wang and others are all here. Don't worry." The fluctuations in the space around Neptune are becoming more and more obvious, as if some huge monster is about to appear. The instruments and equipment on Mars could not be controlled and their procedures were disrupted. "Radiate light waves," an expert shouted inside the base. Beyond Neptune, in the dark universe. Suddenly, a tiny, invisible, but bright and dazzling ray of light flashed by, like lightning across the night sky. Next second, the dilapidated bow of the ship, covered with vicissitudes of life and bloodstains, slowly emerged from the darkness. Giant. The giant appears. As soon as Yu Tianming boarded the warship, he saw this shocking scene from the satellite perspective. Only a small part of the huge bow appeared. From the darkness of space, it fell into the lake like a cannonball, exploding into circles of ripples. The surrounding matter was absorbed by the warship, as if it was a small walking black hole, but it was also releasing terrifying radiation waves. Even if the Earth's fleet were added together and formed into a square formation, they could barely match this battleship. Yu Tianming looked at the electronic screen solemnly. He had no thoughts. Now that the other party has appeared, we have to face him no matter what. Motherland. Yu Tianming came to the bridge. The enemy warship has passed Neptune and is rapidly approaching Uranus at sublight speed. He said as he glanced at Commander Wang Jianjun and Suda. The Earth fleet speed cannot match that of this giant for the time being. The old man stood in the hall. People around him were busy and urgently mobilized. An unprecedented pressure was upon him. Facing alien civilizations, there is no possibility of even having the strength to fight. Does this mean that all the 13 sons have been killed? If any of the 13 sons had survived, the battlefield would not have been brought here. The old man believes in everyone among the 13 sons, especially the captain. The fleets of other countries have also rushed to Mars. If we can't intercept them at Uranus, then we can intercept them between Saturn and Jupiter. Don't do anything yet. Let's see what they do first. The old man's idea is simple. The other party's technological strength is far superior to that of the Earth. The distance between Neptune and the Earth is just a matter of a moment for such a civilization. If they wanted to attack the Earth, they should have done it the moment they appeared just now. In the universe, the collision of civilizations may occasionally lead to peace. If there is peace without confrontation, that would naturally be the best option for the Earth right now. Not taking the initiative leaves yourself room. The old man said, and then took another look at the alien battleship. Sudden. His eyes narrowed slightly. The battleship was covered in blood. The color of the blood stain has turned into black and red, and it looks colorful under the flashing signal light. Moreover, this battleship looks very shabby. It seems like it will disintegrate and explode in space at any time. This is a battleship that has experienced countless battles. Yu Tianming and his men also saw the huge warship coming from afar. A suffocating sense of oppression emanated from the dilapidated ship. Epic. Vast. This is the absolute suppression of civilization technology. One battleship overwhelmed the entire fleet of warships on the Earth. Old Yu Fang Weigui, the commander-in-chief of the Xia Kingdom Space Fleet, shouted loudly on the electronic screen. Old Fang. Yu Tianming waved and greeted. The situation is not optimistic now. Apart from the radiation waves, we have not received any signals from the other side. We don't know whether it is an enemy or a friend. What's the point of distinguishing between friends and enemies? Fang Weigui looked determined. If you want to go to war, then fight. We can lose the war, but we cannot be enslaved by aliens and become a shell without the national soul. Yu Tianming said, of course, if we have to go to war, we will fight to the bitter end and will never give in and be enslaved. The Earth fleet united together, lined up in a row, and spread out in a fan shape. The commanders-in-chief of the fleets of various countries held online conversations to determine the strategic layout. If a war breaks out, the first collision will be crucial. Even if we cannot defeat them, we must let alien civilizations see the determination of the Earth fleet. The massive alien battleship, the Skybreaker, emanating from the shattered battlefield of deep space, began to slow down. The cabin was extremely quiet. Compared to the Earth fleet's vigilant preparations, the Skybreaker was completely silent. The electronic voice of the artificial intelligence also disappeared, and everything was left to the automatic cruise system. It's slowing down. Yu Tianming noticed this and quickly said, the alien warship has slowed down and has entered Saturn's orbit. Why is it slowing down? Fang Huaigui asked with some confusion. The Earth fleet formed a triangular formation, and the first warship they encountered was the Earth's Shenzhou. Fang Huaigui stood on the bridge of the Shenzhou, staring at the electronic screen without blinking. Not only did the speed of the Skybreaker slow down, but its radiation waves also began to shrink. This is strange. Fang Huaigui frowned. Could it be that this warship really came to say hello? The sudden deceleration of the Skybreaker and the reduction of its radiation waves puzzled the fleet commanders of various countries. But the other side didn't send any signal. There was no other action. At this speed, it would take at least one day to get close to Jupiter. Yu Tianming kept pulling up information and data, and suddenly asked, could it be a returning ship? Suda said beside him, Professor, if it is a ship carrying heroes back home, it should send out a signal from our Xia country. That's what I said, but in the universe, nothing is perfect. Yu Tianming stared at the Skybreaker which was approaching slowly. Send a signal, keep sending the signal, using our Xia country's exclusive code. Yu Tianming was just guessing and couldn't guarantee it. Suda was right. The return plan was not a temporary decision, but the captain had already decided on this plan more than 20 years ago, or perhaps even as soon as they left the Earth. The plan went perfectly, and that's how Kai returned to Earth in week 13. This spaceship is a warship, not a transport ship. Isn't it too conspicuous for a hero to return home with such a huge battleship? The signal has been covered. The ground on Mars began to transmit a large number of signals to the Skybreaker, and the signal fluctuations provided perfect coverage. If the other side could receive the signal, there would definitely be a response. The signal was transmitted for 10 minutes. The Skybreaker did not respond. Still flying slowly towards Jupiter. Yu Tianming looked at the electronic screen with confusion, at the commanders-in-chief of other bases and fleet commanders. A lost alien warship. Capet expressed his thoughts. This warship is covered with scars and looks very old. The things on it should be the blood of the race. A warship that experienced a terrible interstellar war escaped from the battlefield, lost its navigation target, drifted in the universe, and finally came to the solar system. Bagoshev also said, the battleship wants to find the way home, but because it is missing some data or something else, it has no choice but to use the extreme method of radiation waves to find the way home. It seems to make sense when you put it this way. But that's not how it works. Yu Tianming couldn't use this kind of thing to speculate on such an extremely optimistic possibility. Signal feedback received. At this moment, information was sent back from the ground on Mars. Received signal feedback from an alien warship. The source of the feedback information is Skybreaker. Yu Tianming asked, Skybreaker? Professor, yes, it's the Skybreaker, there's no specific content. But from this information feedback, I guess the other party's feedback signal is in Chinese characters. Yu Tianming didn't react for a moment. They know about us. As soon as he said this, Yu Tianming glared at him. Chinese character. This kind of thing is not fun to write about. It is impossible for alien races to use Chinese characters, unless... Yu Tianming suddenly became excited, but he still couldn't figure it out. If it was a hero carrying out the return plan, how could such a destructive radiation wave be emitted? Could it be that there was an error in the setup program, causing the system to be unable to find its way back? Yu Tianming's breathing gradually became heavy. The battleship named Breaking the Sky was covered in blood, having experienced a battle of who knows how terrible it was. Commander Wang. Yu Tianming made the final decision. Let's go, get closer to the Skybreaker, it's a returning ship. Wang Jianjun asked curiously, are you sure? 99% sure, and the remaining 1% I give to Dark Star's IQ. Yu Tianming concluded that this must be the returning ship of one of the 13 suns. This is a battleship. A real interstellar battleship. It's still a battleship covered with scars and blood. There must be some unknown secret in it. After a bloody battle, it used such an extreme method just to go home. What on earth had it been through? Which one of the 13 suns is the person above? The Moon Palace battleship that Tianming was on bypassed the fleet formation and flew directly towards the sky breaking. Pokong, this is Xiaogui Yuegong, this is Xiaogui Yuegong, please reply if you get it, please reply if you get it. The Mars base continues to send signals to the skybreaker. But there was no response. This situation was not good and was very special. Tianming was very worried. The 13 suns were accompanied by artificial intelligence when they went out to fight. After Zhou Kai returned, the artificial intelligence fell into a deep sleep. After detection, the artificial intelligence has completed its task and is automatically destroyed. So, has the artificial intelligence on this skybreaker already self-destructed in advance? Everyone in the ground control center was on edge. At first, it was thought to be an alien race, perhaps a dark star civilization that discovered the Earth through the Dragon Roar and started an interstellar war. The Earth launched an unprecedented mobilization, the world united, and the fleet took off to prepare to defend against the enemy. As a result, after mobilizing a large number of troops, they found out that this was a returning ship, the return of heroes. This kind of ups and downs makes many people feel extremely exciting, but no one wants to experience it again. If the wolf cry happens a few more times, it really becomes the wolf cry. The Moon Palace battleship was approaching the skybreaker, but there was still no feedback from the other side. Fleets from other countries heaved a sigh of relief when they learned that this might be the return of the Xia country's hero. People from other countries had some complaints after being caused such a big misunderstanding by the returning heroes, but when they thought about how much the 13th sun had done for the Earth, they had no way to speak. The signal has not been fed back yet. Tianming was a little anxious. He didn't know what had happened in this warship. No feedback means they cannot obtain internal information of the battleship. The speed of the skybreaker was getting slower and slower, and the other fleets began to automatically escort and surround the skybreaker. This battleship is already shaky. It's much better than the one we found in the Dragon 1 crater. That one looked fine on the surface, but it had already been waiting to die. Although the skybreaker is rusty, it can still perform space jumps and is of great research value. This is much better than the Dragon Roar. I can already picture it. Bagoshev sighed and said, it is a survivor from the interstellar war. It also represents the heroes of Xia country who fought bloody battles there. This is no longer a war of one person, but an interstellar group war. Capet said, Mr. Bagoshev, are you talking about the battleships bombarding each other? That's about right. Commander Wang, if it doesn't send back any information and doesn't stop, what if it flies over the Earth? Yeah, we can't stop it. Old Yu, we have to think of a way. Wang Jianjun looked at Tianming, his anxiety obvious in his eyes. Indeed, the skybreaker had no intention of stopping. Although it has slowed down, the ground has not received the signal source and it will not choose to land on the ground. Right at this moment, the skybreaker suddenly turned a corner and flew directly into the orbit of Mars. Professor Yu. A message came from the ground. It has locked onto our trajectory. Although there is no AI feedback and the signal source is turned off, it has chosen to land on Mars. When Tianming heard this, he was delighted and said quickly, quick, change the route. The skybreaker was on the verge of collapse and looked like it would disintegrate in space at any time. Suda and the others couldn't help but sweat. If the battleship disintegrates in space, all this will be in vain. Not only will the heroes be unable to return home, but the technology and data on this battleship will also be destroyed. Insufficient energy. An electric voice was transmitted from the skybreaker to all the major ships. The sound flickered and crackled, like an old tape recorder that had run out of battery. Insufficient energy, unable to reach the landing point, unable to return home. The sound of the inductor becomes more and more urgent, but also becomes weaker and weaker. Xiaogua Space Aerospace Ground Command Headquarters. The old man stared at the picture and asked, what happens if there is not enough energy? I don't know. We have no way of knowing the situation inside the skybreaker and its energy status. But the AI said this, which means that the remaining energy is no longer enough for the skybreaker to land safely. If we make an emergency landing, the contents inside will be destroyed to some extent, especially our hero. If. The old man's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "You Tianming. Gentlemen. You find a way, and have the fleet find a way, to make sure this battleship lands safely on Mars." Yes. Yu Tianming straightened his chest, swiped the virtual screen quickly, and frowned. Wu Deshio said at the ground command center, "Teacher, maybe there is a way to replenish fuel." Suda said, "Teacher, how do we replenish this?" Wu Deshio opened the fuel reserve data of the Moon Palace and Shenzhou, and said quickly, "Although the Skybreaker is an alien warship, the fuel it uses is definitely different from that of our Earth. For example, kinetic energy and high-speed ion cooling fuel. But technology complements each other. Even if the fuel we use on Earth cannot compare, it will definitely work. If one ship isn't enough, then use two. If two aren't enough, then use the entire fleet." Wu Deshio said firmly, "This method will work. The speed of the Skybreaker is already very slow, so it is completely possible to transport fuel into space." Suda said, "But teacher, we have no experience in this area, and we are not familiar with the Skybreaker, and we don't know where the fuel tank is." "I have a solution," Wang Jianjun suddenly said. He walked out onto the bridge. "Bring me my combat uniform." Yu Tianming turned around and said, "Old Wang. Don't worry, I have experience. Don't forget, I have completed many space fuel delivery simulation experiments, and I have only failed once out of 18 times." Yu Tianming said, "I'm not worried about this. After all, the Skybreaker is an alien warship, and its structure. Different paths lead to the same destination." Wang Jianjun grinned. "Commander-in-Chief Fang, is the Shenzhou on standby?" Fang Huaigui said, "Jianjun, be careful, we trust you." He didn't say anything else, just this one sentence. "General, let me go." A group of young soldiers stood up. "Let's go. We are still young and our reactions are faster than yours." "Yo, you all start bragging. And you still react. Do you have any experience? This is not a drill." Wang Jianjun glared at the group of soldiers. "I'm only 55, that's nothing." Wang Jianjun put on a special combat uniform that could allow him to stay in space for a short period of time, gave everyone a thumbs up, and shouted, "Get ready, open the backup hatch." With a pop, the backup hatch of the Moon Palace opened. Wang Jianjun took a deep breath and jumped out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Wang Jianjun. Human bravery is fully demonstrated at this moment. Wang Jianjun controlled the combat suit and flew towards the giant monster. "You guys get ready. After I find the fuel tank, I will find a way to pull a fuse," Wang Jianjun said, turning into a rainbow light. The next second, he came face to face with the battleship. Life detected. The life form comes from the host's home planet, has the same DNA as the host, and is the host's compatriot. The electronic sound is already inaudible, but the signal is still transmitted to the surface of Mars through the remaining energy fluctuations. When Wang Jianjun heard this voice, he thought of Song Xuebing and Zhou Kai who had died one after another, and he felt uncomfortable. He is a soldier with iron will. When he saw the weathered and scarred Skybreaker, he already felt the grandeur of an epic battle. "Wang Jianjun, a soldier from the Xia country, bring the hero home." Wang Jianjun roared loudly and rushed towards the Skybreaker. There was no longer enough energy around the Skybreaker to keep the shield open. Wang Jianjun attached himself to the tail of the warship and first observed the structure of the entire warship. Found it. He found the fuel tank. The fuel tank has been found, prepare to tow it. Wang Jianjun turned on the only mark on his combat uniform and hit the door of the fuel tank. "Shenzhou. Calling Shenzhou." Fang Huaigui said, "Shenzhou received. Prepare to breach the cabin, make sure the fuel doesn't leak out, and seal the breach with electronics." "Understood." Fang Huaigui gave an order, and the Shenzhou and Yuegong approached the Pokong at the same time. This was the first real, live fuel delivery in space. Just one step wrong and all the efforts will fail. The Shenzhou was the first to approach the Pokong, and the fleets of other countries were also ready. If necessary, they will take action. This is a great epic of human self-salvation. From this moment on, the greatness of mankind will emerge in the interstellar space. Buzz. A long beep. The huge satellite-class battleship, the Skybreaker, finally landed safely on Mars. Although the Earth's fuel is not as much as the Skybreaker's original fuel reserves, it is completely sufficient for a short period of time. The other frigates returned one after another, and the Shenzhou also returned to Earth orbit. The Skybreaker stopped on the desolate land of Mars. The hatch opens automatically. Energy is exhausted, and I have not returned to the mother planet. I am only half a day away from the mother planet. The signal has been transmitted to the mother planet. Master, my mission is completed. A few minutes later. Master, goodbye. The electronic sound, with a hint of nostalgia and reluctance, turned into radio waves and disappeared. On the plains, rows of speeding cars were rushing towards the Skybreaker. When Yu Tianming heard the electronic voice, he felt mixed emotions. Artificial intelligence has no emotions. But the artificial intelligence of the Skybreaker and Xiaofang, the artificial intelligence that escorted Zhou Kai home, both have very rich emotions. This confirms their delusion about the technological blueprint. Artificial intelligence will eventually have emotions. But whether they will replace humans in establishing self-awareness and territory remains to be discussed. It is said that if artificial intelligence evolves to a certain level, it will break free from the shackles of human bondage. That is what we call breaking the cage. But judging from these two artificial intelligences, they already have certain human emotions, but they are still loyal. Gradually, the huge outline of the Skybreaker appeared in their sight. Satellite-class battleship. Stranded on Mars. Yu Tianming's excitement did not only come from the hero's return home, but also because this battleship would provide a perfect guide for space combat on Earth. The Skybreaker was covered in wounds and lay on the ground like a huge wounded beast. Its hull was covered with scratches and many gaps from bombardment. The main ship's bow was badly damaged, most of its instruments were out of service, and it was unable to fight. The ship's electromagnetic guns, rail guns, and star destroyers have all lost their effectiveness. It's dead. Only research value remains. Yu Tianming stood outside the Skybreaker and sighed, Motherland, the Martian team and I have arrived at the Skybreaker's hatch. Bagoshev, Kaput and representatives from the African and European regions have all arrived at the scene. After seeing the Skybreaker, they all looked up with solemn expressions. This is a real alien battleship. If it were 2 circles bigger, it would be comparable to the moon. Xia State Ground Command Center. The old man stared at the screen and said word by word, prepare to access the signal. Start full-scale live broadcast. Make sure to contact the hero's family as soon as possible. The live broadcast signal is turned on and shared globally. There is currently no information cracked in the captain's black box. Apparently the black box program has been truncated. Perhaps subsequent cracking work will be able to unlock the final secret of the black box. With the global live broadcast, hundreds of millions of people logged in to watch online at the same time. When the image of the sky-breaking number appeared in the live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of people around the world were stunned. The terrifying warships are lying across the land of Mars. It is scarred and blends into the desolate Earth. Oh my God! What did it go through? Returning from a bloody battle, covered in wounds. A line of headlines appeared in the largest commercial plaza of Xia State's headquarters. Yu Tianming walked towards the Skybreaker step by step. This battleship is in ruins, and the only reason I was able to return here was because of an obsession. Fallen leaves return to their roots. Because the Son of Man is going home. Even if you are alone outside and have endured everything, the last thought in your heart is to go home. They all want to go home. No one can stay in the universe. Absolutely not. Yu Tianming felt heavy-hearted and looked up at the giant ship. The traces of destruction above are shocking. The blood coagulated into huge circles of blood walls, with many traces of claws and wings on them. What on earth did it go through? Motherland, the Skybreaker's exterior is severely damaged and its trajectory cannot be determined. We are now preparing to enter the interior of the battleship. After saying this, Yu Tianming took a deep breath and walked into the battleship. Cabin lights on. The others followed behind, filing in. Bagoshev, Kaput and others also went in. As soon as they entered, everyone's eyes were fixed on them. It's all wreckage. Body remains. Piles and piles of debris. This scene shocked the eyes of people all over the world. There isn't even a road. Yu Tianming stood right in front of the wreckage. His eyes seemed to see through the wreckage and see the innermost part. His eyes couldn't help but moisten, and he murmured, "Which child are you?" Debris closed the road. You can imagine how crazy this battle was. How desperate. If Zhou Kai blew up the transmission base with the momentum of a single man standing against the enemy and the courage to face death, he would have died gloriously, without any regrets and without any despair. So, the one in the skybreaker. The situation is completely different. These are all the remains of the Dark Star people. Wang Jianjun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's just as we thought. Yu Tianming lowered his head, and there was a thick layer of blood on the ground. We don't know if this is part of the Heavenly Kingdom plan or some other battlefield. Let's go and clean up the wreckage. We need to find the hero and the database first. The soldiers were clearing a path ahead. The wreckage was piled up like a mountain, occupying the entire cabin. It was not easy to clear a path. I don't dare to think about it anymore. What on earth did our hero experience here? I feel desperate when I am surrounded by several dogs. What happened to the hero at that time? I'm already crying, I really can't help it. Some people are carrying heavy loads and marching forward to conquer outer space. What we need to do is to work hard to make our motherland stronger so that we can face future interstellar wars. Meet. I welcome. I want to join the army. Don't worry, the hero must have been thinking about me making a killing at the last moment. Please stop using the knife. Please stop using the knife. Zhou Kai's words of making a fortune have been deeply rooted in his heart. Half an hour later, the soldiers finally cleared a path to the bridge. Yu Tianming walked in the front, and hundreds of people passed through the wreckage passage and finally reached the bridge. Professor. Suda shouted, pointing forward, his voice excited, trembling, choking, and finally sobbing. Yu Tianming looked deeply at the figure on the bridge, who was kneeling on one knee and holding up the national flag with one hand. He was frozen in ice. He was not lying in the hibernation capsule. Just like that, he held up the national flag of his motherland. He may have tried to stand, but he could no longer do so. That's why he knelt down on one knee. This scene made all the people in Xia break down. The live broadcast room couldn't stand it, and was covered with rolling tears emojis. Hero, kneeling on one knee, holding the national flag. He can fall down, but the national flag that represents the motherland and the earth cannot fall down. Bagoshev, Kaput and others were in awe when they saw the kneeling figure. They slowly raised their hands and saluted the figure. At this moment, only by doing so can they express their inner awe. It was windy in the cabin. I don't know where the wind comes from. The national flag fluttered in the wind, rustling. Yu Tianming took a few quick steps, stumbled, and almost fell. Suda supported him. He choked up and said, "Let the soldiers take over the national flag and the heroes." The soldiers immediately stepped forward, and at this moment, rays of light suddenly appeared and enveloped the kneeling figures. A voice said, "The third son of the Heavenly Down National Defense Plan, He Pinyin, reports to the motherland." The spotlight shone on the kneeling figure, and a three-dimensional projection appeared next to the national flag. A young and handsome man raises his hand and salutes towards the front. He Pinyin is very handsome, and is no less handsome than those handsome stars. He knelt on the ground, and the three-dimensional shadow he projected gradually faded away. My motherland has not forgotten me, and the captain has not lied to me. But even if the captain lied to me, I would be willing to be lied to. My motherland, when you see this moment, I have already sacrificed myself. For the sake of our country and our people, for the continuation of our nation, our sacrifice is insignificant. 13 said he likes to pay the price because he wants to be a hero. We are all the same, actually. Farewell, motherland. I hope that by the time you see this, our warships will have already rushed out of the sea of stars and set out on an expedition beyond the solar system. The voice gradually faded away, and the three-dimensional figure of the third son Hipingen disappeared completely. He really made me cry. He also specifically mentioned Zhou Kai. Oh my God, when will the knife be pulled out? Hipingen, where is peace? But now, you are home, Hipingen, welcome home. Welcome home. The barrage of comments is rolling. Peace be with you all. The hero has died. He sacrificed his life for his country. Those who are saying online that you must be waiting for us somewhere, saying don't be afraid, we are coming to find you, and saying that the hero is still alive, please respect the hero. They sacrificed their lives for their country, their people, and our home planet. They used their lives to defend a bridge. They are not a bargaining chip for you to use to increase your exposure. Those anchors should be banned. It's time to take care of it. It sounds really disgusting. Remember, heroes sacrifice themselves for the people and the motherland. The old man listened to the reports from various places and asked anxiously, have you found Hipingen's family? Still looking. It's strange this time. No one has contacted us. Doesn't he have any family? The old man said, maybe we haven't contacted them yet. It doesn't matter. It will take time for the heroes to return home from Mars. Just as he finished speaking, a few bang-bang sounds were heard in the screen. Hipingen was kneeling on the ground, and ice was cracking all over his body. Hurry, the old man shouted subconsciously. Yu Tianming rushed over, but because he was too old, he fell to the ground. He shouted, catch the hero. Catch the national flag. The soldiers rushed forward and caught Hipingen, who fell from the main control room of the bridge. Seeing Hipingen with his eyes closed but uneasy, and even a somewhat ferocious expression, the soldiers burst into tears. They knew that judging from Hipingen's expression, he must have died at the last moment, as he was facing thousands of Dark Star people. They have felt it. I felt it, a man facing Dark Star people who were countless times more numerous than himself, staring at him covetously. The soldiers carried Hipingen, and vaguely seemed to hear a song. It's still the song they are most familiar with. The young warriors sang loudly with tears in their eyes, if the jackal comes, it will be greeted by a hunting rifle. Yu Tianming stood up and, with the support of Suda, looked at Hipingen's angry face. He was fighting until his death. He doesn't look young anymore, and is very different from his younger self in the 3D projection. Becoming more weathered and resolute, but also having more wrinkles. A middle-aged man, with sharp features, his toughness in his bones has never changed. Why isn't he wearing armor? Bagoshev asked solemnly. Kaput lowered his head. Perhaps it will be easier to kill the Dark Star people this way. But isn't it easier wearing armor? Bagoshev glanced at Kaput. Kaput said, don't forget, they have the genes of the Dark Star people, and they also have bloodline potions. Yu Tianming didn't dare to touch Hipingen's face. He knew that only Hipingen's family members were qualified to touch it. Professor! Suda exclaimed. Yu Tianming looked over and found that at the place where Hipingen had just fallen, there were many objects that looked like human remains. This. Yu Tianming's pupils shrank. This can't be. His eyes trembled as he slowly looked at Hipingen. Under this suit, yes, what is? A terrifying thought spread in Tianming's mind. He knew it was not a good thing to do, but he couldn't help himself and reached out to uncover Hipingen's clothes. Sudideo, Professor, you. Wang Jianjun also noticed it. He stared at Hipingen's body with incredible surprise and deep anger in his eyes. Yu Tianming took off Hipingen's clothes with trembling hands. Suda's pupils dilated, and the expressions of the other soldiers changed instantly. Becoming sad and pale. Wang Jianjun turned around and roared. The old man asked, what's wrong? Yu Tianming raised his head, tears streaming down his face. No wonder he couldn't stand. Motherland, Hipingen's body, most of his body was torn apart. When the old man heard this, he staggered back a few steps. Torn apart. Yu Tianming said, except for the head, there is no intact part below the neck. Speak. The old man's blood boiled. There's not a single piece of intact flesh on his body. Yu Tianming said, then covered himself with his clothes and gritted his teeth. Soldiers, take the hero back to the base. With hatred and grief in their eyes, the soldiers sang, "My motherland," loudly and carried Yi Pingyan away from the skybreaker. When Bagoshev and others heard the news, they turned pale with fright. How brave is this? How crazy this is! What on earth has he been through here? Those Dark Star people made Bagachev's eyes red, like hungry wolves. At this moment, the Xia people were furious. The barrage is dense. The hatred towards the Dark Star people reached its peak at this moment. No matter what they said, they felt that they could not calm the anger in their hearts. At this moment, the sky of Xia Kingdom was surrounded by a breath of grief and anger. If the Dark Star people appeared next to them, they would definitely tear their flesh with red eyes. The more grief and anger there is, the stronger the power will be. This grief and indignation will transform into the light of China and burst out of the universe. Yu Tianming walked across the bridge step by step, searching for as much useful data as possible. However, the damage to the interior of the skybreaker was so severe that it was a miracle that it could return to the solar system. Suda said, could it be that Yi Pingyan didn't leave behind any database or something like that? There should be one, similar to a black box. Yu Tianming walked through the blood fortress, the life support cabin, and the weapons warehouse, and saw piles of corpses lying here. Terrible. So tragic. Old Jing ran over from a distance. I found something. What? It should be the record file left by Yi Pingyan. It's a coincidence that this thing was left at the door. I scraped away the blood when I checked the material just now and saw it. Yu Tianming came to the cabin door and saw a silver box attached to the wall. It is very similar to the recorder of the seventh son Song Xuebing. Take it off. The genetic code lock that recorded the files came from Xia country and was easily opened. Inside was a fist-sized data chip with the shape of a national flag printed on it and 3 buttons around it. Yu Tianming lightly touched the first button, and the archive immediately started to rotate, emitting a silver light. Tiandown National Defense Plan, the 18th year, July 1st, the third son Yi Pingyan was killed in the Taoguang star system. Yu Tianming and Lao Jing looked at each other. The name of this galaxy should have been given by themselves. A clear voice came from inside. The Heavenly Down National Defense Plan, Year 18, May 20th. There is a loophole in the Heavenly Kingdom Plan. The second batch of autonomously evolved Dark Star warriors learned of our loophole. In order to fill this loophole, I went to the Taoguang galaxy. I know the captain won't do anything meaningless. We still have 8 of us left, and the captain said that when there are only 7 of us left, we will become the 7 sons. But I know that Liuzi will not come back. Because Lao Lu left first. I, Yi Pingyan, am an orphan, without a father or a mother. I grew up alone, without any ties. If we don't come back, then we won't come back, as long as the captain can complete the last step of the Heavenly Kingdom Plan. I, Yi Pingyan, will die without regrets. There are 8 people left. The 6th son has been sacrificed. If there are only 7 people left, the 7 sons will go. 7 sons of the Yang family left, and 6 returned. But none of them returned with 6 children. Although this information was already expected, it still hurt to hear Yi Pingyan's weathered and low voice speaking it out. The person is already dead, why should we commemorate him? Why are we so sad? Why do we have such great yearning for heroes? Why do we use such a grand ceremony to welcome the returning heroes? In the past, we used airplanes to go to other countries and bring back the remains of heroes. Bring it back to the motherland, and let the fallen leaves return to their roots. Now, use the spaceship to bring them back from the universe. The time has changed, the place has changed, but everything else remains the same. We remember so much. Not just because they are heroes. Heroes will be erased by time and years, and we will only remember them at certain times. Whether it is the 13 sons or the ancestors before the Xia kingdom. No one will remember the heroes all the time, not even the heroes' families. They always have their own lives to live, and it is impossible for them to live in the pain of losing their loved ones all the time. But heroes are glorious. They are always associated with people inadvertently. It is because of this moment that it is mentioned. Because of this moment, we know what they did. Know what they have sacrificed for their motherland. What is the reason for returning to our happy and peaceful life at this moment? Only then will we feel the greatness of heroes. The old man moved his lips a few times. It was a bit unexpected that He Ping'an was an orphan. Orphans make people feel even more miserable. Because he was dead, no relatives would see him off. Some people suggested checking it out, but the old man rejected it. There is no need to check this. He Ping'an said it himself. All the 13 sons want to return to their roots. If He Ping'an had relatives, he would definitely want to return to his hometown and return to his roots. The old man was silent for a moment, then said, He Ping'an is the child of the motherland. I will have him buried in the martyrs' cemetery, a martyrs' cemetery that belongs only to the 13th son. Yu Tianming said, Yes, sir. Please prepare He Ping'an's body, the old man said, taking a breath with some sadness, and then we will send the body back to the motherland. Although the Skybreaker battleship is badly damaged, the technology on it is still there. Even if it cannot be used, it can be studied. This research is shared globally. The Xia Kingdom also knew that once an interstellar war broke out, the Earth would be a whole without any distinction between countries. In this way, the United States and the Bear Country were overjoyed. If Xiagua doesn't open up, they will have no way out. Even if we use the joint headquarters to put pressure on Xia State, with the 13th son around, this hurdle will be impossible to overcome. The Xia Kingdom took the initiative to open up and share, and everyone was happy. Yu Tianming hurried back to the base with the recorder. He Ping'an's body is stored on a special ice bed and will be sent back to Earth on a certain day. Yu Tianming handed the recorder to the engineer, ready to wait for the information inside to be cracked. In the 18th year, it was already very late. The Tiandao plan has been implemented for 18 years, and both the Kingdom of Heaven plan and other plans have matured. Yu Tianming had a premonition that he would be able to see the full picture of the Tiandao National Defense Plan more comprehensively. This is crucial to Xia State's future response. The Kingdom of Heaven plan is divided into 3 stages and is obviously an extremely grand plan. It is not easy for 13 people to carry out this plan in the vast universe. Yu Tianming really wanted to know what kind of bizarre and turbulent plan the Kingdom of Heaven plan was. As the live broadcast room opened again, the recorder of the third son, He Ping'an, also started working. The crack is executed. The picture is desolate, and it can be seen that it is on Mars. In the distance, a person was walking in the sand, and his back looked very much like the captain. He walked alone, and soon a figure appeared and shouted, Captain! Third brother. The captain turned slowly in his mecha and asked, Why are you here? Captain, I've been nice to you for a while. I know you're feeling uncomfortable. The captain smiled and said, How do you know that I'm feeling uncomfortable? Are you the worm in my stomach? He Ping'an walked into the picture, looking almost the same as before his sacrifice. This was 2 months before his death. From this moment on, his life has been counting down. There were flaws in the Heavenly Kingdom plan, and you blame yourself, but this is not your fault, Captain. It's because the Dark Star people evolved too quickly. The intelligence and humanistic progress of this race are astonishing. The captain continued to move forward. It's my problem, and it's not my problem, but it's useless to dwell on this issue. We must now completely leave our home, the solar system. From now on, we will never return to the solar system, and we will not expose the existence of our home planet, the Earth. Now, I have to leave my last words to my motherland and people. He Ping'an asked, What? One day, our motherland will break out of the solar system. Before that, I have to tell them what is in the universe. What is the closest alien civilization to us? We don't have much time left to hold out. If we can't find the Dark Star people's home planet, the Heavenly Kingdom project will ultimately be nothing more than a smokescreen. In front, Mount Olympus is reflected. The captain and He Ping'an came to the crater now named by the joint headquarters, Dragon 1. He Ping'an looked at the battlefield covered by the storm dust and said slowly, Seventh brother, we are here to see you. The captain squatted down, held a handful of sand, and raised his hand. The sand is dispersed by the Martian wind. The captain whispered, "Third brother, I brought you out and promised to send you back. In fact, I lied to you." When the captain said this, his voice was a little hoarse. "Captain," Pinyin stood upright. "We actually already know it." The captain looked ahead. "Old Seven died here. I know his body is down there, but we can't go fight the dark stars with a corpse. I will leave something here to tell my future homeland that the 13 of us died in the universe." Pinyin's nose felt sore. "Captain, why don't you be more optimistic?" "Are you optimistic?" The captain turned around, and the red-eye rays on his armor swept across gently. "The third son, Pinyin." The captain's voice suddenly rose, with a rough hoarseness. Pinyin holds his head high. "Pinyin, here. From this moment on, you have given yourself to the Heavenly Kingdom plan and to the country. Set off today and head to the Taoguang Galaxy. The Heavenly Kingdom plan is the last step. Even if something goes wrong, even if only one of the 13 sons is left, the Heavenly Kingdom plan must be completed." Pinyin moved his lips a few times, as if he had a lot to say, but he finally said 2 words. "Receive." The captain watched Pinyin walk away and said, "Peace." Pinyin looked back. "I'll prepare a return plan for you." Pinyin shrugged his shoulders a few times and wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end he said nothing. He raised his hand to salute and strode away. The captain gradually disappeared. In the darkness, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Pinyin's magnetic voice slowly said, "Who would blame the captain? No one, not even Lao Jiao, who is most qualified to blame the captain, can do it. Do you really think we are here for a trip? From the moment we left Earth, we knew the ending. The 13th son has given his life to the motherland and the people. I will put the final step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan on the agenda. I will not let you and other teammates down, and I will not let my motherland and nation down." A flame of war burst out from Pinyin's eyes. In the dark universe, light spreads, and a huge rotating star cluster appears in front. Taoguang Galaxy. According to the return route map, the Taoguang Galaxy is 1,300 light-years away from the solar system. Seeing this distance, the old men and Yu Tianming and others all gasped. The distance is quite far. However, with a space jump engine, it won't take long to reach the Taoguang Galaxy through the dark universe coordinates. What surprised the old men was that the third phase of the Kingdom of Heaven plan had already expanded the battlefield to that kind of place. This galaxy is beautiful. From a distance, the galaxy looks like a ball of colorful light, revealing the beauty and magnificence of the universe everywhere. But when you look closer, you find that the outskirts of the galaxy are densely packed with warships. Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, Year 18, May 30th. Pinyin's voice was a little calm. "I, the third son, Pinyin, will be here to snipe the Dark Star Legion. One person sniping an entire third-level civilization army. Is this 13th son's trump card? Can one person really achieve such brilliant results? At least, judging from the result of Pinyin's return, he should have succeeded. As long as you succeed, everything will be fine. Prepare to enter the Dark Universe coordinates, Alan. We need to avoid the Dark Star Army from the Dark Universe and enter the Taoguang Galaxy." "Understood, Master. The spacecraft was enveloped in a layer of light waves. As the prompt sounded, the light waves turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. "Master, I will activate the black hole system. The dark matter energy shield will cover the entire fleet. In a short period of time, we can avoid the Dark Star technology scan and enter the center of the Taoguang Galaxy." "Good." Pinyin's voice became more and more firm. In the darkness, without light, the picture is blurry. The old man placed his hands on the table and said in a deep voice, "All departments should pay attention, do your own work well, and write down everything that needs to be recorded and studied without missing a single thing. This is the most precious treasure they left us." All the experts in the hall were working meticulously, staring closely at the computer screen in front of them. For a moment, what everyone saw seemed to have lasted for 1,000 years. As we all know, a light year is the distance that light travels in a straight line in 1 year. More than 1,000 light years means that light has traveled for more than 1,000 years to reach the Earth. Light years away is the other side of the universe. They have spanned thousands of years. Looking at the other side of the past. The picture flashed. May 31st, the next day is Children's Day, and I have entered the center of the Taoguang galaxy. This is an important critical point in the Heavenly Kingdom plan. The Dark Star people have also discovered this critical point. They evolved too fast and we were caught off guard. After the Taoguang galaxy is discovered, they will definitely come to destroy it, because they also know that the Heavenly Kingdom project is to find the location of the Dark Star civilization's home planet. They are afraid. They invade other star systems from their home planet and need to build bridges, which consumes a huge amount of energy and materials to construct a transmission base. After the teleportation base is built, we can use constant energy to activate the teleportation array. But we took advantage of this and teleported in the opposite direction, thwarting their attacks 25 times. Almost twice a year, each time with large-scale teleportation to transport troops and warships. We used the contrasting spatial dimensions and the principle of eternal time to destroy their teleportation arrays again and again at various locations using Dark Star's own technology. But in the tug-of-war over the past decade, we have lost several teammates. At the same time, the Dark Star people have also begun to evolve without rules. Unregulated evolution is more terrifying and unpredictable than autonomous and gradual evolution. So, their home planet has sensed the existence of the Heavenly Kingdom plan and discovered the critical point. He Pingin's voice was calm. With a hint of fatigue and hoarseness, he slowly revealed the inside story of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. If we destroy the critical point, the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan will be stranded. They will use their evolved thinking and technology to counterattack the foundation of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. We won't be able to defend it in a short time. In this way, the Heavenly Kingdom plan that the captain has been planning for more than 10 years will fail. But He Pingin, will definitely let the critical point continue to ferment. They only have this one chance. As long as I can find a way to hold the critical point and make the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan completely perfect, we will be able to find the location of the Dark Star's mother planet. The key to all this lies with me. It's just me, because we don't have enough people to spare for others. The captain said that we are the chosen ones of heaven. There was a hint of warmth in Pingin's voice. He slowly appeared in the picture. There was a huge staircase right in front of the cockpit. Stairway to heaven. Pingin looked up at the stairs. This is the most beautiful road in the sky. He will lead us to find the Dark Star's home planet, and we will break into their lair. Pingin stared at the stairs with desire and longing in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. The captain said this plan has another name, called the Kingdom of Heaven. The Ladder of Civilization. Wu Deshio paced back and forth, but his eyes never left the screen. The seeds of civilization have already taken root in the Heavenly Kingdom project. At present, the Heavenly Kingdom project is a counterattack plan. The captain said before that there is no god on the Dark Planet. They can create a god for the Dark Planet when the Dark Planet has not yet fully evolved into a civilized society. Heavenly Kingdom, Wu Deshio muttered to himself. The general outline of the Kingdom plan has emerged, but many details have not yet been made public. At this moment, Pingin's voice was heard again in the picture. The first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan will take 3 to 5 years to push the battle lines and battlefields outside the solar system. Do whatever it takes to get it out. 13 did it. He blew up the Dark Star people's largest teleportation base, causing them to suffer heavy damage. They won't be able to build a bridge immediately in a short period of time. There was a hint of laughter in Pingin's voice, a kind of miserable smile. 13 alone pushed the battle line outward, which was a great gain. This sudden knife made many people in front of the screen burst into tears. But the battle line was not fully launched, so the second step did not continue. It was not until the 7th year that we discovered the temporary control point of the Dark Star people in the outer spiral galaxy belt of the solar system and learned that they had secretly built a space station. Destroy this base point and make the Dark Star people very angry. They will activate the teleportation array at all costs. 5 teleportation arrays and 5 Dark Star core will launch an unprecedented charge towards our star chain. But, as the captain said, they don't have much rationality to begin with. If they lose their remaining rationality, a mindless charge will only give us an opportunity. We held on, but we lost 2 more teammates. At this point, He Pingen coughed, his voice full of bitterness. If we lose one, we will never be able to make up for it. But the Dark Star people can reproduce continuously. They reproduce very quickly. They can even give birth to Dark Star people in front of us during the battle. Newly born Dark Stars cannot fight, but they only need one day to spread their wings and fly in space. The captain said that this is a product of technology, not natural childbirth, so it can be so fast. Later, the captain rejected this conjecture. I asked the captain when we can get the Earth and Xia nation to fight the enemy whole nation. Because of the 13 suns, there really aren't many left. The captain looked at me. I remember that day, the captain was very sad. He said, "The motherland is not ready yet. If the whole country joins the war, it will only be completely destroyed." The Dark Star people did not discover the location of the Earth's main body because they were blinded by the chains of stars. They had never entered the solar system, so naturally they could not discover the existence of the Earth. The second step of the Heavenly Kingdom project is planetary propulsion. We will use the Dark Star people's own technology to build a galaxy reactor for us. Since the Dark Star people's home planet is hidden outside this universe, we can use the dimensional space to apply algorithms to find them. When He Pingen said this, a bright white light flashed across the screen. In the second step, they started the attack. He Pingen's voice was cold. Arlene. Owner. Start all the galaxy reactors immediately. I want to give them a surprise. The first step of the Kingdom of Heaven plan is to push the battle line forward. If the front line cannot be pushed away from the solar system, all plans will be useless. The battlefield must be pulled to other galaxies. The solar system cannot be a battlefield. Many veteran commanders of the Xia Kingdom immediately had a more comprehensive interpretation of the first step of the Kingdom of Heaven plan. If the battlefield is placed in the solar system, it will easily expose the location of the Earth. Another key point of this plan is the star chain created by the 13 suns to hide the Earth itself. Xiagua has not yet obtained any information about this method. But they understood that the 13th sun had managed to hide the Earth's body. As for how it was done, we may only know it later. The old man said, "With 13 people, how can we push the battle line out of the solar system?" 13 sacrificed himself in order to push the battle line out. An old commander said, "This depends on the position of the Dark Star people's attack. We know the Dark Star people's attack method from previous records, and so far." The old commander felt a little embarrassed when he said this. Because this happened more than 10 or 20 years ago. The Dark Star people evolved very quickly. The old man said, "It's okay, just keep talking. It is also the only way so far, which is the teleportation array." The old commander pointed to the three-dimensional diagram of the solar system. They built a teleportation base through a special channel. This is the prerequisite for teleportation and is extremely important. That's why 13 went to blow up the teleportation base. This means that we have sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Of course, this is done on purpose for the Dark Star people to see. The old commander's eyes sparkled. Yes. Wu Deshio echoed from the other side. Commander Zhao is right. We made the Dark Star people think that we would counterattack. They were stuck in the teleportation array and couldn't find the Earth. For a civilization, when another civilization starts to counterattack, they will subconsciously prepare for defense and conserve energy for the counterattack. The point is, the Dark Star people are not smart. Once they think this way, they will find ways to defend themselves. They thought that the counterattack would be fought back along the teleportation array. Therefore, until they figure out why the lower civilization has this strength, they will temporarily stop building the teleportation array. As to why so much energy has been consumed but no lower civilization has been found, and why resources and time are still being wasted here, it is unknown. Commander Zhao said, "Old Wu, that's what I mean. Unfortunately, the battle line cannot be pushed forward smoothly because the Dark Star people have already deployed around the solar system. If we want to push the battle line forward completely, we have to destroy the points set up by the Dark Stars one by one." Wu Deshio continued, "In order to take down these points, the 13th sun sacrificed 2 more. The old man said, "If that's the case, according to the time taken by the Heavenly Down National Defense Plan, the battle line has been perfectly pushed out." Yes. Wu Deshio nodded over there. Not only did we launch it, but we also took this opportunity to use Dark Star's own technology to create a series of defensive and offensive measures. These measures include the planetary propulsion and galaxy reactors that He Pingin just mentioned. This is the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. As for the Kingdom of Heaven mentioned by the captain, it is a little hard to understand and a bit philosophical. We will have to observe the details later. Just as the old man was about to speak, the picture suddenly shook. Alan! He Pingin screamed in a hoarse voice. Master, all galaxy reactors have been turned on, but please note that once all are turned on, all energy and power will be lost. This step is the final key to the third step of the Kingdom of Heaven. The only function of these reactors is to snipe the Dark Star Legion. The captain has already figured it out. Haha, how can the Dark Star's brain compare with the captain's? Do you know why this galaxy is called Taoguang Galaxy? Master, Arlene doesn't know. Because, the captain is here to treat the third step as a person, someone who can step into the Dark Star mother planet. Here, keep a low profile. Here is an additional plan called the Nine Sky Galaxy Plan. Nine Sky Milky Way. Artificial intelligence Arlene talked to herself. He Pingin appeared in the picture. He was sitting in a small spaceship that looked like a star cone, quickly passing through a galaxy cluster. In front of us, dense rays are pouring down like the Milky Way. Wu Deshio's pupils shrank as he watched. The last step is to act like a human being. The Kingdom of Heaven plan is actually just one person. A non-existent, virtual person. On Mars. Yu Tianming kept pulling the virtual light brain, observing all the data and information, muttering, Nine Heavens Galaxy, Nine Heavens Galaxy. Boom. There was a loud roar in the picture. Yu Tianming raised his head. The huge rays and dense shells were like a meteor shower, covering all directions without any blind spots, and bombarded the very center of the Taoguang Galaxy. They have discovered the stairway to heaven and also found He Pingin, who has returned here. In the Dark Star core, in a battleship that looked like a planet, there was a golden-skinned Dark Star man, staring straight ahead with a cold gaze. Human. The tone of this Dark Starman sounded very much like the Xia people. But Yu Tianming and his team could not observe these scenes. The Dark Star Legion does not just consist of one or two phalanxes, but an entire corps. It is equivalent to mobilizing half of the Earth's elite fleet. But this may only be a small part of the military force for Dark Star. The Dark Star fleet did not try to squeeze in either, but used various energy weapons, including some terrifying space star destroyers, which were so powerful that they could directly blast some satellites into pieces. Everyone in front of the screen couldn't help swallowing their saliva when watching these scenes. So scary. Is this the armed force of a third-level civilization? A satellite is like marshmallow in front of their weapons. Especially the battleship that flashed across the screen and was as big as the Earth, which stunned many military commanders around the world. Planetary battleship. This kind of firepower coverage is dazzling to look at, and the terrifying striking force penetrates the outer planetary surroundings and goes straight to the stairway to heaven. Arlene. He Pingin piloted the spaceship, quickly passing by huge steel fortresses that looked like engines. Hurry up and open the Nine Heavens Galaxy. Data loading, start. Arlene's voice was unhurried, but her emotions seemed a little anxious. With a loud bang. He Pingin raised his head and saw huge beams of energy surrounding the stairway to heaven, comparable to the huge beams of a satellite-class battleship, rushing into the sky. This scene looks like the Milky Way in the sky falling down. A moment. The light curtain is stuck. All kinds of destructive shells and energy beams bombarded the Nine Heavens Milky Way. Open. Open, open, open. He Pingin's expression was ferocious, like an angry lion. With a buzzing sound. A strange shock swept across the surroundings. In the picture, two streams of fire crossed each other, and after the subtle ripples passed by, all the weapons fell down, and the energy beams lost their effect. The Milky Way stands tall in the sky, and its snow-white light illuminates the surroundings. There is not a single gap, and the stairway to heaven is tightly surrounded. He Pingin drove the spaceship downward. Whoosh! A cannonball came flying. He Pingin's spaceship was hit. The flame exploded 4 times. He Ping'an, wearing armor, rolled on the ground, stood up immediately, and ran forward quickly. There was an iron fortress under his feet and a flying saber in front of him. In an instant, dense shells fell like rain. The Nine Heavens galaxy can block energy attacks, but it cannot block the trajectory of star destroyers and electromagnetic cannons. Master, be careful. He Ping'an rushed into the flying cone in the face of the hail of bullets. He turned on all the instruments and shouted, "Is the galaxy reactor loaded?" Loading completed. Put. He Ping'an drove the flying cone into the sky. Buzz. A beam of energy mysteriously passed through the Nine Heavens Milky Way that was lighting up again and hit the flying cone. He Ping'an flipped over and flew out, cursing, then turned around and put up an anti-quantum shield. The armor spewed flames, and he blocked a small part of the attack while flying into the tallest fortress. He Ping'an rolled on the spot, removed the energy shield, and rushed into the main control room. The galaxy reactor is activated. I'll give you a little treat. Boom, boom, boom. There was a constant roar outside, and endless flames with long tails passed through the Milky Way and hit the fortress. The Dark Star Army began to advance towards the fortress. They also knew that continuing to bombard with weapons would no longer have any effect. When it comes to technology, they understand more clearly the power of this propulsion. In the picture, there is no end to the Dark Army as far as the eye can see. Terrifying pressure. The terrifying pressure brought by space cannons and battleships seemed to come out from the screen and press down on the Earth. Wu Deshio said somewhat helplessly, "This is an interstellar war between alien armies. The Earth cannot even imagine an interstellar war of this level. How should He Ping'an respond?" "The mountain man has a clever plan. He said the captain has set up a sniper position here, luring the snake out of its hole." "No, the captain won't take such a risk. I always feel that the captain is testing something." Wu Deshio raised his glasses as he spoke, testing how far the Dark Star people have evolved. Su Xiaoman asked, "Teacher, could it be that the captain has another trick up his sleeve in the Taoguang galaxy?" "I don't know, the captain is too strong." Wu Deshio sighed. Su Xiaoman suddenly said, "Teacher, He Ping'an just said that we can use the algorithm in dimensional space to find the mother star of the Dark Star." Wu Deshio's eyes lit up. In the picture, Arlene's electronic voice began to become anxious. "Master, the galaxy reactor is beginning to spread, but the enemy is already approaching." "I know." He Ping'an calmly turned on all the regulators. "You may not know how many things you have left in the solar system and its surroundings. This is like using one's own spear to attack another's shield." After He Ping'an finished speaking, there was a loud bang. A strong pressure erupted around the fortress, and the huge magnetic field power brought by the galaxy reactor ran through the entire galaxy. The Dark Star Army suddenly stopped. "Stop in space." Next moment, the Dark Star Corps quickly dispersed. The people on Earth exclaimed in amazement when they saw this, and only after the Dark Star Army dispersed did they realize how terrifying their numbers were. Covering the sky and the sun. It is shrouded diagonally opposite the core of the Taoguang galaxy, like the strongest steel shield wall in the universe. After He Ping'an started the program, he walked to the side and jumped out without stopping. There was already a flying cone waiting for him below. Arlene. Owner. I command, you control. Yes. He Ping'an fell to the ground, the flying cone opened the top hatch, and He Ping'an fell perfectly into the flying cone. He pressed the light speed button and shouted, "Go." Boom. The fort is open. Oh my God. Battleship. It's our battleship. Where did he release so many warships from? What I am more curious about is how the heroes can hide so many warships in space. No, I should say, where did they build so many warships? Everyone in the live broadcast room went crazy. This surprise made everyone forget the fact that He Ping'an had died in the battle. When the Dark Star Corps saw so many warships emerge, they immediately turned their formation. Open fire. 3 wings advanced together. He Ping'an's voice at this moment was like a stabilizing force, firmly piercing everyone's heart. Start the attack mode, the war starts, the energy explodes, guard the ladder to heaven, the kingdom of civilization is coming. Arlene's voice also began to become excited. With the help of the riotous planetary propulsion and the galaxy reactor, the Taoguang warships were arranged in a line with both wings moving forward in unison. The middle fleet huddled at the end, connecting the two sides. Iron Triangle, defense and attack coexist. There were some small-scale changes in the Dark Star Legion's fleet, with the largest planetary-class battleship retreating while other battleships were replenished. Boom. A mournful wail rang out from the Taoguang galaxy, and the stairway to heaven in the sky trembled faintly. He Pingen looked up. Bang. Beams of light blasted over from afar. Energy shield activated, antimatter energy shield activated. He Pingen drove the flying cone and quickly passed by the rear of the warship. Team 1. One team has already started to go around. Team 2, counterattack. He Pingen was like a general commanding thousands of troops. He rode a horse, galloping behind the army, issuing orders one by one. In the Taoguang fleet, two square formations covered the surroundings with electromagnetic energy, and only the snow-colored light could be seen falling down like a pillar from the sky, pouring out in waves. The sky is full of colorful interweaving, and various firepower gathers into colorful clouds in the air. Wu Deshio shook his head and said, in terms of numbers, the gap is still huge, and the weapons are also different. Yeah. Yu Tianming said in the video, there is still a huge gap in strength. Although this move is indeed surprising, it is just to buy time. Drag the captain to calculate the time. Calculation. Universe-level computing. This requires open source code, that is, Dark Star Technology Civilization open source code. Yu Tianming coughed, exhausted from days of hard work. No need, Deshio, do you remember a possibility we studied before, which is digital universe-level artificial intelligence? The computing range reaches the beginning and end of the universe. Can the ultimate operating law reveal the existence of the rules of the universe? Wu Deshio opened his mouth wide. Yu Tianming nodded. Besides that, I can't think of any possibility to calculate a civilization like Dark Star. Wu Deshio said, Teacher, the top calculation that has reached the peak of this universe. Deshio, we once said that in the digital integer 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, there is another integer between 3 and 4. Wu Deshio said, to achieve this possibility, the computing speed of artificial intelligence must catch up with the speed of the universe, time, and open source. But time doesn't really exist. This is what we said we would wear. Master, the antimatter energy shield of Team 2 has been destroyed. In the picture, Team 2 was covered in dazzling light, and terrifying energy radiation poured over. He Pingen gnashed his teeth and said, quick, follow up, the third formation will attack from the flank, distract the Dark Star Legion's attack target, and temporarily create a buffer zone. He drove the flying cone and shuttled back and forth quickly. Team 1. Where's Team 1? Master, a team has already attacked from the rear using the principle of space black hole, but the Dark Star Army has already discovered it using atomic energy. He Pingin's face turned pale in an instant. Delay time. He shuttled through the battlefield, with countless shells and beams of light passing by him. I don't know whether the Dark Star Corps has brought the terrifying light-year strike and dimensional weapons this time. If so, then we can only start the final chapter. He Pingen knew what was going on. The rumbling sound continued to hit everyone's eardrums. Master, the third formation has completely collapsed, and we can't reach the core of the Dark Star Army. Master, the fourth formation retreats, activates the space chain, and prepares to build an energy wall. Master, do you want to enable black hole matter reflection? Third fleet on the left, activate particle flash, helium flash, activate helium flash. He Pingin's voice was full of tearing feeling. There's still 1 hour left. 1 more hour to go. He Pingin's voice sounded a little uncomfortable, he couldn't even drink a sip of water. Yu Tianming's eyes shrank. Helium flash. Can this thing be used on warships? This is the electron degeneracy pressure causing the contraction, the hydrogen is constantly burning, and the gravity is compressing inward. The sun will continue to burn for about 5 billion years before the helium flash begins. The sun will continue to shrink and collapse, eventually turning into a white dwarf, and then the white dwarf will transform into a red giant. Eventually, If the compression is strong enough, a black hole will be formed. If the Earth wanted to become a black hole, squeezing it to the size of a grape would form a black hole. But if the Earth becomes a black hole, then the range it can absorb is also related to the Earth's current gravity. As long as you are not within the range of the black hole and hold onto objects nearby, you will not be sucked into the black hole of the Earth. This is tantamount to being out of control. With the technology of dark star civilization, controlled nuclear fusion should be able to be used at will, and there may even be more efficient means. Activate fleet helium flash. As soon as Arlene's voice fell, a cloud of extremely burning fire suddenly erupted from the Dark Star Army. He Pingin's pupils shrank. They were one step ahead. Alan, release all the gravitational belts and compress them. Compress the dimension of the Taoguang galaxy, compress it all. Let them have a taste of the pain of losing 800 of their own strength. Owner. Do it. He Pingin had just finished speaking when a beam of light ignored all rules and hit the flying cone directly. In the distance, in the huge planetary battleship, the golden-skinned Dark Star people withdrew their gaze. Destroy, he pointed to the stairway to heaven. He Pingin issued one order after another, shouting out despair. He knows the difference. He was just stalling for time, stalling for someone. He fell from the flying cone, his armor shattered, and the second layer of armor immediately covered him. He rolled over to the ground, opened the virtual screen, and summoned the second program. Whoosh! He flipped over on the spot and sat in a strange spaceship. Battleships, start. Start. Line up in a row. I want to burn down Red Cliff. The Dark Star people will not give up this opportunity. They firmly believe that their technology can crush us. They are arrogant and brainless. He Pingin's voice became more and more hoarse. Alan, you have 1 second to activate everything. After He Pingin finished speaking, he drove the spaceship out of the star cluster, circled around and came to the stairway to heaven. The next second, he slowly turned his head and stared at the pitch-black planetary battleship. Like a violent beast dwelling in the darkness. They also saw the main ship on the opposite side from He Pingin's perspective. Planetary level. The huge battleship is like a giant star, and its oval shape is full of elegance. The higher the technological civilization, the simpler the battleship model will be. Except for the bow area which resembles the barbaric side of the Dark Star people, the rest of this planetary command ship is very simple and the overall design is very smooth. The higher the technology, the more emphasis is placed on effects rather than aesthetics. However, what I didn't expect was that although the Dark Star people were so rough, most of the warships they built were so exquisite. He Pingin took a look and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Let me see, your strongest means besides light-year strikes and dimensional weapons. He said, and then drove the spaceship down. 3 wings forward. Adjust the battleship parameters and enable the self-destruct mode. Arlene's voice slowly calmed down. Master, our chain has been discovered. The mysterious code codenamed Erlangshan has invaded the enemy system headquarters. He Pingin raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Here it comes. Alan, let our fleet move forward. Don't leave any energy. Release all the material reactors to charge the battleships. Yes, Master. But you do this. Just shut up. He Pingin flew to the rear of the fleet and turned on all the energy shields. It has arrived as promised. The captain has already made plans and is waiting for them to open fire. He Pingin's face was filled with excitement, and he became extremely excited when he mentioned the captain. Arlene, are you ready? Master, everything is ready. He Pingin stretched out his hand and waved it forward. Rush. Treating the technology that has reached the 3rd level of civilization as a charge into the cold weapon era, perhaps only He Pingin at this moment would dare to do so. The fleet was lined up in a row, engines roaring. Yu Tianming stared at this scene and said slowly, use the reactor to start energy dilution and release it on a large scale. These warships have become planets, just like a helium flash. Nuclear fusion is constantly taking place inside, and electrons and atoms are constantly squeezed, ignoring the gravity and gravitational pull of the Taoguang galaxy. This is the starting point of the stairway to heaven, but it is also the end point. When Wu Deshio heard Yu Tianming speak, He hesitated for a moment, and his eyes lit up. The Taoguang galaxy is about to become a black hole. Right. The black hole will swallow up the stairway to heaven. As long as the pulling force on the stairway to heaven is greater than the gravitational force of the Taoguang galaxy, it will not be sucked into the black hole. Wu Dashio said, but even if the dark star people are not smart, they are definitely very sensitive to technology. It is impossible for them not to know. I know, but it won't change anything. I'm worried that if He Ping'an does this, he will still fail in the end. Why? Yu Tianming sighed. Dark Star Commander has a better sense of technology than He Ping'an. In the picture, the light curtain gradually turned into the Milky Way. Above the 9 heavens, the Milky Way falls down like the sky collapsing. Hurry, don't give them any time to react. The Dark Star bastards are well aware of the power of these things. Even if they have a backup plan, we have to catch them by surprise. He Ping'an drove the spaceship quickly from left to right. The terrifying energy began to radiate outward. The energy released by the galaxy reactor gathered into a sea of light and flames, drowning everything around it. Full speed ahead. In the picture, the fleet was like a meteor, passing through the buffer zone in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, the Dark Star Legion actually chose to rush forward. They didn't care at all about the huge energy released by the galaxy reactor. Sure enough, He Ping'an's voice was filled with a hint of joy. They are really confident. They chose to charge directly, hoping to suppress all obstacles with firepower and directly seize our ladder of civilization, the first gate of the kingdom of heaven. The Dark Star Legion's fleet covered the sky and earth, blocking out the sun. The golden-skinned Dark Star Commander had a cold expression on his face, and he kept talking to several red-skinned Dark Star people beside him. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the Dark Star battleship's engines instantly drowned out all other sounds in the venue. This sound made the space buzz. He Ping'an stared at the star map and said in a deep voice, "Come, come. Take a look at your attack trajectory and let it calculate it carefully." It seemed that the two fleets were about to collide. The Dark Star fleet stopped unexpectedly. At this high speed, it seemed to stand still and stop in an instant. The next second, all the warships blasted out a beam of light at the same time, with all kinds of lightning and thunder, like the most terrifying and powerful gamma-ray burst in the universe. Yu Tianming's eyes almost popped out of his head as he watched this super-powerful energy release. The power of gamma-ray bursts lies in the intensity of the photon energy they produce, which is at least hundreds of thousands of times stronger than the normal light from the sun. It can easily destroy any life in the universe. Except for the non-existent God. At the fastest speed, it can release hundreds of thousands or even millions of times the energy of the sun in just a few seconds. Judging from the situation in the picture, it may not be as powerful as a gamma-ray burst that erupts in an instant, but the energy itself is definitely not weak. This is... He Ping'an's voice was also a little surprised. "Master, this is a simulated gamma-ray burst. We cannot enter the field." As soon as Arlene's voice fell, the light beams gathered together to form an energy wave, rushing across the Taoguang galaxy in a counter-trend. He Ping'an immediately shouted, "Disperse! Disperse everyone!" He was prepared for the Dark Star Army to carry a lot of high-energy weapons, but he was still caught off guard. And the Dark Star people obviously knew some simple layouts and battle strategies. Divide into 10 square formations, and spread out. He Ping'an roared loudly. He couldn't bear to see the fleet of warships go to waste. The fleet of warships dispersed immediately, and their speed was already very fast, but they still could not avoid the first wave of impact. He Ping'an looked at the battleship that exploded into fireworks in the air with bloodshot eyes. Despair. Grief. Brave. His eyes were complicated, but there was only one thing that remained unchanged, and that was his courage to face death head-on. With a buzzing sound, the beam of light condensed in the air. The Dark Star Army moved forward step by step, and the sense of oppression was approaching. A proud voice shouted in the somewhat awkward Xia language from afar, "If you surrender, I will use your own way to give you the highest courtesy and let you die a worthy death." The old man stared at the scene, his eyes bloodshot. They can already speak Xiagua language. You said it very standardly. Commander Zhao clenched his fists. This is a sign of preparing to enslave the Earth. They thought that we were the only race in this civilization. The screen lit up. The beams of light condensed into a wall emitted fluctuating energy, affecting He Pingin's command. Even the artificial intelligence Alan found it difficult to cope with it. You speak the Xiao language very well. Do you know what surrender means? He Pingin leaned back in the chair, his head tilted back, and the armor slowly covered his entire body. Boom. The first shell blasted out from the beam wall. The galactic reactor of the Taoguang galaxy erupted with huge energy, and electrons and atoms were constantly squeezed and collapsed. Attack. The Dark Star Army advanced in full force and completely entered the fortress. Captain. He Pingin shouted. Safe. The captain's voice traveled through light years and reached the optical computer. Hold on for another half an hour. When He Pingin heard the captain's firm and steady voice, the anxiety in his eyes slowly dissipated. He looked down at the time and said in a deep voice, Alan. Master, we can't delay for half an hour. Yes, you have to believe us, it's okay, it's absolutely possible. He Pingin pushed forward and the spaceship soared into the sky. All square formations, return to defense, we will switch from offense to defense, we only need to delay for half an hour. The spaceship flew over the Iron Fortress, and in the distance, the densely packed Dark Star warships had entered the first chain. In the blink of an eye, the steel fortress was covered by endless beam weapons. Third team, push forward and push the battle line to the left. They want to annihilate us, so they will definitely not want to let us go. This way we can delay it for a while. Hold the fleet at 3 o'clock. Arlene, release the shockwaves and unleash all the planetary propulsion. No matter what, ignore all these things. Team 5, where is Team 5? Master, the 5th team is gone. Then the 6th one. It's gone too. He Pingin was silent for a while, and suddenly with a bang, he somersaulted into the screen. The Milky Way flew from above his head toward the stairway to heaven. 5 more minutes. He Pingin's eyes turned completely red. I don't know if it's because there are too many bloodstains or if it's already stained with blood. With his entire body covered in armor, he kept running while holding up an anti-quantum shield. Arlene, how many do we have left? Master, there is only the electronic matrix. That won't work. That's the last, final trump card. He Pingin panted, flipped over, and his armor was torn to pieces. Owner. Do your own thing. He Pingin landed, stretched out his hand and put on the last set of armor. This is the last set. I have no reserves left. He Pingin stood up, and countless artillery fire passed by him. Safety. Team leader. The time has come. This staircase can be destroyed. The gate to heaven in our 18-star chain has been opened. We can abandon this deception. Yes, Captain. He Pingin shouted excitedly and proudly. Captain Ping En's voice gradually became lower. Captain, forget waiting. Don't wait for me. He Pingin let out a faint laugh. They still have a whole army. I'm going to activate the final electronic matrix. Pingin, you are my pride. The captain's voice choked. Captain, what are you saying? It sounds so corny. He Pingin turned off the communication. Captain, I'm sorry, tell 11 that I can't come back. He raised his head, his voice filled with determination and faith, and he gritted his teeth and said, Alan, activate the electronic matrix and compress the galaxy. Owner. Open. He Pingin rushed into the highest fortress. Turn on the electron matrix, detonate the reactor, compress the core of the galaxy, and form a neutron star. At this moment, everyone has guessed the ending. But this is not his final ending. With a huge roar, the Taoguang galaxy shrank inward and collapsed, and violent rays and electrons submerged everything. Curses were heard from the Dark Star Army, and the fleet was submerged in the collapse. He Pingin started the final procedure and looked up at the stairway to heaven, breaking and exploding layer by layer. The huge storm rays penetrate the entire galaxy for more than 10 light years. He smiled slightly, opened his arms and fell down. The backup battleship Skybreaker is ready. Master, I will pre-activate the Human Sun's return plan. After Arlene finished speaking, she fell into a deep sleep. He Pingin's armor took him into a battleship. As the hatch opened, endless Dark Star people rushed out from Annihilation. The golden-skinned commander glared at He Pingin and waved his hand. All the Dark Star people stopped and surrounded the Skybreaker. The commander was very confused and he kept looking around. It seemed as if he was trying to confirm whether He Pingin was really the only one there. He Pingin stood up, grabbed the hatch, and looked at the swarm of dark stars. He straightened up stubbornly. "Keep your chest straight." He saw the storm in the distance. Stairway to Heaven, destroyed. But because of this, the location of the Gate of Heaven will not be discovered by the Dark Star people. He Pingin knew that he had completed the task, and completed it perfectly. He looked ahead, his body like a stone sculpture. Vaguely, I heard a song from afar. I vaguely saw my former comrades. Suddenly, I saw the captain smile. "Safety. Captain." A faint smile appeared on He Pingin's face. He never said he was going home, because he was an orphan and his mission was to stay in space. But he still has concerns. When he says he has no concerns, it is always a lie. Wu Dashio and the others stood up straight. This was He Pingin's last stubbornness. Even though he couldn't stand straight anymore. His eyes lost their ferocity and were replaced by a hint of tenderness and concern. They knew that he was looking in the direction of his motherland and the direction of the earth. Safety. The live broadcast room was completely breached. Various crying expressions scrolled in the live broadcast room. People cried loudly and kept shouting that name, commemorating the soldier who once had the greatest faith in the motherland. Heroes are born and die in a hurry. Their regrets end in this starry sky. But fortunately, their eternity remains in the time of the universe and will never be erased. Alan, goodbye. Tears welled up in He Pingin's eyes as he called out a familiar yet unfamiliar name. He stood at the hatch, standing firm like a mountain. He didn't even glance at the densely packed Dark Star people surrounding him. He gave his last moment to the softest part of his heart. What is he thinking about? At the last moment, he was not thinking about his motherland and his people. He should also think about the person he misses. He has dedicated his entire life to the motherland. At this moment, he should reserve a place for the person he cares about most in his heart. Pingin is the name with the best meaning among our 13 sons. Pingin Pingin, Pingin Pingin, sounds good, but it is very far away. The captain's voice became the voiceover. He Pingin could also hear it. Does it take a month to kill hundreds of thousands of Dark Star people? Need. Pingin told me that he was an orphan, so he never longed for family affection. But he had someone he cared about, and after the first year, he never mentioned that person again. I forcibly brought the 12 children into the universe and separated them from their families. In the first year, they were full of unwillingness to admit defeat towards me. But there was only peace, and he said nothing. They asked me, if I died in battle and not even a hair was left, how could I return to my motherland and hometown? I can't say your souls will go back. But I know that your names will be remembered. Peace, the Gate of Heaven will take your last journey, goodbye, comrades. The captain's voice fell silent. No one could have guessed whether the calm and strong men would burst into tears behind the captain's voice. They can't see. No one on Earth can see it. Safe. Actually, we can't go back. Even if we destroyed the Dark Star's home planet, we can't go back. He Pingin lowered his head and murmured, I can't go back, that's fine, if I go back I'll just watch her marry someone else and have children with someone else. The Dark Star commander finally discovered that there was only one person here. There is only one human from Xia country. He let out a roar, a mixture of anger and unwillingness. In an instant, dense crowds of Dark Star people rushed towards the Skybreaker. Here we go. Su Xiaomin trembled when she saw this. Yu Tianming stared at the screen. He Pingin's kneeling posture was caused by this final battle. He Pingin suddenly raised his head. The emotions in his eyes suddenly burst out, full of bloodiness and killing. He wrapped his body in his battle suit, smashed open bottle after bottle of potion, and poured all the Dark Star's genetic DNA into his mouth. He swallowed very firmly, his body didn't even tremble. Motherland. A roar was drowned out by the angry Dark Star people rushing over. In front of the screen, everyone's face turned pale. Xiaogui even put up signs in major live broadcast rooms and news stations: children need to be accompanied by their parents to watch the show. Xia State, Sichuan Province. In a small city. In front of the TV station, a middle-aged woman in her 40s was staring at the live broadcast. In a corner where no one cared, the woman was crying loudly. Safety. She cried so hard that she almost suffocated. Mom. A man in his 20s rushed in. Thinking of peace. The man named Siping saw his mother crying so sadly and hurried to comfort her. Mom, what's wrong with you? Siping comforted his mother while watching the live broadcast, and he understood. In fact, when he watched it just now, he was also a little excited and nervous, and he even had some strange sense of kinship towards Ping'an. Mom, Siping called softly. The woman wiped away her tears and sobbed, Siping, do you know why your mother gave you this name? Siping shook his head. He was very confused. It was the first time his mother had told him this in 28 years. The woman pointed at the live broadcast screen, her arms shaking uncontrollably. Siping quickly grabbed his mother's shaking hand. He was even more confused. The last time my mother watched the live broadcast, she wasn't as excited as this. Do you know what your mother's name is? Mom, your name is Su Lin. And your father? My father, Siping lowered his head. Mom, you have always refused to tell me this. Every time I asked you, you would get angry. Su Lin bit her lip and pointed at the live broadcast again. Because your father's name is Ping'an. I named you Siping because I miss your father, and also so that if you meet your father in the future, he will know the meaning of this name. When Siping heard these words, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. There was a loud bang in my mind. He turned his head with difficulty, staring at the live broadcast screen, looking at Ping'an, who was submerged by the Dark Star people. He finally understood. I understand why I feel a strange sense of kinship when I see Ping'an, and even feel that I am somewhat similar to him. He is really my father. Su Lin nodded while crying. He is your father. I had just gotten pregnant with you and I didn't have time to tell him, and he just disappeared. I thought he was a heartless man, but I always believed that he was not that kind of person. Now I know. Mom. Although Siping couldn't believe it, he believed that his mother would never lie to him. He hugged his mother's legs and knelt down facing the screen. Su Lin looked at the drowned Ping'an and wanted to turn off the TV, but then she thought that this was the last time she would see Ping'an alive. She was reluctant to turn it off. Although, the result will be cruel. The satellite-class battleship Skybreaker is packed with densely packed Dark Star people. Ping'an's figure is so small and so vulnerable. 13. I made a killing. 10th. 7th. 6th. I'll kill 100, 1,000, 10,000 of them. I'll earn it back for you. Ping'an's vocal cords were completely torn and his voice was too hoarse to be heard, but the angry roar still came out from the screen. Phew. Ping'an's armor was torn apart, and a giant hand was inserted into his back. He turned around, raised the lightsaber in his hand, and said coldly, "Have you ever seen Chinese martial arts? The captain taught me." Brush. A white light flashed, and the Dark Star people's heads rolled to the ground in pieces. Ping'an's physique was growing rapidly, and his strength seemed endless, but his weapon had been chopped and bent. But the Dark Star people still kept pouring in. A legion has at least hundreds of thousands of Dark Star people. Ping'an's eyes were bloodshot as he retreated step by step. Under his feet were the corpses of the Dark Star people that had been chopped into pieces. One of his hands was broken and torn into pieces. One of his eyes was black. His face was covered with black and red blood. The golden-skinned commander stood high up, looking at Ping'an coldly. There was some appreciation in his eyes, but more of cruelty. Earth, Xia country, I will enslave you and make your people and country mine. Dark Star is destined to become the master of this universe. Ping'an raised his head and said, Pooh. Dream. Even if I die, there will still be thousands and thousands of me, as well as our captain, old 9, 8th son, and 11th son. Each of them is dozens or hundreds of times more powerful than me. He Ping'an laughed bitterly. You want to enslave the earth and conquer Xia country? Dream on. Roar. The Dark Star people rushed forward desperately and submerged He Ping'an again. Many people closed their eyes and dared not watch before the live broadcast. I dare not watch the scene of the hero's sacrifice. What a tragic and cruel scene. A great hero will never retreat, even if he dies in battle, he will never fall down. Yu Tianming is old. He took a few steps back, looking old. We, in this era, are ready to conquer the stars and the sea. We hold high the banner, determined to break through the shackles of the solar system and strive for new civilization and glory for mankind. But before that, there were already people who were carrying the heavy burden and moving forward. We, in this peaceful time, in this time without the spying of alien races, watch. Look at them, sacrificing. They are fighting alone. But we can't do anything. Yu Tianming puffed up his cheeks. If he wasn't on Mars, he would have rolled up his sleeves and shouted, Lianpu is old, but I will never admit my age. Solemnity permeates the entire world. Except for Xia State, other countries saw He Ping'an fighting alone. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could still feel the despair that was overwhelmed by the 100,000 Dark Star people at that moment. Emotions will resonate and empathize at a certain moment. In the picture, the dark masses of Dark Star people suddenly retreated to the left and right frantically. He Ping'an fought his way out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His body was covered in blood, and one of his legs was completely shattered. He held the lightsaber stuck in the ground on one knee and raised his head slightly. There was still a piece of flesh and blood in his mouth. Pooh. He Ping'an spat out the blood and flesh in his mouth and stared at the frightened Dark Star men in front of him. The Dark Star commander flapped his golden wings and shouted, "You are a warrior. Submit to us. Did a donkey kick your head?" He Ping'an retreated to the bridge and grabbed the national flag next to him. The Dark Star commander yelled, "If you have the guts, keep standing." Ha ha. He Ping'an held the national flag tightly. "Our national flag is flying here, can you guys do it?" His eyes widened with anger, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and roared, "Come on. Come on. If Grandpa takes one step back, he will no longer be a Xia countryman." He Ping'an's roar caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The momentum overshadowed all the Dark Star people, including the commander. Under the big screen in the mall, someone was the first to applaud. Then, applause spread in all directions, and the land of China was filled with thunderous applause. The commander glared at He Ping'an, pointed at him, and said in an awkward but fluent Xia dialect, "Your civilization is not qualified to challenge us. Remember, we are the only ones who can enslave you. Not only will we enslave you, but we will also use you for breeding. You will see your descendants become the eternal slaves of our Dark Star. We have the strength. This failure is just a small setback. But you will all die one by one. No one can stop us. We conquer everything with our pace." He Ping'an's eyes trembled, and in the only eye that could see the light, there was deep despair. But in despair, there is faith that overcomes all obstacles. A faith that breaks through all shackles. Alan, release the space distortion wave and use dark matter to eliminate all enemies in the cabin. Arlene. He Ping'an shouted loudly, but forgot that the artificial intelligence had fallen asleep in order to preserve the energy to execute the final return of the human sun. His body shook and he was about to fall, but he still held onto the flagpole and did not fall down. The Dark Star commander waved his hand and was about to launch a final offensive with the remaining Dark Star people. A shell suddenly came from a distance. He Ping'an suddenly raised his head. Team leader. Not the captain. His expression changed from joy to coldness. This is the last procedure it arranged to prevent us from being captured by the Dark Star. He Ping'an slowly smiled. The Dark Star commander let out a scream and was blown to pieces. The skybreaker exploded with sparks everywhere and sank into the sea of stars. He Ping'an stood on the bridge, looked back hard, and forced an ugly smile. My meat is gone too. With a plop. He knelt on one knee. Catch the flag. He stared ahead eagerly. Finally, with reluctance and nostalgia, he slowly lowered his head. Frozen, waiting to return. The screen goes dark. Everyone stared deeply at the screen, watching He Ping'an's final look. Until it goes out. What is a knife rolling heart? Two desperate, two eager eyes. He wants to go home, he wants to go home with his comrades. This look made me stupid, and now I am crying like a mentally retarded person. He Ping'an's last look was so complicated that it made people feel distressed, as if his heart was being cut by a knife, being cut into pieces and then being torn apart again and again. It hurts so much. Gentlemen. The secretary walked quickly to the old man. What's wrong? The old man wiped his eyes. The secretary said, Sir, someone named Su Lin contacted us just now and said she is He Ping'an's wife. What? The old man widened his eyes. In front of Wu Deshio, various data, information, and picture galleries were scrolling. Stairway to Heaven. Gate of Heaven. Planetary propulsion. Galaxy reactor. Ladder of civilization. Fleet helium flash. The electron matrix compresses the core of the planet and transforms it into a black hole or neutron star. Dark star fleet size. Bloodline potion. Dark star DNA. Wu Deshio had a headache. But these things are their future direction. Yu Tianming appeared on the screen with a tired look on his face. Deshio. Teacher. We are busy now. Yes. Wu Deshio was a little excited, but with a bitter smile. But teacher, you are very tired. That's nothing. Compared to the 13th sun, I'm in heaven. Yu Tianming shook his head. Let's speed up the research. Don't forget that sentence. What? Yu Tianming said, the Dark Star commander said that their failure was just a small setback. They will do everything they can to enslave us, and even use Dark Star DNA to breed with us Earthlings and enslave our descendants. Wu Deshio glared and said, yes, they won't destroy us. We must make sure these heroes who sacrificed their lives have a worthy death. They have paved the way for us in the vast sea of stars, created light for us, and brought us technological power. We cannot let them down. Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming ended the call and turned to look at their students. Su Xiaoman, Suda, Chen Su and others all looked at their teacher with solemn assurance. You are the best of this generation, so you are qualified to go to Mars. This time, the future of our motherland does not depend on us, but on you. Suda and others, stand up straight and salute. Sichuan Province. A small town. A group of people with special identities arrived. Li Guomin took Su Xiaoxiao and once again set out on the journey to find the hero's family. According to the location provided by Su Lin, they came to a very poor farmyard. These are the places where the country had no choice but to choose to grow crops in order to break out into the stars and the sea. Resources will be tilted, even if unfairly in some ways. But when it comes to national affairs, there is always a trade-off. Li Guomin looked at these houses and said with some regret, are all the 13 sons children from poor families? Su Xiaoxiao thought of the scene where He Ping'an reluctantly lowered his head in the end, and her eyes became red again. If she is really He Ping'an's wife, not to mention the country, there are countless people in Xia country who would be willing to help them. Li Guomin said, this is the responsibility of the country. Don't involve other people, lest they say something bad. Su Xiaoxiao glared at Li Guomin and smiled politely. They walked to the gate of the yard and saw some chickens and ducks inside, and a local dog lying on the ground. Excuse me, is Su Lin here? Li Guomin spoke politely. After a while, He Siping came out. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao looked at He Siping in surprise. Picture. So similar. Could it be that? Could it be that? Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao looked at each other and heard He Siping say, who are you? Hello, we are from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Guomin took out his ID. Su Lin called us earlier and said she was the wife of the hero's third son, He Ping'an. We came here to verify it. He Siping said, so fast. He turned around and said with a wry smile, I'm sorry, my mother was so sad just now that she fell asleep. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao asked, who are you? My name is He Siping, and I'm the son of He Ping'an. He Saiping's tone was not particularly excited, but rather calm. Son of a hero. Does he have descendants? Li Guomin was surprised. He always thought that except for the captain, the 13 sons were all very young and probably had not yet married before leaving. Su Xiaoxiao immediately turned around, walked out of the yard, and took out her cell phone. Report to the director, the hero He Pingyan has another son. He Saiping poured water for Li Guomin and the others and prepared to go to the room to wake up Su Lin. Don't wake her up. Li Guomin stopped He Saiping. We can wait. He Saiping said, this is not good, my mother always says. Let her have a rest, child. Li Guomin is at least 40 years old, so there is nothing wrong with him calling a woman in her 20s a child. How old are you? He asked kindly. But I felt sad in my heart. On the day when the seventh son Song Xuebing returned home, he saw Song Xuebing's old father, Song Weigua. This time, he met the descendants of the hero again. I am 26 years old. He Saiping smiled in a reserved and honest way. 26, Li Guomin said to himself, in your impression, you are very kind to your father. My father was gone when I was born. He Saiping immediately interrupted Li Guomin. I haven't seen my father. Li Guomin opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Did He Pingyan know that he had a son? From the fact that he only called Arlene and not anyone else's name, it can be seen that he seemed to have no idea that he had a son. When Su Xiaoxiao found out about this, she felt completely unwell. Women tend to be more emotional than men and are more likely to trigger their tear glands. If He Pingyan knew at the moment of his death that he had a grown-up son, would he have fewer regrets? He didn't even know that the woman he loved most was pregnant with a child for him. He knows nothing. He even said that if he went back, he would just watch her marry someone else. When Su Lin heard these words while watching the live broadcast, did she feel as if her heart was being cut by a knife or stabbed by needles? Li Guomin sat silently in the chair, looking at He Saiping eagerly. When the old man first stepped into this house, he had no idea that all of his 13 sons came from such a family. 13th Zhou Kai once said that the captain selected the 12 of them from the billions of people in Xia country. It's not a random selection, but a careful selection. They are the chosen ones of heaven. This contains both self-boasting and mocking meanings. But now it seems that it is definitely not. These are definitely the 12 people that the captain specially selected from across the country. When the old man saw Su Lin and He Saiping coming to greet him, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. These were the descendants of a hero. Great genes will continue to pass on. When Mars sends a signal out into the outer solar system in search of heroes who might be alive, it is destined that these signals will be known to alien races. The captain also said in the black box that the electronic signals sent by the unmanned exploration spacecraft allowed Dark Star to discover the existence of Earth civilization. In this way, at this moment, when the Earth's technology breaks out of the solar system, it has already exposed the coordinates of civilization. Child, come here, let me see you. The old man waved to He Saiping. This was the first time He Saiping had seen this gentleman in his life. This old man appears on TV every day. Tell me, do you hate your father for leaving without saying goodbye, and not even seeing you for the first time when you were born? The old man looked at He Saiping with hope. He Saiping moved his mouth. He hadn't fully digested this information yet. Okay, I get it. The hero will return home from Mars tomorrow, and we will all be here waiting for him to return. The old man sighed and patted He Saiping on the shoulder. It was originally thought that He Pingyan was an orphan, so his body would be buried in the 13 Heroes Cemetery. Now, he has a home. He has found a home. He Saiping raised his head and glanced at the blue sky. The next day, August 2, 2066. The remains of the hero He Pingyan set out from Mars and headed for Earth under the escort of a fleet. This is the third son to return home. There are still 10 people left in the universe. Maybe some are still alive, maybe they are all dead. Perhaps some heroes are no longer able to initiate their return plan. But, they are in the universe. Right here in this starry sky. Even after death, we will continue to protect our home planet as heroic spirits. Guarding the motherland. It's raining again. It is drizzling over the land of Xia. A spaceship flew across the sky. The Earth fleet formed a chain above the Earth's orbit, opening the door. The salute rushed out from the battleship and exploded above the atmosphere. Like the rumbling thunder, welcoming the returning hero. Use this deafening sound to tell the heroes that you have returned. You are back home. Your soul has found a home. You no longer wander. Xia Kingdom Fleet. U.S. Fleet. Bear Country Fleet. Combined Fleet. Welcome heroes home. In the sky, fighter jets with colorful lights flew across the sky of Sichuan Province. The spacecraft slowly landed in a small town in Sichuan Province. Soldiers were already guarding the temporarily cleared area. These young warriors were full of vigor and vitality. They looked up together at the sky where there was a drizzle of rain. Motherland, Motherland, the spacecraft has entered the planned orbit and will land in 3 minutes. Motherland received, please land according to the planned orbit. Sichuan Province. The Motherland. Pedestrians held umbrellas and candles in their hands. Inside and outside the town, children sang, My Motherland, in their innocent and loud voices. This is a song that all 13 sons like. This song is their spiritual food and their strong backing that enables them to not give in again and again in the face of adversity. They are alone in the universe, unable to see their motherland or their people. Only this song, at a special moment, can bring them endless courage and strength. That day, petals fell all over the ground. That day, the whole country sounded the whistle. That day, it was not just about welcoming the third son, Hipingin, home. It was also a cry of grief to the other 10 sons who did not return home. Su Lin held He Siping's hand and looked at the stopped spacecraft quietly. He Siping looked around nervously. It was the first time he had seen such a big scene. I am also about to see the father I have never met. They all said that their father was great and a hero of Xia country and even the world. It is the protective umbrella of the earth. It is the galaxy guardian of the solar system. These titles are bigger than each other. He Siping, who has been introverted and eccentric since childhood, found it difficult to breathe. The old man walked up to Su Lin. The warriors will bring him back. Su Lin nodded to the old man and pursed her lips tightly. Salute. The soldiers in front made a voice like a torrent. The hatch is open. Su Lin couldn't help but cover her mouth. That person was carried out. The soldiers carefully took the special stretcher, which was emitting cold air, and wrapped the sleeping Hipingin. Hipingin is no longer handsome in his middle age. He is old. His face is covered with wrinkles. His ferocious expression and desperate mood disappeared after he returned home. With a peaceful face, sleeping. Siping. Mom. Su Lin took a few quick steps and almost fell. He is your father. He Siping held back his tears, helped Su Lin up, and walked step by step to the soldiers. Salute to the families of heroes. Soldiers, stand up straight. He Siping stared with wide eyes at the soldiers who were about his age, or even a few years younger. There is pride, courage and perseverance on their faces. When Su Lin saw the sleeping Hipingin, she could no longer control herself and pounced on him. He Siping moved his lips a few times, but he just couldn't utter the word he wanted to shout the most. With a plop, he knelt down as the son of man and took his father home. The soldiers made way. At this moment, the hero should have his own space to face his beloved alone. Unfortunately, Hipingin didn't know that he had another son. The day he left, he didn't know Su Lin was pregnant. Listening to Su Lin's crying, He Siping finally understood what greatness is. He looked at his father, and he had thought many times about what his father looked like. But he never dreamed of having such a father. My father is a hero. He is the son of a hero. Although he has never seen his father, he is proud to have such a hero. Proud. He Siping raised his head firmly, looked at Hipingin's face, and 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. Dad, I want to join the army. I want to be a soldier. A soldier like you. Xiaogua National Space Program, Space Operations Headquarters. Wu Dexiu, Commander Zhao and others sat together. The video shows you Tianming and other chief experts of the Mars base. The third son, He Ping'an, returned home, and other matters were left to the country and the family members, who did not have much time to commemorate the hero. They have more important things to do and are racing against time. How is the research plan of Skybreaker going? The old man asked in the video. It's a bit troublesome. Yu Tianming spread his hands. Old Zheng, you go ahead and tell me. Lao Jing said, Sir, colleagues, the technology of the Skybreaker is very complex, and we are not very clear about the principles of the space engine yet. Our biggest enemy is still time. As long as we have enough time, we can conduct a thorough study. There are a lot of energy residues on the Skybreaker. These are the best ways for us to study antimatter and dark matter, but this path is too complicated. If there is a complete warship without any damage, it will be of great help to our research. Commander Zhao said, it's too difficult. An intact warship? Given the brutality of the battlefield, is there going to be an intact warship left? Lao Jing said, yes, it is difficult, so we can only take it step by step. Our signal has been sent out, and the unmanned exploration spacecraft has already received our signal and is continuing to send it out. The biggest challenge facing us now is not researching the Skybreaker, but finding other heroes. They are our spiritual pillars and our pioneers in facing space. Everyone nodded. Wu Dexiu took out the information and said word by word, everyone, listen to me. He opened the folder. First of all, after the Dark Star Core suffered heavy damage in the Taoguang star system, they should rest for a while, but this is just speculation. In addition, the captain once said that even if they invaded the Dark Star's home planet and destroyed the entire Dark Star civilization, they would not be able to come back. Even if you're alive, you can't come back. Wu Dexiu looked at everyone with a solemn expression. Why is that? Commander Zhao said, this. Yu Tianming said in the video, Dexiu, I also remember this sentence. I guess they are infected with the Dark Star virus. The places where alien races live may not necessarily be suitable for humans on Earth. The 13th Son has fought with the Dark Star people so many times in the universe, and has also drunk the Dark Star people's blood potion and DNA genetic data, so it is inevitable that such a virus will be produced. Commander Zhao said, but we have already taken samples from the remains of the 7th Son, Song Xuebing, and we did find some special substances in his blood, but they do not affect the properties of the Earthlings. In other words, no viruses. Yu Tianming said, they have already sacrificed themselves, their bodies have died, and their cells no longer exist. And the living ones? Commander Zhao didn't know what to say for a moment. So, I still believe that there are heroes alive. Maybe the war is over, or maybe it's still going on. There are reasons why they can't come back. Wu Dexiu said, okay, let's just assume that for now. Next one is the Gate of Heaven. The Heavenly Kingdom plan formulated by the captain is divided into 3 steps. The first and second steps have been realized. Although we did not see how the second step was realized, according to He Ping'an's battle records in the Taoguang star system, it can be found that the captain used a trick to let the Dark Star people attack. At the same time, using a mysterious algorithm codenamed Erlangshen, we calculated the attack trajectory and coordinates of the Dark Star people, that is, we found some special conveyor belt of the Dark Star people. During this period, several more of the 13 sons were sacrificed. After He Ping'an was killed in this battle, only 6 of the 13 sons were left. Is the Gate of Heaven the door that opens this conveyor belt? After Wu Dexiu finished speaking, he looked at everyone. This requires further information and data. Yu Tianming shook his head in the video. An expert said, Old Wu, we have a basic study on the Earth's body, but this study may be a little unconventional. Oh. Lao Qin, tell me quickly. Qin Hansen said, it is like this, the captain used some means to hide the existence of the Earth, or to avoid the existence of the Earth. Use the so-called star chains and star belts to avoid the observation of the Dark Star people. Their civilization has reached level 3, and the teleportation array has been teleported to Mars through a special base. How come they can't discover the existence of Earth? Qin Hansen opened a page from a pile of information. I suspect that the captain used some ancient method to build the solar system into a special formation. And the core of the formation is on Earth. The Earth should be the center of the formation. Qin Hansen finished speaking and looked at everyone. Otherwise, with the technology of the Dark Star civilization, I really can't imagine how they couldn't find the coordinates of the Earth. After he made this guess, the meeting room was silent for a while. Commander Zhao glanced at Qin Hansen. "You're a scientist?" Qin Hansen said, "Yes, I am not saying this as metaphysics, but as a possibility. If we were to do this, the first possibility would be that all the 13 suns are gods, which is obviously not the case. Then there is the second possibility, using dark star technology to connect the 8 planets and the sun in series to create a formation to hide the true coordinates and position of the Earth. At the same time, we stripped away an illusion, that is, the non-existent death, and placed the Earth at a coordinate point where the dark star people could find it. In this way, the Earth can be protected to the greatest extent possible." Wu Deshio said, "Your guess is not unreasonable, although it is a bit fantastic. However, if the 13 suns are killed in battle, and the dark stars descend on Mars, Venus, and Earth in large numbers, how can we hide?" Qin Hansen groaned, "I haven't thought about this, because I haven't considered the possibility that all 13 men will be killed in battle." Yu Tianming suddenly said, "Sir, Commander Zhao, I think what Lao Qin said makes sense." He opened some data pictures and said in detail, "The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation is not groundless. Many years ago, our ancestors in Xia country looked up at the universe. The idea is simple. Just make something to wrap around the original coordinates, using the same technology as the dark star." Wu Deshio suddenly remembered something and frowned, "Dyson sphere." Yu Tianming nodded. "Don't forget, when the captain discovered the dark star array on Saturn, he said that we are the ancestors of the array. But it must have been difficult for the captain to hide the coordinates of the Earth. I don't know if it's a Dyson sphere, but it's definitely similar, and the captain has completed the plan." Yu Tianming pointed at the screen. "The dark star has not found the coordinates of the Earth, so it will just keep transmitting, trying every way to find the location of Earth civilization. But the captain must be very clear that if they are all killed and the dark star civilization is still there, the Earth will always be exposed. Now we are exposed." After Yu Tianming finished speaking, he opened the Longming database. There was no sign of the dark star civilization on the dragon cry that the 13th Zhoukai took home. Wu Deshio opened the logo of the dark star civilization. Light and darkness are in opposition. The Longming ship couldn't have been built by the 13th sun in the universe, so it must be a spaceship from another civilization. Either the symbol of the dark star civilization has been hidden, or it is a spaceship from another race or civilization. After Wu Deshio finished speaking, he couldn't help but sweat. He looked at Commander Zhao and the others strangely, then looked at the old men in the video, and said slowly, "More than one civilization is spying on the Earth." The old man said, "Whether it is one civilization or 2 civilizations, our top priority now is to quickly study the dragon cry and the skybreaker. This is one of the most precious treasures that the 13th sun left us. They are the driving force behind our technological leap. Only when we figure out how to make a space jump will we be qualified to leave the solar system." Yu Tianming said, "Sir, you are right. Our only trump card is technology. It is also the only help we can provide to the heroes who may still be alive." The old man said, "Then make a plan, starting with the dragon cry and the skybreaker. Within 2 months, I need a complete plan from you that is executable." He paused and sighed, "I know 2 months is a short time, but time waits for no one." After the meeting, Wu Deshio, Commander Zhao and others were still talking. Release cosmic signals and spread them in all directions in order to better receive the heroes' signals and guide them back home. The return of the skybreaker has confirmed this. The heroes are scattered all over the universe, and they will get lost and wander in the universe. In order to return home, the skybreaker sent out a danger signal, which almost led to a fight between the Earth's battleship fleet and the skybreaker. Thinking back on it now, I break out in a cold sweat. But doing so would easily be known to other civilizations, which is a double-edged sword. It's just that they have no choice now. They couldn't just wait. They can't do it. I can't just wait for the return information. The electronic signals sent by the unmanned spacecraft have been known to the Dark Star civilization, and other civilizations should also know about it. When one civilization conquers another, it does not do so on impulse. It depends on whether it is worth it. With this in mind, it is almost certain that the Dark Star civilization is closest to Earth civilization. At present, the only civilization they need to guard against is the Dark Star civilization. Wu Dexiu smiled bitterly and said, Commander Zhao, isn't this a huge gamble for us to do this? No. Commander Zhao's eyes were burning. We are not gambling. We have a road to heaven opened up by the 13 suns ahead of us. We can follow in their footsteps and move forward. The Heavenly Down National Defense Plan has been implemented for 26 years, and He Siping is 26 years old. Wu Dexiu asked, what do you think of this child? He has an idea. Commander Zhao chuckled, he wants to join the army and follow the path his father took. Really? Wu Dexiu turned around and saw the bright sunshine outside. Would you like to consider it? Commander Zhao said, don't consider it, let him participate. Why? Wu Dexiu looked at Commander Zhao in confusion. Commander Zhao said, the blood of a hero is engraved in his bones. If you don't let him join the army and let him feel that he has privileges because he is the son of a hero, his mind will slip. He should do this, and we should support him in doing so. His mother did not stop him. Commander Zhao walked out the door. He added, if he can really follow us, he will go into the universe, go to the places where his father fought, and even meet other heroes. I mean heroes who are still alive. Wu Dexiu's eyes lit up. If the captain were still alive, what would he think if he saw He Ping'an's descendants embark on this path? What will the other heroes think? This is our great China. There is someone to take over. Wu Dexiu walked out of the conference room, and Qin Hansen said, Old Wu, the old dean wants to see you. Oh, old dean. Wu Dexiu slapped his forehead. He vaguely remembered that the old dean had talked to them about something before, about the 13th sun. It was just that they had just discovered the signal of the skybreaker at that time, and they had no time to discuss the matter with the old dean. He hurried to the old dean's office with Qin Hansen. The old dean is semi-retired and he is not often in the main hospital. But recently, because of the Tiandown National Defense Plan, he is here almost every day. Everyone pushed open the door, and the old dean sat on the chair in high spirits. He saw Wu Dexiu and others and said with a smile, you still remember this old man like me. It's a sunny day outside the window. The tea on the table was emitting curls of hot steam. What a cozy and comfortable scene this is. But all this was won by 13th sun through 20 to 30 years of lonely struggle for the earth. The old dean Zhu Kongxing said, I have a colleague, you should all know him. His name is Bai Seiju. Wu Dexiu was surprised and said, he. Yes, that's him. Zhu Kongxing said with a smile, the chief engineer who always contradicts me. Some younger scientists asked, is it Bai Seiju, the chief engineer who planned the Xia Kingdom's lunar base? Yeah. Zhu Kongxing looked at these young students. 26 years ago, he told me that the signal sent by Earth's unmanned spacecraft might be known by alien races. Zhu Kongxing's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he slowly said, but at that time, the unmanned spacecraft had just left the solar system and was still within a light-year in diameter. We didn't believe what he said. Of course, many people have said this, saying that the electronic signals continuously emitted by unmanned spacecraft in space would be known to alien races. But at that time, who among us would believe in the existence of alien races? Zhu Kongxing looked at everyone. Do you believe it? Wu Dexiu and Qin Hansen shook their heads. If they were to say it at that time, they really didn't believe it. Zhu Kongxing poked the ground with the crutch in his hand. We have not found any signs of life in the thousands of light years around the solar system. So, he got into a fight with me. We didn't have a good relationship to begin with. We would always quarrel whenever we met. Zhu Kongxing laughed heartily. He later told me something. Because of this, we had a big quarrel. Qin Hansen asked, Old Dean, what's the matter? He said he wanted to train a group of people to go into space and carry out some kind of outpost cruise plan. I didn't hand in the plan. I tore it up in front of him. Wu Dexiu frowned. Outpost cruise. It sounds like it has nothing to do with the Tiandown National Defense Plan, but if you think about it carefully, it is very related. Everyone in the academy thought he was a little crazy, and he did become a little weird, a little crazy. It's not a good way to put it, but it's true. He was either late or left early, and later he even stopped coming to the academy. As Zhu Kongxing spoke, he sighed deeply, as if expressing his regret for this genius colleague. Wu Dexiu asked, what happened next? Later, there was nothing they could do. The government allowed him to retire at home on the pretext of illness. Zhu Kongxing stood up slowly. If the Heavenly Dawn National Defense Plan hadn't suddenly appeared and the 13 Suns expedition to outer space hadn't rocked the world, I'm afraid I wouldn't have remembered this. Wu Dexiu and Qin Hansen quickly supported Zhu Kongxing. Zhu Kongxing said, what are you doing? I am old, not immobile. Wu Dexiu and Qin Hansen smiled, but did not let go of their hands. Zhu Kongxing said, if you have time, please go with me. I haven't seen him for many years. Bai Seiju. A name that has been forgotten for many years. He was once the chief engineer in the construction of the lunar base, and his scientific literacy and academic status were comparable to Zhu Kongxing. But I don't know why, I suddenly went crazy. The state relieved him of his post and allowed him to retire at home, with an annual subsidy sufficient for his expenses. Some people say that the ultimate destination of a scientist is either going crazy or making a discovery. Discover new rules of the universe and new paths to space civilization. Or, go crazy. Bai Seiju might be very unlucky, or it might be due to his paranoia and stubbornness that he went crazy. He is from Hunan province. He currently lives in Beitian City, the headquarters of Xia State. He has a stubborn temper and never admits defeat. When we were building the moon base, we had disagreements, but he was very confident and did what he wanted. Now, the moon base is thriving, and it's all thanks to Bai Seiju. Zhu Kongxing sat in the car and sighed. Wu Dexiu said, I met him when I first joined the Academy of Sciences and was a fresh graduate. What's your impression of him? Zhu Kongxing asked with a smile. Wu Dexiu groaned. Old Dean, how should I put it? I didn't have much interaction with him, and we didn't have any academic discussions in private, so my impression of him is just that he is rather stubborn. Zhu Kongxing said, yes, he is stubborn and obstinate. He has reached the level of crazy paranoia. Not far ahead, the car stopped. Zhu Kongxing said, we are here. Everyone got off the car and stood in front of the gate of an old courtyard house. It was deserted all around. Qin Hansen said, Old Dean, who is he living with now? Why does it look like no one lives there? Zhu Kongxing said, it should be with his family, I'm not sure, alas, we are all old. After he said that, he walked to the gate of the courtyard and knocked on the door. After a while, a woman in her 40s opened the door and asked curiously, who are you? Hello, I'm Bai Seiju's former colleague. Who are you? My name is Zhu Kongxing. The woman thought about it, but couldn't seem to remember such an important person, so she said, come in. Where is Lao Bai? Zhu Kongxing walked into the yard and looked at the somewhat lonely courtyard, and suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why do I feel like I am old and helpless? He's taking a nap. The woman came into the house and poured them some water. Zhu Kongxing looked at the furnishings in the main house. They were very simple and plain. How is he doing lately? The woman handed them some water, and Wu Dexiu, Qin Hansen, and the others quickly said, don't bother, we can do it ourselves, there are more of us. The woman smiled and said, he is still in the same condition. He can't hear clearly. He is old. He said it was a sequelae left by the moon. Zhu Kongxing held the disposable water cup and asked again, who are you to him? I am his daughter. My name is Bai Lanfeng. Zhu Kongxing felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know Bai Seiju's family situation or how many children he had. But this is also normal. Generally speaking, if the children of bigwigs do not join the National Academy of Sciences or work in state-owned institutions, they rarely have any interactions with these bigwigs. I won't ask about people I don't have a good relationship with in private. What about the others? No more. Bai Lanfeng shook her head. Wu Dexiu was surprised and asked, no more. I am the only daughter of my father. Bai Lanfeng smiled naturally, I am the only daughter. Zhu Kongxing asked, have you been taking care of your father at home? Well, who will take care of me otherwise? Bai Lanfeng said helplessly, I'm not married yet. Zhu Kongxing didn't know what to say for a moment. My father is awake. Bai Lanfeng heard some noise in the house and ran in quickly. When Zhu Kongxing walked to the door and looked, his nose suddenly felt sore for no reason. A white-haired old man, skinny as a skeleton, sat up from the bed trembling slightly. Old Bai, you are a few years younger than me, how come you are so old now? Zhu Kongxing felt bad when he saw his former colleague become like this. When Bai Seiju heard the voice, he slowly looked up towards the door. Who are you? Bai Seiju's voice was extremely old, much hoarser and older than Zhu Kongxing's. I'm Lao Zhu, Zhu Kongxing. Zhu Kongxing stepped in. Bai Seiju murmured, Old Zhu, Zhu Kongxing. Dad, he is your colleague, have you forgotten? Bai Lanfeng also reminded. Zhu Kongxing said, I am old Zhu, Zhu Kongxing. He leaned close to Bai Seiju's ear, bent over and spoke with great force. Bai Seiju's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. Ah, why is it you, why are you here? Zhu Kongxing said, I came to see you, old friend. Wu Dexiu, Qin Hansen and others were standing at the door, and they felt a little sad when they saw this scene. Having made significant contributions to the country, this cannot be avoided even when you are old. They seemed to see what they would look like in their 70s or 80s. At that time, if the children were unfilial, would their lives also be so miserable? A gentle breeze blew along the river bank. Bai Seiju was sitting in a wheelchair, and Zhu Kongxing was pushing it, and the two were talking and laughing. Walked for a while. Bai Seiju pointed to the river bank in the distance. Later, I stopped planting trees. He doesn't look like a crazy person. Maybe it's because I'm getting old, my mind suddenly opened up. Zhu Kongxing glanced at Wu Dexiu and others who were following behind him, lowered his head and asked, Old Bai, I want to ask you something. What is it? Do you still remember those days? Back then, which year? Zhu Kongxing said, you and I were arguing. Have you forgotten? You said you wanted to train a group of people to go to space and do outpost patrols. Bai Seiju tried hard to say, fight, I didn't quarrel with you. Zhu Kongxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old White, I'm talking about your outpost cruise plan. He said the last few words with great force. Bai Seiju's eyes lit up again. Did you execute it? Found it, aliens. Zhu Kongxing sighed and nodded, found it. Bai Seiju's eyes were originally bright, but after this sentence, they became cloudy again. Not only did we discover aliens, we also discovered the 13 sons of Xia country. What? What 13? Bai Seiju asked loudly. Zhu Kongxing said, the 13th son. The 13th son of Xia. They are stationed at the border of the solar system, protecting the motherland and the earth. Oh, Bai Seiju smiled, the country is still strong. Zhu Kongxing squatted down and asked with difficulty, Old Bai, think about it carefully, have you trained a group of people to go to outer space? Or, it's the Heavenly Down National Defense Plan. Strictly speaking, it has been nearly 30 years since Bai Seiju was forced to retire. Training. Of course people trained by the state are powerful. Bai Seiju seemed to not hear clearly what Zhu Kongxing was saying. I'm asking you, have you trained people to go to outer space? Bai Seiju said, is the lunar base okay? The people I trained are working at the lunar base. I haven't seen them for many years. Zhu Kongxing asked repeatedly many times, but Bai Seiju seemed to know nothing about the 13th son. Although he is old now and his mind is a little unclear due to various factors. But if he trained the 13th son himself, he would definitely not forget it. Old Dean. Wu Dexiu came over, there's something going on at the main hospital, we found the source of the signal. You go first. Zhu Kongxing patted Wu Dexiu's shoulder, remember to report the situation to me. Yes. Wu Dexiu nodded, and left in a hurry with Qin Hansen and the others. Right now. The unmanned exploration spacecraft sent back a signal from a location 5.9 light-years away from Earth. 10 light-years away from Earth, in the constellation of Eridanus, there is a signal source similar to the traditional code of Xia country.